Innocence proves nothing. Unknown author. The God Emperor's Holy Inquisition. A servant of the Inquisition who makes chaos his tool against chaos, is a greater enemy of mankind than chaos itself. Chaos knows the bounds of its own evil, and accepts it. A servant of the Inquisition who uses chaos is fooling himself, denies the truth, and damns us all by his delusion. Thorn requires Aegis, the Shades of Eternity, Razor Delpha's Pathway, Pattern Oath, Imperative, Multifarious Changelings below. 475M41. My name is Gregor Eisenhorn. I am 277 years old. My form is weathered and broken. Old, even by the standards of the God Emperor's Holy Inquisition. I stand in the sheeting rain of Gershom, Tycho City on the Bone Coast. I once believed myself to be a fair man, one without cruelty. I am not. I leave this inquisitorial log open for those of my order to understand what I have done and why. Some of you will say I have crossed the line. You will name me Extremis Diabolus, heretic. But all I have done is for the betterment of mankind, and in the name of His Majesty the God Emperor. I chase now an enemy far greater than anything I have faced before, an organization who consider themselves a dark mirror to the Holy Inquisition. I am in this battle alone, but I implore my colleagues to hear my life's accounting, and to decide for yourselves.
It is the 41st millennium. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of the Imperium, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day, so that he may never truly die. Yet, even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battle fleets across the demon-infested miasma of the warp, the only route between distant stars, their way lit by the Astronomicon, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name on uncounted worlds. Greatest amongst his soldiers are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineered super warriors. Their comrades in arms are Legion, the Imperial Guard, and countless planetary defense forces, the ever-vigilant Inquisition, and the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitudes, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present threat from aliens, heretics, mutants, and worse. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim, dark future, there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter, and the laughter of thirsting gods.
Thorn Wishes Oath, Pattern Storm, Jared Country, Ignis, Outer Reaches of the Helican Subsector, 223M41. By the God Emperor, I was young then. Only a year since the crowning of my inquisitorial rosette. More than a decade from the hellish holes of the black ships, packed with detritus and the condemned who, like me, had a connection to the Sea of Souls, the Warp. Only a few short years before my hunt of the extremist Diabolus, the recidivist Murdin Iclone, an event that now in hindsight began the path I walk today. But in the backwaters of Jared Country on Ignis, I began my first solo expedition. Even then, at the very dawn of my career, I was treated with a mixture of fear and suspicion. The title Inquisitor focused the minds of those who met me. This attitude bores me these days. Back then, it gave me a sort of vulgar sensation of power. I wore a dark navy body glove, a long storm coat, and had my Tronva strapped to my waist. As I stared down at the slashed remains of Lana Hoey, her body lay on the ground floor of a warehouse, just off of the Commercia Main. It had been discovered by a night watchman, one of 4 with a pattern of removing an ear from the victims. Commissioner Zelwyn, who I had grown to like, insisted on staying, though I'm sure he'd regret viewing what I did next. I'm going to get your people out of this place. Withdraw to a 60-meter perimeter, I said. In the decades later, I learned not to enact seance alone, for the effects on mind and body was tremendous. Lana Howie, I called. I heard Commissioner Zelwyn groan. I felt his gnawing fear as the dead began to speak.
Hello, mister. What's your pleasure then, sir?
Lana, my name is Gregor.
That's a lovely name, Gregor. You're a handsome one, for sure. What can I do you for tonight?
I need you to focus, Lana Howie, I said.
Focus? What? Why do you keep using my name? My whole name like that? Is that your thing, mister?
Lana, I imbued my psychic will into my words. Though it is not a strict requirement for an Inquisitor to possess psychic talent, especially with those of Ordo Xenos, you will find most of my kind are touched by the warp. Lana, please let me see who did this to you. I imbued my will again.
Who did what to me? Look, I haven't got all night, she breathed. Show me some money, mister.
I produced 3 crowns and placed them on a trunk nearby, for I could not hand them to a ghost. It was then the ghost finally noticed her own corpse, slashed and pooling with ichor upon the floor.
When?
She asked.
Oh, throne. What did I ever do to deserve that?
Nothing, Lana. I want to know who it was. Will you show me? Slowly, Lana Howie told me everything. We traversed across the outback city and stood at the Commercia end of the new bridge. Upon Ignis, due to its rotation and proximity to a dwarf star, its weather patterns for most of the year's cycle produce crackling storms that lit its skies a near-permanent forking light. I had taken Zelwyn and enforced a squadron to the bridge to witness what I was sure was the source of these murders. A Regia Occulta, I said, trying to ensure my voice carried over the noise of the sheeting rain, is a pathway, a tunnel or portal, if you like, that links our reality with that of the warp. I don't actually know that much about the warp, sir, Zelwyn said. Nor should you, Commissioner. It is forbidden law. I'm just telling you what you need to know. There is a Regia Occulta in Jared Country Town, and it's right here. The mechanism for the drawbridge finished raising up. Lightning crackled and leapt towards its heights. There was a dry electric crack, and we smelled ozone. From the knot in my stomach and the growing searing pain in my mind, I knew what was beginning. A figure almost emerged from thin air before us. Humanoid, and yet larger. Knotted green muscle caked in furs stumbled towards us. Kill it, I said. I began to grit my teeth from the pain. Las shots sprayed out from the militia around me. The Xenos took more to drag it down than I thought. Finally, its corpse slumped to the floor, a string of human ears around its neck cast off. Inquisitor Eisenhorn, I heard Zelwyn say, as he caught me falling. The pain behind my eyes had turned into a full-blown psych agony. I could barely stand, let alone speak. as Lone warned that the Regia Occulta was not yet closed. Another figure emerged before us. It grappled the militia men beside me and butchered them with feral ferocity. I drew my Tronbus, as blood poured down my nose and I mustered the strength to stand. Lower the bridge, I willed into Zelwyn, sending pistol shots at the Xenos making its escape. The man wet himself from my insertion, but lowered the hydraulic bridge. I felt my strength and mind return to me as we gave chase. Through the rain-slicked streets we traced it towards a warehouse. I lowered into a crouch, peering down at the bloodstains. Scent, stealth, and logic are tools just as powerful in the arsenal of an Inquisitor. But a fatal flaw I learned that day was no matter how exceptional, no matter how prepared, I alone was not enough. I turned, startled by the greenskin holding Zelwyn in his grip, a primitive cleaver resting on his brow. I was humbled by how silent a Xenos that large could move. It stayed its hand. I could sense it wanted to bargain. I would not. So I sent my will into the only valid target. I rendered control over Zelwyn's terrified mind. I puppeted his body to shoot his sidearm into the greenskin's foot. The beast dropped him, howling. I lifted my Tronbus and unleashed a full clip into its chest. "Oh, for throne's sake," I hissed. "Just die!" Clip after clip clanged against the soaked floor, until finally the corpse slumped over. The morning after, I met with Commissioner Zelwyn within his office. "I hope to never see you again, Inquisitor," he said, shaking my hand, a smile upon his face. "I hope so too, Commissioner," I said, returning the smile.
I am 42 standard years old, in my prime by Imperial standards, young by those of the Inquisition. All my life, I have had a reputation for being cold, unfeeling. Some have called me heartless, ruthless, even cruel. I am not. I am not beyond emotional response or compassion, but I possess, and my masters count this as perhaps my paramount virtue, a singular force of will. Throughout my career, it has served me well to draw on this facility and steel myself unflinching at all that this wretched galaxy can throw at me. To feel pain or fear or grief is to allow myself a luxury I cannot afford. As a devoted member of His High Majesty, the God Emperor's Inquisition, I find my philosophy bends towards that of the Amalathians. To the outside galaxy, members of our orders appear much alike. An Inquisitor is an Inquisitor, a being of fear and persecution. It surprises many that internally we are riven with clashing ideologies. To express it in simple terms, some Inquisitors are Puritans and some are Radicals. Puritans believe in and enforce the traditional station of the Inquisition, working to purge our galactic community of any criminal or malevolent element, the triumvirate of evil, alien, mutant, and demon. Anything that clashes with the pure rule of mankind, the preaches of the ministerium and the letter of imperial law, is subject to a Puritan Inquisitor's attention. Hardline, traditional, merciless, that is the Puritan way. Radicals believe that any methods are allowable if they accomplish the inquisitorial task. Some, as I understand it, actually embrace and use forbidden resources, such as the warp itself, as weapons against the enemies of mankind. I have heard the arguments often enough. They appall me. Radical belief is heretical. I am a Puritan by calling and an Amalathian by choice. The ferociously strict ways of the monodominant philosophy oftentimes entices me, but there is precious little subtlety in their ways, and thus it is not for me. Amalathians take our name from the conclave at Mount Amalath. Our endeavor is to maintain the status quo of the Imperium, and we work to identify and destroy any persons or agencies that might destabilize the power of the Imperium from within, from without, or within. We believe in strength through unity. Change is the greatest enemy. We believe the God Emperor has a divine plan, and we work to sustain the Imperium in stability until that plan is made known. We deplore factions and infighting. Indeed, it is sometimes a painful irony that our beliefs mark us as a faction within the political helix of the Inquisition. We are the steadfast spine of the Imperium, its antibodies fighting disease, insanity, injury, invasion. I can think of no better way to serve, no better way to be an Inquisitor. So you have me then, pictured. Gregor Eisenhorn, Inquisitor, Puritan, Amalathian, 42 years old standard, and Inquisitor for the past 18 years. I am tall and broad at the shoulders, strong, resolute. I have already told you of my force of will, and you will have noted my prowess with the blade. What else is there? Am I clean-shaven? Yes. My eyes are dark, my hair darker and thick. These things matter little. Come, and let me show you how I killed Iclone.
Thorn wishes multifarious changelings. Pattern Thimble. Hubris 240M41. 11 months of Hubris's 29-month lunar year. The only signs of life were the custodians with their lighted poles and heat gowns, patrolling the precincts of the hibernation tombs. Within those sulking basalt and ceramite vaults, the nobility of Hubris slept, dreaming in crypts of aching ice, awaiting Thor, the middle season between dormant and vital. Even the air was frigid. Frost encrusted the tombs, and a thick cake of ice covered the featureless land. Above, star patterns twinkled in the curious, permanent night. One of them was Hubris's sun, so far away now. Come Thor, Hubris would spin into the warm embrace of its star again. Then it would become a blazing globe. Now it was just a fuzz of light. Vibben. I could hear her over the Vox links in our hoods. Eisenhorn. Eisenhorn. I ran. 5 years I had chased Iclone, saboteur, anarchist and servant of chaos. I tracked him here to Hubris. He would not escape. Laura's Vibben had served with me for 5.5 years. In that period she had saved my life twice. She saw herself as my aide and my bodyguard. Yet in truth she was more of a companion and fellow warrior. I stared down at her corpse, the blood around her already freezing. I kept staring down at her body. I believe I may have uttered her name. Thorn wishes Aegis, rapturous beast below. I voxed. Glossia. The basics of which I had designed 10 years before was reasonably complex and had evolved, organically, with use. A lesson I had learned from my own mentor, Inquisitor Habshant. Nearly 20 years since my elevation to the full rank of Inquisitor, fond memories swam in my mind. Of the bond I shared with my fellow Titus Endor, an Inquisitor now in his own right. I thought of the dive bars we used to huddle in, amongst sketchy crowds, laughing and drinking off our complaints of Habshant. A servant of the Inquisition who makes chaos his tool against chaos is a greater enemy of mankind than chaos itself. Chaos knows the bounds of its own evil and accepts it. A servant of the Inquisition who uses chaos is fooling himself, denies the truth, and damns us all by his delusion. Words he had screamed to me and Endor within our first week. It was only when he had passed in our arms, due to a Xenos parasite, that I truly appreciated his strict discipline, psychic guidance, and puritanical beliefs. I have seen many people die, but still I stared at Vibben's body. I had almost been embarrassed when Vibben had given me a Scipio sidearm with customized grips. The gaudy and childish decorations now left an imprint in my palm as I squeezed it tight. 2 las shots flickered down at me as I ducked into cover, hiding through the maze of freezing vaults and pipes. I wondered why Iclone was here, why he was bringing the cryo-sleeping population out early, but sorted that thought to the back of my mind. I wanted blood. Eisenhorn. Gregor, is that you? Iclone. I knew his thin voice at once. I didn't answer. You're dead, you know, Gregor. Dead like they all are. Dead, dead, dead. Step out and make it quick. He was good. I'll give him that. My legs actually twitched. Actually started to walk me clear of the cover into the open. Iclone was infamous across a dozen settled systems for his mind powers and mesmeric tone. How else had he managed to get these dark-eyed fools to do his bidding? But I have similar skills, and I have honed them well. I pitched my voice, balanced my mind, and yelled, "Show yourself first!" Iclone didn't succumb. I didn't expect him to. Like me, he had years of resilience training, but his two gunmen were easy meat. I put the rounds straight through their heads. I chased Iclone further into the galleries. We traded fire as the rounds bounced off the cryo tubes that held the sleeping nobility of hubris. Steam hissed and cold air washed over me. A woman, slick with blood and cryo fluids, gripped my leg. I pushed her off. I should have killed her, put her out of her misery. I didn't. Do you think me weak? Flawed? Do you hate me for settling my inquisitorial role above the needs of one agonized being? If you do, I commend you. I still think of that woman. Still. And hate the fact I left her to die slowly. But if you hate me, I know this about you. You are no inquisitor. You don't have the moral strength. I could have finished her, and my soul might have been relieved. But that would have been an end to my work. And I always think of the thousands, millions, perhaps, who would die worse deaths but for my actions. Is that arrogance? Perhaps. And perhaps arrogance is therefore a virtue of the Inquisition. I would gladly ignore one life in agony if I could save 100. 1,000. More. Mankind must suffer so that mankind can survive. It's that simple. Still, I dream of her, and her bloody anguish. Pity me for that at least. I pushed further into a vast chamber. The immense size told me that I was at the heart of the cryo chamber's control site. I clung to the shadows as I searched for Iclone and his men. Aegis, heaven's uplift, thrice sevenfold. A crown with stars. Infamous angel without title. To Thorn by 8. Pattern. I considered. I was in no mood to take any more chances. Thorn. Pattern Hawk. I responded. Pattern Hawk acknowledged. Midas said with relish. Midas Betancourt was a hot-blooded, impetuous man, which is partly why I liked him, and used him. Glavian circuitry was inlaid into his hands, making him a pilot of skill far beyond me. His skills in firearms was one of the best I'd ever seen. I knew he and Vibin had been something, and he was just as eager as me to see Iclone brought to justice. I put down more of Iclone's men, the latter ending in a scuffle that smashed aside my Scipio, and finding it in the hands of an enemy. Enough, I commanded, modulating my tone to emphasize my will, as I drove it into his mind. Drop it. He did, meekly, as if surprised. Psychotricks of will often baffle those who find themselves compelled by them. As he faltered, I threw a punch that connected well, and left him unconscious on the floor. As I bent to recover the Scipio, Betancourt voxed me again. Aegis, Pattern Hawk, infamous angel cast down, he said. Thorn acknowledged. Resume Pattern Crucible. I pushed on after my quarry. Finally, I saw him. Betancourt unleashed a beam of hot munitions as Iclone's men fired back in vain. Iclone, more intelligent than his men, had sprinted off to the platform to the hatch, as the gun cutter rose into view, and that's where he ran into me. He opened his mouth in shock. I pushed the muzzle of Vibin's gun into it. I'm sure he wanted to say something important. I didn't care what it was. I painted his brain matter onto the cold steel of Hubris' cryo chamber. It was over, for now. Amos approached. We stood over the body. Uber Abos was my savant, and my longest serving companion. He had come into my service in the first month of my career in the Inquisition, bequeathed to me by Inquisitor Habshant, who was by then dying of the cerebral worms. Amos was 278 standard years old, and had provided his service as a savant to 3 Inquisitors before me. He was alive only thanks to significant bionic augmentation to his digestive tract, liver, urinary system, hips and left leg. In Habshant's service he had been injured by a stub round. Tending him, surgeons had found a chronically advanced and previously undiagnosed cancer rampant in his abdomen. Had he not been shot, he would have died within weeks. Thanks to the wound, the disease was found, exorcised, and his body repaired with plastic, ceramite and steel prosthetics. Amos referred to the whole ordeal as his lucky suffering, and still wore the twisted plug of the stub round that had almost taken and certainly saved his life on a chain around his stringy neck. I valued Amos, for very few possessed his eidetic memory, his talent at research, and his attention to detail. A shout came from behind, a martial tone calling for my name. The demanding voice rolled up from the chamber below us. I looked down. A man had entered the cryogenerated chamber, escorted by 4 custodians in heat gowns, carrying light poles aloft. He was tall, with pallid skin and greying hair. I didn't know who he was, but he looked like trouble to me. He began babbling, clearly looking for a target of his wrath. He tried to arrest me, Amos, and Betancourt. No, I said. I am an Inquisitor of the God Emperor of Mankind, Ordos Xenos. I will cooperate in any investigation you bring to bear here, fully and completely. But you will not and cannot detain me. Do you understand? An Inquisitor? The High Custodian stuttered. Do you understand? I repeated. I wasn't using my will at all. Not yet. I would if I had to. But I trusted that he would have the sense to listen to me first. He could make things awkward for me, but I could make things intolerable for him. I lamented the devastation to the nobility of hubris. Early and sudden exit from cryo-sleep for thousands almost meant certain death. But if I hadn't been here, more would have joined that fate. My retinue and I left the main hub of hubris. As its population slept, only a habitable region was lit, with the light and warmth of permanent habitation. The Sun Dome, home to 59,000 people, compared to the millions that slept beneath them. Amos gave me a brief of all of the details of hubris, as I had Vibben's corpse escorted to the gun cutter, acting as our temporary accommodation. I placed the Scipio on her corpse. It deserved to be with her. There was no discernible cycle, but it was late. I was tired by then. I spent another hour with Amos in his cramped, data slate-filled room, preparing a report. I set out the basic details, reserving anything I felt he didn't need to know. I accounted for my actions. I made Amos check them against local law, to prepare myself in case Carpel raised a prosecution. I wasn't unduly worried about the custodian, and in truth I was bulletproof against local legislation. But I wanted to check anyway. An Amalathian prides himself on working within the structures of Imperial Society, not above or beyond them, or through them, as a monodominant might. I wanted Carpel and the senior officials of Hubris on my side, helping my investigation. In my dreams, I saw once again the man with blank eyes, a reoccurring nightmare that is shared with visions of Iclone. I shaved, and dressed in black linen with high boots and a formal jacket of scaled brown hide. I wore my inquisitorial rosette at my throat. I intended to show Carpel I meant business. It was noon on Hubris when I and Amos approached the high-decorated cathedram that housed its ruling elite. They were arrayed in a circular seating that stretched high up to the stained glass windows. The chatter fell silent as my name was announced. "They are all dead," said the High Custodian. "All 12,142. Processional 212 is dead. None survived the trauma. Hubris has my sincere sympathies, High Custodian. And then the hall exploded in pandemonium. Voices screeching and shouting and clamoring. Your sympathies. Your damned sympathies, one voice retorted. A great part of our ruling elite died in one night, and we have your sympathies to console us? That is all I can offer, High Custodian, I responded. I could feel Amos shivering at my side, making aimless notes on his wrist slate about customs and clothing and language. Anything to take his mind from the confrontation. The hubris nobility wanted someone, something to blame, and iClone was dead. They blamed me, decrying that I must have brought the vagrant here, chased him and led him to this reckless mass murder. I was angry now, my replies growing shorter. I presented the report I and Amos had worked on. I held up the data slate report for them all, thumbing the stud that scrolled the words across the screen. And what about this? The evidence that iClone had been planning a move against your world for almost a year. Gathering this last night, an unregistered starship moved in and out of your orbit to deliver iClone 3 days ago, unnoticed by your planetary Overwatch and the Custodian Guardians. Or the itemized stream of astropathic communication that your local enclave noticed but didn't bother to source or translate. I tossed the slate into Carpel's lap. Hundreds of eyes stared at me in shocked silence. You were wide open. He exploited you. Don't blame me for anything except being too late to stop him. As I said, you have my sincere condolences. And next time you choose to confront an Imperial Inquisitor, I added, you may want to be more respectful. I'm excusing a lot because I recognize the trauma and loss you have suffered, but my patience isn't limitless. Unlike my authority. All the faces around me looked shocked, cowed, all except a tall blonde man that stood beside me and Amos. We continued the rest of our discussion in private. I changed tactics, choosing language that spoke of a common cause, imploring the High Custodian and the people of Hubris to rise to the Emperor's work. iClone was a facilitator, creating vast operations with many moving parts. He did not work alone. The remnants of his operation in Hubris I would root out. The High Custodian agreed, asking for one compromise that I was hesitant to agree to. The tall blonde man, Godwin Fishik of the local Arbites, would accompany me. I, Amos, Fishik, and Tutorone of Hubris' medical staff stood over the cold, dead form of iClone, examining his tattoos and scars for details. Though dead, he could tell secrets, even if it was infinitely more difficult. Something pointed out sarcastically by Fishik, looking through the wound that hollowed out his face. He asked me jokingly if iClone had made me angry. I'm an Inquisitor. I do not get angry, I replied. I wasn't sure how true my words were. From iClone's body, a last surprise wiggled out. Xenos tech. A silver metallic worm that darted around the room, looking for a victim to gore through. I dived as Fishik threw munitions at it. I drew my blade as the silver worm came for me. It began devouring down to the hilt as I scrambled. Only when Tutorone took out a medical saw and sliced it did the assassin pause. A final drop into a bucket of acid ended the encounter. It seemed iClone had a nasty surprise for the one who finally put him down. I know which one of you I'd rather have around in a fight, I muttered. Tutorone laughed, and Fishik didn't. Further interrogations began, with iClone's captured man who I knocked out during the encounter, but it proved useless. iClone had used his psychic abilities to force many to his will. The poor souls had simply been sourced muscle, but ones that knew too much. I handed them over to Fishik for execution. Such is the sacrifice in the Emperor's service. Only iClone's transport gave anything useful. Thracian Primaris, an Imperial watch station, and Gudrun. Gudrun was a primary trade world. Old cultures, old families. Gudrun, I pondered. My Vox link chimed in my ears. It was Midas Betancourt. Ever hear of a thing called the Pontius? No, I replied. I haven't either, he continued. But Loing's cracking some of the old scripts. In the weeks before iClone arrived, someone was sending messages off the approved links to a location in the Sun Dome. They talk about the delivery of the Pontius. It's all rather vague and indirect, said Betancourt. Do you have a location? I replied. Why else do you employ us? He retorted. Thorview 12011. On the west side of the dome, the high rent quarter. Amos and I rose from the table. We turned to find Fishik standing there. He was wearing his full flak armor, carapaced, and a visored helm of the Arbites now. I have to admit the effect was impressive. Going somewhere without me, Inquisitor? He smirked. Adeptus Arbites, make yourself known, Fishik bellowed, his voice amplified by his helmet speaker. They did. Rapid gunfire, heavy caliber, blew away the terrace rail, decapitating potted shrubs and dwarf trees, cropped flower beds, and chopped down the deck's aerial mast. Thorview 12011 held the last of iClone's associates, and we had just made our introduction. Have it your way, bellowed Fishig, and rolled in, pumping his shotgun. The blasts were deafening. As I followed behind into the perfumed luxury rooms, a pleasure girl came out of a side room and screamed, darting for the covers of a bed. I pushed in further, wary of the gun muzzle that stuck out from the adjoining bathroom. Come out, I said, imbuing it with a will. A tattooed man walked out, but began to resist my further commands. I blew off the side of his face. The girl was still crouched, unclothed, at the end of the bed, shivering. I was surprised she hadn't bolted out of the cover at my command, too. I spun to face her. What's your name? Liz B, she replied. Full name, I snapped. I wasn't concentrating on her especially, but there was something about her. An air, a tone. Elizabeth Beckwin, pleasure girl. I worked in the Sun Dome these past 4 dormants. 2 more assailants burst in. I put one down as the other charged me. We wrestled onto the makeshift bed until he stopped, the girl pulling a dagger out of the man's back. An act she had done to save her own skin from me, I believed. The scrutability of an inquisitor. The violence died down as the last hired muscle lay at my feet, bloodied but alive. You didn't kill this one deliberately, did you? Asked Fishik. He smiled slightly, as if pleased that I had noticed. The man began spluttering about his so-called rights. You are in the custody of the Imperial Inquisition, I told him frankly. You have no rights whatsoever. I glanced at Fishik out of courtesy. Brace yourself, I said. He stepped back. Tell me your name, I said, using my will. The man in the chair spasmed. Simon Croats, he gasped. Godwin Fishik, spat the Arbites captain involuntarily. He blushed and moved away, busying himself with a search. I dragged out the information. An employee of Merchant Guild Synesius, the transportation sponsor iClone had used to arrive at Hubris. I asked about this Pontius, only to be met with a blank stare, as I heard a distinctive pop in the victim's mind. A failsafe. As if in tandem, explosives triggered in the adjoining room. A psychic trap designed to keep iClone's secrets almost claimed us, as I and Fishik were knocked back by the blast. The impact left us exhausted, but alive. I returned to Amos hours later after a field patch-up. Whatever this Pontius was, it was the key in finding the sponsors and facilitators of iClone. Pontius was a common enough name, but only one coincidence came up that couldn't be ignored. Pontius Glor, a man dead for over 2 centuries, the 7th son of Oberyn Glor, one of the greatest patriarchs of that line that ran his operations from Gudrun. Pontius had suffered the fate of most junior siblings, in that there had been precious little for him to inherit once his older brothers had taken their turn. His oldest brother, another Oberon, had become lord of the house. The second eldest had been gifted the control of the stock holdings. The third had taken on the capacity of the house militia. The fourth and fifth married politically and entered the administratum at high levels, and so on it went. Pontius Galore had become a disciple of chaos, a devotee of the most abominable and obscene forces that haunt this galaxy. He drew a coven around him, and over a period of 15 years, committed unspeakable and increasingly brazen acts of evil. He was slain eventually, his coven along with him, by an inquisitorial purge led by the great Absalon Avengian. House Glor participated in this overthrow, desperate to be seen distancing themselves from his crime. It is likely this alone prevented the entire family from being pulled down with him. We needed to head to Gudrun. I asked Midas to arrange transport. As I went to speak with the guest I had asked the Arbites to bring to me, Elizabeth Beckwin stood in my chamber. She was distraught, expecting death at Hubert's Arbites' hands. If she was what I thought she was, though, she was a potential asset. I offered her employment. She swayed forth, placing her hands upon me, clearly believing this was a continuation of her previous work. Her physical touch was repulsive, even stronger than her aura. This all but confirmed my suspicion in my mind. She set her head to one side and considered my offer. "You are an odd one. All right. Are all Inquisitors like you?" she said to me. "No," I replied. Midas's transportation arrangement fell onto a rogue trader vessel, the Ascend. It was 3 kilometers long by my estimation, and fully 700 meters deep at its broadest part. Its nose was a long, sleek cone of a cathedral-like spire, made of overlapping Gothic curves, and barred with bronze finials and spines. I, Midas, Beckwin, Fishig, and Loink, my personal navigator, embarked into the habitable quarters, settling in before striding to meet the owner of this vessel. I wore a dark, sober suit of grey wool, black boots, and gloves, and a long navy blue leather coat with a high collar. I had taken a stub pistol from the weapons locker, and had it in a holster rig under my left arm. My inquisitorial rosette was buttoned away inside a pocket. Unlike Fishig, I felt no need to make a statement of authority. My rosette said plenty. A hatch clanked open on servos, and a light shone out from the internal companionway. A figure stepped out to meet us. "Welcome to the Ascend, Inquisitor," said Tobias Maxilla. Maxilla was a veteran trader who had run the Ascend down the lanes, from Thracian Primaris to the Grand Banks for 50 years. Though what made more of an impression, besides the luxurious tapestries and furniture that surrounded us, was the man himself. As if in mirror of a planetary governor nobility, I have to say Maxilla was impeccably dressed, but leaned more on the side of gaudy. The fact that the Ascend was manned by an entirely servitor crew almost seemed to match our host's strangeness. The Ascend departed Hubris and made its way to Gudrun until the 5th day. Dressed in our most resplendent finery, my staff and even Maxilla stood in attendance. As we cast Viburn's body into the vacuum of space above Gudrun, I spoke the words of the Imperial Creed. I wasn't sure of her wishes, but a toast of glasses was always our way. My mood was sour, but was outmatched when I spoke to Beckwin in private later. Her choice to wear sparse uniform overalls seemed to enhance her beauty, I thought. She had stormed away when I revealed the truth to her why I had recruited her. Her true nature as a blank, a pariah to the influence of the warp. Her very presence was an asset against psychic powers, but the very reason everyone had despised her whole life. She would need time to digest it. Maxilla gratefully called me to the bridge, as a roadblock presented itself to us. An inspection. Unusual. For the first time in 10 years, Maxilla exclaimed. I'd summoned Fishik on the basis that if the sight of an Inquisitor would help, then an Arbites chastener would do no harm either. Midas was instructed to keep everyone else in the cutter. As the Gudrunite naval forces boarded, the leader stepped forward and his men grouped behind him. They didn't seem to form a neat echelon. Messy, I thought. Casual. Lacking the usual drill discipline of the infamous naval security team. They headed straight for Maxilla and took his documents. They had no way of knowing who I was from my appearance. But why had they not remarked on the presence of an Arbites? I voxed in Glossier to the others, as I felt something was wrong. The lead security trooper turned to look at me. I saw only my reflection in his tint-coated visor. I pulled out my inquisitorial rosette. I am Gregor Eisenhorn, Imperial Inquisitor. You are Eisenhorn, he said. There was no surprise in his voice at all. A tiny thing to notice, but not for me. The warning was already rising in my throat as their guns came up. Fishik and I dived for cover as lasbolts rained at us. I was sure I saw Maxilla take a shot, and we began to retreat further into the ship. They had heat tracing equipment, and just as quickly they were on my trail. My returning shots going wild. I used my inquisitorial rosette to bypass Maxilla's security, moving through an industrial level where machinery pounded and fizzed. One on my trail screamed as a 10-ton piston crushed him. I liberated his las weapon as Midas Bettencourt rushed to my side. It had been less than an hour, and Midas had slain 4 upon his approach. We ambushed the last of our pursuers together. Redoubling, we headed back to the bridge, finding the prone form of Maxilla, still breathing. His legs were gone, but then, from the chest down, he wasn't human. So, my bare facts are revealed to you after all, Inquisitor, he said, managing a smile. I imagined he was in pain, or shock at least. To control the sophisticated bionic lower body, he had to have intricate neural linkage. What can I do to help you, Tobias? I said. He shook his head. I have summoned servitors to assist me. I'll be back on my feet soon enough. The nature of Maxilla was alarming, but yet I felt no need to bring this to higher authorities. In high anchor less than an hour later, Prosecutor Olm Madathene stood aboard the Asen. My inquisitorial voxing to Gudrunite Naval Command had been answered with a grizzled veteran, likely in turn to express the seriousness they were taking this with. Deserters, Madathen told me. Deserters from the new Gudrunite Corps being raised for a new crusade. Not all were happy with answering the call to serve the God Emperor, but they knew my name. They were looking for me specifically. It smacks of conspiracy. One we had to unravel as we headed down to Gudrun's surface. Gudrun, capital of the Helican subsector, Scaris sector, Segmentum Obscurus, boasting a human culture for 3,500 years, feudally governed by powerful noble houses, whose reach and power extended across 36 other worlds. I took Bequin's hand as we stood off of the platform. My name is Farshaval, a merchant from Hesperus. This is Lady Farshaval. We come to tender grain contracts with your high houses of this world, and we are told Guild Synesius will provide us the necessary brokerage. I played my part well. Guild Synesius, iClone's contact would be our first foray. I had to admit that Bequin was stunning. I smiled as she played her part well, enough to leave the Chamberlain spattering on his own desire to seize the illegal Xenos-enhanced grain this so-called Lord Farshaval was selling. Guild Synesius' crimes would not go overlooked, and when the full might of the Inquisition came bearing down, they would have their say. But not for now. This was my access to House Glor. Less than a week had passed. I tugged on a thread we had learned of since the events of Hubris. iClone's transportation from Gudrun to Hubris, and that facilitator. I located Tanakbray. His rose-red jacket was of the finest silk, and his frizzy black hair was raked back into twists, and tied with a ribbon at the back of his head. He had a craggy, singularly unwelcoming face. His drinking companions were a pair of common crewmen in studded leather body gloves. Master Tanakbray, I had said, in the crowded bar. He looked around at me slowly and said nothing. His comrades fixed me with grim stares. Perhaps we could talk privately, I suggested. Perhaps you could piss off. He replied to me. I sat down anyway. His men seemed astonished at my actions, and stiffened. All Tanakbray had to do was nod, I realized, and the moment the word Iclone left my lips, violence found me. I forced my will into one of his guards. As the others lunged at me, I swiftly put them down, and set to chase Tanakbray as he shoved the civilians out of his path through the streets of Gudrun's capital. We tore through tight corridors on air bikes, until we slammed right into the parade of the Gudrun's conscription corps. The young conscripts of the 50th Gudrunite Rifles made the first kill of their military careers. I had hoped for an interrogation, but Tanakbray's death was no major setback. I, Amos, Bequin, Fishig and Midas slept that night in secure arrangements. Once again, I dreamed of the man with blank eyes. I had only been on Gudrun for less than a week, when I heard it in my ear. Aegis, Rose Thorn. Midas Vox whispered suddenly, Rose Thorn, reveal. I replied, Spectres, invasive, spiral vine. I was already out of bed, and into my breeches and boots, pulling my leather coat over my bare torso. I went out to the apartment lounge with my power sword in hand. The lights were off, but canal reflections played in here too, creating a fluttering half-light. Midas stood by the far wall, a needle pistol in each hand. He nodded at the main door. They were good. They were very quiet, but we could both see slight movement against the cracks around the doors. Backlit by the hall light, the door opened, and I forcibly dragged the man in. I punched him in the throat and rose with Midas to face the next foe, until we both froze. I felt a will, a psychic pressure far stronger than mine freeze me. I saw the man. He was very old, with a weathered, lined face, his throat exposed at the gown's neckline, betrayed traces of augmetic work that undoubtedly encased his age-twisted body. My mind felt like bursting, as I retreated into the core of my being, until Amos and Bequin burst into the room. The old man looked surprised, as his power evaporated. The conflict ended as I finally recognized the figure. Commodus Voke, Ordos Xenos, a legend and my far senior. We pulled his interrogator, a brutish man named Haldane. It seemed we both had a problem with jurisdiction. Voke had been investigating House Glor for over a year, and the death of Tanakbray had brought me and my staff to his attention. We agreed to combine knowledge and work together. It was not unheard of for inquisitorial factions to battle, but I had no intention. House Glor knew Voke from his visits, where all had seemed to be clean, but they didn't know me, my staff, or Haldane. The next day, I and Bequin dressed in our Far Chevelle personas, accompanied by Haldane and Midas as pseudo-guards, and Amos as an aide. Rain and darkness soaked the House Glor estate, a 3-story main house built in the neo-Gothic style, dominating a bluff and staring down across the deep valley from 100 window eyes. The lime-washed stone glowed lambently in the twilight. Adjoining the main structures were substantial wings, built at different times. One led to a stables, and the other considerable stone outbuildings along the edge of the woodland. I presumed this to be the servants' block. The other wing edged the crown of the bluff, and was dominated by a dome that shone gold in the sinking sun. The palace was huge, and no doubt labyrinthian. The population of a modest town could have been accommodated within it. We joined a massive feasting hall, filled with other guests likely of equal importance. As I scanned the room, I made a point to take notice of the more distinguished figures. Oberon Glor, current head of House Glor, a tall man with more chiseled features than the rest of his household. There was a distinguished simplicity to him, a control the others didn't possess. Urusel Glor, brother to Oberon, was a thick and puffy man, hair slick and somehow the head of Glor's household guard. Gorgon Locke, a raw-boned giant with hooded, sunken eyes. He had long red hair, tied back and beaded, and his jutting chin was peppered with silver stubble. I wondered about his ship and his business. I would contact Maxilla and make inquiries. Most curiously was Ecclesiarch Datso, a rather meek figure who seemed to often draw Oberon's attention. I had Haldane and Midas sweep the estate for security devices and schematics as I made my way outside to the lime-washed stone of the gardens. I pressed my will into 2 guards, driving an opening and made my way through the shadows, holding tight along the Gothic structure as the rain slicked my holds. My goal was the launch hangars on the far side of the rear yard. The hours of the gathering progressed, and I pressed in from the outside back into the sub-levels of the estate, until I overheard voices. The Glors were speaking with Locke. I could barely make out their words, other than Saruthi. A guard stepped through an adjacent chamber, and looked directly at me. I knocked him down, and attempted to drag him into another room. Within sat a single piece of obsidian, 2 meters high. The glassy stone seemed to glow with an internal light. On top of it was a jeweled prayer box, about 30 centimeters square. I lifted the lid carefully with the blade of my knife tool. In a bed of velvet lay an intricate sphere. But I had made a mistake. The guard I had knocked down rose. I spun quickly, the blood dripping from his head as he screamed, "Step away from the Pontius scum!" Others came running in, as then something psychic, dark, and monstrously powerful rushed into my mind from somewhere behind me, and I blacked out. I awoke. I was strapped down upon a torturous table. My mind and ears were humming with pain, as Locke, Oberon, and Urusol loomed above me. My index needle is lancing right into your parieto occipito sulcus, Locke whispered in my ear. Directly influencing your truth center, he said. You cannot lie, no matter what. What do you know of the true matter? He spat. Nothing, I stammered. He jiggled the needle, and pain ignited inside my head. What is your name? Gregor Eisenhorn, I rasped. Where were you born? He continued. Decair's world. Your first conquest. I was 16. A maid in the Skolum. Your darkest fear. The man with the blank eyes. I blurted out the last. All were true, all involuntarily. But that last one surprised even me. Locke wasn't finished. He jiggled the needle and pierced the back of my neck with others, so that my body went into paralysis and ice flowed down my veins. The questions began again. What do you know of the true matter? Nothing, I screamed. Without wanting to, I began to weep with the pain. Gorgon Locke continued to question me for 4 hours. 4 hours that I knew about. Beyond those I recall nothing. The torture would disfigure the nerves in my face permanently. I would never smile again. The cheers of the crowds were deafening. I had awoken bloodied and cradled by Bequin and Amos. Haldane too had been captured, but Midas Betancourt had slipped the house guard. My body felt numb as we were ushered onto the sands of a fighting pit deep in the Glor's estate. The Carnodon. It was 6 meters from nose to whipping tail. 900 kilos of muscle, sinew, striped pelt and soaring tusks. They had been starved, and the feasting upon us was tonight's entertainment for the crowds of House Glor. 2 Carnodons stalked around, killing the first poor members of Guild Synesius, caught up in my mistake. Haldane and I ran. We reached for rusted weapons provided and faced down the first Carnodon. My body was sluggish, but the distraction provided an opening for Haldane to swing his axe down upon the first creature. He finished it as he rammed in the butt spike through its skull. The jeers of the crowd roared as Haldane smiled at me with a murderous grin. The other Carnodon leaped. It tore into the helpless Haldane, ripping his scalp, rending the flesh off his back. With a guttural cry, I ran at it, caught it behind the ear with my scythe and pulled. The creature turned, leaving Haldane a mangled wreck. Face down in the bloody soil, I scrambled back, kicking at it. The monster reeled, and then leapt through the guardrails into the crowd. It tore and ripped as the screams grew. My body was failing, but I pulled myself up behind it. I roared at the now retreating Glor nobles, as from the roof Midas Bettengor launched pistol shots into the household guard. I set to chase, catching up to the panting rotund Urisil Glor. I slammed into him, and struck him repeatedly until bloody. There will be no redemption for you, sinner. I spat into his bloody face. Or your fool house. Use your last breaths wisely, and unfold your truths to me, or the Inquisition will teach you the pain that Gorgon Lock has yet to imagine. The ground began to shake. From the sky a legion of forces descended, as the full might of Prosecutor Olm made Athen's Imperial Navy, and forces of Commodus Volk began to slaughter House Glor. 22 minutes it took for the estate to be secured. Finally I managed to sit down and catch my breath. I was still caked in blood, sweat and filth. Pain and fatigue clung to me like a shroud. I sat in the ashes and flames as Volk approached. We descended back into the Glor estate, to the room with the so-called obsidian block, the location where this Pontius had been. It was missing. Oberon, Locke, and Datso were missing too. Pontius, the device iClone had expected on hubris, but one clearly undelivered, betrayed by House Glor. The Ceruthi, from Ordo Xenos records, a Xenos breed outlying the subsector, said Volk's servant. Little is known of them, and contact is forbidden. The Inquisition holds several investigations pending, but their space is uncharted. And while they keep themselves to themselves, more urgent matters have caused investigations to be postponed. I couldn't ignore this last thread. Volk was under the impression that House Glor was done, that the threat was over, but I was not convinced. The interrogation of Urisil Glor began, but under the flesh mist of the Inquisition, it had provided nothing, much to the frustration of Volk. Even a conclave of my peers sent by the Helican subsector, Lord Inquisitor Rorken, turned out nothing. But luckily I was pleased at my reunion with Inquisitor Titus Endor. It had been decades since our joint training under Habshant, and his jibing remarks would have made me smile, if I could. Urisil had been put through the most extreme pain a mortal body could take, and had given nothing. It made me think of whatever promises he had been given by the foul powers. It was something grand enough to make me shiver to think of it. To my allies it was all a dead end. But my dreams, the man with the blank eyes, Oberon, Locke, Datso, the Pontius. House Glor was dead, but perhaps their goal was still to be realized. Damask, outlier to the Helican subsector. Last trace of Ceruthi presence. Months of travel upon Maxilla's ship. We arrived at Damask. There were black flint hills to the west, thick ball tree forests in the wide river valley to the north, leagues of thorn woods to the east, near to where we had set down, and grumbling, fire-topped volcanoes to the south, far away, suiting the sky with threads of sulphurous brown smoke. I, Fishik, and Midas strode across the plateau as we made reconnaissance upon the ruins of a human settlement. Other sites had seemed abandoned, and as I peered through our long-range lenses, I understood why. In ancient armor, a monster that looked like he had stood immobile in that spot for 1,000 years. Just a glance at him inspired terror and revulsion, involuntary feelings of dread that I could barely repress. A space marine, from the corrupted and damned Adeptus Astartes, a chaos marine. We retreated to our temporary cutter, as Maxilla retreated to hide our ship in orbit. Thomas Rizor, a native of Damask, had been an unwelcome visitor in the night. His Gothic was intermixed with native speech, as Amos explained, so I exerted my will into his mind, seeing only horror, enslavement, and faces I recognized. Oberon, Locke, and Ecclesiarch Datso. The native population of Damask had been forced into a mining operation. Xenos artifacts Fishik and Midas had theorized. One I agreed with. We set out in the dark in the speeder. Fishik drove, using the terrain scanner to see rather than the lamps. That made progress slower, but more discreet. With me, Bequin, and Timas Rizor as our guide, we descended down into the mining operation. Our surroundings began to shift from chiseled stone to something resembling ancient architecture. We clung to the shadows, and after hours of descent we came to an opening. I heard the voice of Gorgon Locke, peeking out enough to see him brutalize one of the workers. He was splitting his skull for daring to damage the merchandise. From what we could see, they placed stone tablets into storages, as Locke, Oberon, Datso and the Chaos Space Marine argued. Mandragore of the Emperor's children hurt to look at. Etched runes upon his armor started to scrape at my soul. Their argument grew. Mandragore made to smash Oberon until a psychic blast locked him in place. It was then that I realized that the unassuming priest Datso was perhaps the most powerful psyker I had ever seen. Shaking, I looked around at my companions. Fishik was ashen-faced and trembling, his eyes closed. Rizor had curled up in a ball in the ashy mud, his back against the wall, but Elizabeth Bequin had vanished. We ran. Staring at the runes too long had sent Bequin into a panic, and without her negative blank aura, Glor and Mandragore turned to look upon us. Thorn was his aegis, rapturous beast below. I voxed to Midas, lasbolts flying from Fishik's gun, as House Glor troops and a Chaos Marine gave chase. We darted through the cramped spaces as I felt my heart roar, picking up Bequin as we ran as fast as we could. We passed through a clearly makeshift quarter for Oberon Glor. When I stopped, I felt something. My companions were screaming at me to continue, but I followed my gut, taking my power sword and unboxing Oberon's trunk, until I found what I was looking for. Using the cover of grenades, we stood on an open square, as Midas recklessly dropped the cutter down. Locke, Oberon, Datso, Mandragore and their guards leveled their weapons at us. I turned and held out a primed grenade to the container I held. They froze. We all did. Oberon began to bargain. Clearly they valued the Xenos tablets that I held. Enough to keep me alive for now. I voxed to Midas to open fire as I threw the case. Munitions flew at us as we darted to the cutter, barely missing the clutches of the Angel of Death. Never before in my life had I been so glad of the skill of Midas Bettencourt. As in the pursuing dogfight, the Glor ships were sliced apart as we tumbled inside the cutter's hold. For 66 hours we hid adrift in space, until the Glor fleet left anchor. We were alive for now. Docking aboard the Ascend, I was greeted like a long-lost brother by Maxilla, who thanks to his navigator had estimated the Glor's fleet's destination. Inquisition Command would be alerted, and the journey would take 33 weeks of travel. Plenty of time. As I pulled out of my coat pocket the true item I had taken from Oberon's quarters. Smaller than its housing on Gudrun, I showed Maxilla in my hand, a being long thought dead. I held the Pontius Glor.
Glor!
I repeated.
What?
Said an artificial voice. Bequin stiffened.
What have you woken me to?
What is the last thing you remember, Glor?
Promises. Promises.
The voice said, coming and going, as if drifting away from the microphone and then back.
Where is Uracell?
What promises were made to you, Glor?
Life. Where is Uracell?
There was a tone now, an anger or an impatience.
Where is he?
I began to frame another question, but there was a sudden flash of activity. A crackle of electronic synapses, firing across the crystal surface of the ball. It had lashed out with its mind, with its potent psychic powers. If Beckwin had not been here, cancelling it out, no doubt Amos and I would have been dead.
Temper,
I said. I took a step towards the casket.
I am Eisenhorn, Imperial Inquisitor. You are my prisoner, and you only enjoy cognitive function because I allow it. You will answer my questions.
I will not.
I shrugged.
Amos, disconnect this menace and prepare it for disintegration.
Wait.
The voice was pleading, despite its colourless artificiality. I knelt down in front of the casket.
I know that your life and intellect were preserved in this device, Pontius Claw. I know you've waited for 2 centuries, trapped in a bodiless state, desperate to be made whole again. That is what your family promised you, wasn't it?
Uracell promised. He said it to be so. The methods were prepared.
To sacrifice the nobility of hubris so that their life energies might be siphoned off into you through this casket. To give you the power to create a body for yourself.
He promised.
The stress fell on the second word, anguished and deep.
Uracell and the others abandoned you, Pontius. They abandoned the hubris project at the last minute in favor of something else. They are now all in the custody of the Inquisition.
No.
The word turned into a hiss that died away.
They would not.
Silence.
What would be more important to them than you, Pontius Claw?
Silence.
Pontius?
They are not caught.
What? Who are not?
My brethren, my kin. If you had them, you would not be asking these questions. They are free, and you are desperate.
Not at all. You know how it is. So many lies, so many conflicting stories. Your pitiful family trying to sell each other out in exchange for freedom. I came to you for the truth.
No. Credible, but no.
You know what it is, Pontius.
No.
You know what it is. They woke you from time to time to keep you informed, woke you from the oblivion that surrounds you in that globe. Beneath House Glaw, for example, in that chapel they built to contain you. I saw you there. You subdued me with your power.
I would do so again.
It said, traces of fire once more flickering along the golden filaments, and woven circuits that encased the jagged, quartz-like lump.
Do you know what it is? They told you.
No.
I reached down and grasped a sheaf of wires.
You're lying,
I said, and yanked the wires out. A brief moan rolled from the Vox speakers and faded. The lights on the casket went out. Air temperature and pressure began to climb again. Frost began to dissolve.
We're just beginning. We've got 30 weeks.
I went to the hold each day with Beckwin and Amos, and we repeated the procedure. For the next few days, he refused even to answer. After about a week, he began to goad us and abuse us with threats and obscenities. Every few days he tried to lash out psychically, thwarted each time by Beckwin's untouchable presence. I dined with Maxilla most evenings during the long voyage, sometimes in company with the others, sometimes alone. One evening in the 25th week, only Maxilla and I sat in the stateroom table, as the guild servitors brought in our meal.
Tobias,
I said at length.
Tell me about the Ceruthi.
He paused, and set his food-laden fork back down on his salver.
What would you have me tell you?
Why you claim to know nothing of them when I told you we were heading into their territory?
Because such places are forbidden. Because you are an inquisitor, and it does not do to admit transgressions to one such as you.
I toyed with the lip of my half-empty glass.
You have aided me eagerly and generously up to now, Tobias. I suspected your motives at first, a detail for which I have apologized. I see now you are as keen to serve the Emperor of Mankind as I. It Troubles me that you would withhold information now.
He bared his pearl-inlaid teeth and dabbed at his lips with the corner of his napkin.
It does more than trouble me, Gregor. It has plagued me. A crisis of conscience.
It is time to speak then.
I refilled both of our glasses with the vintage from the decanter.
Imperial knowledge of the Ceruthi is scant, and as you say, forbidden. I am more than aware that rogue traders know a great deal more about the outside systems and their species than we do. You are no rogue, but you are of the merchant elite. I think it unlikely that you have never come across any information pertaining to this Xenos breed.
He sighed.
As a young man, over 90 years ago, I traveled into Ceruthi space. I was a junior crewman aboard a rogue trader called the Promethean. The master was Vaden Orr, long dead, I imagine. Now there was a true rogue. He was sure he could strike a trading deal with these unknowns, or at least rob them blind of treasures.
And did he?
No. Remember, I was junior crew. I never left the bows of the ship, or went to the surface of any worlds. All I knew was the miserable duration of the voyage. The senior crew members were tight-lipped. It took them, as I understand it, a long time to find the Ceruthi at all. And then they were less than forthcoming. The third officer, a man I knew reasonably well, confided to me that the Ceruthi played tricks on the Orl's trade envoys, hid from them, tormented them.
Tormented how?
Their worlds were eerie, disarming, uncomfortable. Something about the angles, the officer said.
The angles?
He laughed sourly and shrugged.
As if something ill and twisted had infected their dimensions. We came back empty-handed after a year. Many of the crew quit and left the Promethean on our return, especially when Orl, who was a sick and driven man by then, declared he was going back to try again. I quit then, too, but only because I couldn't face another year below decks.
And Orl?
He went back. I presume so, anyway. A few years later, I heard his ship had been taken in the Borealis Reach by Eldar renegades. That's the sum of it. You can perhaps see why I was unwilling to tell you these things before. Because there is nothing useful to tell, except to incriminate myself by admitting I'd gone beyond.
I nodded.
In future, do not hold information back from me.
I will not.
And if you remember anything else?
I will tell you at once.
Tobias, you say the voyage of the Promethean was long and fruitless, and the crew members were tormented by the beings they eventually encountered. Do you not have misgivings about returning there?
Of course.
He smiled with a thin smile.
But I am bound to serve you as an agent of the Emperor, and I will do so without question. Besides, part of me is curious.
Curious?
I want to see these Ceruthi with my own eyes.
Thorn was his changelings. Imperative. In the fourth week, I changed tactics and entered into discussion with him on any subject that occurred to me. I didn't ask a single question concerning the true matter. He refused to engage with the first few days, but I remained cordial and greeted him patiently each session. At last, discourse began. On astral navigation, high ecclesiarch music, architecture, stellar demographics, antique weapons, fine wines. He could not help himself. The isolation of his condition had made him crave such contacts with a real, vibrant world. He longed to taste and read and see and live again. Within 2 weeks, he needed no encouragement to talk. I was no friend, and he was still wary and keen to insult on any occasion, but he clearly welcomed our conversations. When, deliberately, I missed a day, he complained suddenly, as if wounded or let down. For my part, I had the chance to realize how dangerous Glor was. His mind was brilliant, charming, witty, incisive, and formidably knowledgeable. It was a pleasure to talk to him and learn from him. It was a solid reminder of the quality of mind that chaos can steal. The greatest of us, the brightest, the most urbane and learned, can fall prey. The weeks of discussion proved that he was unwilling to trust me. We planted seeds. Beckwin met him in private, without my supposed knowledge. For a man 200 years dead, his only essence remaining imprisoned, his desperation to speak was our way in. We neared the end of our 33 weeks of travel, when finally he let slip the prize the Glors was seeking, the Necrotuk. KCX 1288, a broken world. We tore in through the convulsing fabric of space, past moons of blood and striated, mackled clouds of dust. A vast sheet of stellar fire swept out at us, throwing the ship wildly off course and hurling silver lumps of rock and ice against our shields. A green haze blanketed everything as we approached octagonal structures that made all of us feel an unspoken tension. The angles of this world defied reason, and I sent prayers to the God Emperor of mankind. The Necrotuk. If Pontius Glor was telling the truth, our enterprise had even greater urgency now. I had wondered what could be so precious, so important, as to galvanize our enemies so, make them risk so much. I had my answer. Legend said it was the last copy of this supposed Chaos Tome that had been destroyed millennia before. They said that by some means, in Antique's ages past, a copy had come into the hands of the Saruthi race, and now they were preparing to trade it back to the heretical Glors. We infiltrated down next to what looked like a sea. Green water, showing white at the breakers. Liquid ammonia, Amos had said, his voice a low crackle over the vox. There was something strange about it. Its waves moved from the shore. We strode in further, taking cover as we spotted Imperial naval speeders attacking fleeing troops in Gudronite uniforms. With disgust, I remembered that uniform specifically when attacked upon Maxilis Asen. I and my staff moved to aid the Gudronites. We moved like a well-practiced unit, as Beckwin and Midas took down the speeders with efficiency. I'd never been more proud of them in that moment, even if my face was incapable of showing it. The surviving Gudronites were confused, clearly conscripted by House Glor before any truth could get to them. They had been running, and pointed us in the direction of the masses that had turned upon them. We rallied the Gudronites, Fishik chanting the Imperial Creed that brought a fire to these soldiers' inexperienced eyes. I took the dress of the Imperial Black of the dead naval officer, and clung to the shadows. As we approached the plateau, there for the first time I saw the Saruthi. There were 9 of them, as far as I could tell. They made me think of arachnids, or crustaceans, but neither comparison was entirely accurate. From their flat, grey bodies extended 5 supporting limbs, joined in such a way so that the main mid-limb was raised higher than the horizontal torso. There was no symmetry to the arrangement of limbs, or to the way each of them moved. Their scuttling pace was irregular, and without repetition or order. It was disturbing merely to watch them walk. Each limb ended in a capilla of polished silver, a metal stilt clasped into the digits of each limb, lifting them a further meter or so off the ground. The metal spikes of the stilts made a clacking, tapping sound on the hard tiles that I could hear despite the distance. Their heads were oblate shapes rising on thick, boneless columns from the tops of their bodies. They had long skulls, and lacked obvious mouths or eyes. Through several flaring nostril-like openings, it showed their snouts. Again, there was no symmetry to the arrangement of these openings either, nor to the shape of the skulls, and their necks spouted off-center from their backs. I started to feel ill, like my will was about to break, until I heard my dear old Amos utter his unique phrase. Most perturbatory, I heard him murmur. It made me laugh. I felt my confidence and sanity return. I alone stalked closer, the others waiting for my signal. I saw them all. Oberon, Locke, Datso, and Mandragore, surrounded by black naval uniforms, communicating in some way to the Saruthi. A casket opened before the foul Xenos. Datso reached in, unveiling a tome, the Necrotuk. I set a panic in the already tense naval troops. Lasbolts went flying wildly as Fishik, Midas, and Beckwin led the Gudrunite attack upon the heretics. I darted for the Necrotuk as it flew from Datso's hands, the Saruthi themselves attacking. I touched it with one armored hand and felt a darkness pulse through me. It knew me. It beckoned to me, telling me to open it and experience its wonders. My body moved on its own, unclasping to open it, until I was knocked from my feet. Mandragore, Chaos Space Marine of the Emperor's Children, was upon me. I scrambled backwards in a blind panic. The stinking Chaos Warrior was right on me, his lurid armor flecked with human blood and alien ichor. Parts of my body broke under his superhuman swings. My sword parried blows, but I knew I was dead in moments. The rising dread in my gut, certain. I was on the ground, smoke and lasballs flying around us. As the ancient creature of nightmare stalked forward, I tossed the Necrotuk at its feet. He rounded on me for the kill as he picked it up, only for him to freeze, slack-jawed. The effect of the Necrotuk had affected Mandragore too. An opportunity I didn't waste, as I rallied and sliced his head from his shoulders, his skull immolating as his body still stood, an inferno of dark power burning from his neck joint. Oberon Glor emerged from behind. Last pistol aimed as I recovered the Necrotuk. I couldn't let him have it. The Puritan part of me had no doubt, but another part was abhorred by the idea of wasting it. Knowledge is knowledge, surely. Evil stems from how knowledge is used, and such knowledge was here. Perhaps if I read a page or two, I could make a better decision. No. I rallied against a part of myself and threw the Necrotuk into the dark furnace of Mandragore's corpse. I thought myself walking dead, until a sharp piece of shrapnel rocketed toward Oberon, piercing the back of his skull. A piece descended as the fighting died down, and the rest of the Gudrunite troops mocked up Glors. I limped away from the pyre. Malahite, the cretin of Claw, was alive and awake, calling out, "Locke, please, please," in a hoarse voice. That was an interrogation for later. I sat next to Fishik, who lay on a stretcher, his face in ruin and an arm missing. My own body badly wounded and broken. I was never more relieved when I heard Maxilla's voice in my ear, as we were all desperate to leave this accursed world. It had only been mere days when Imperial reinforcements I had requested above Damask loomed over KCX 1288. I strode into a council chamber that started to feel more like an interrogation than a briefing. Lord Inquisitor Rorken, veteran of the Helican subsector, was flanked by an Angel of Death, an Adeptus Astartes of the Death Watch, Titus Endor, an old friend who gave me an encouraging nod, Commodus Voke, the ancient Puritan who I had last seen on Gudrun. Next to him, Inquisitor Shongard, stocky and squat, the black metal mask obscuring everything but his raddled eyes. Opposite Shongard sat Conrad Molitor, an ultra-radical member of the Orders I had little love or respect for. Molitor was a fit, athletic man dressed from head to toe in a tight-weave armor body glove of yellow and black checkered, with a polished silver cuirass strapped around his torso. His black hair was close trimmed, and he affected the air of a warrior monk from the First Crusade. My reports of the Necrotuk had brought us together. Outcry came from all Inquisitors, but for different reasons. The abhorrence of Voke, and the glint of desire from Conrad Molitor. I felt the question burrow in further as I answered. The aliens were driven off, I said, and most of the heretics, advanced guard, including Lord Glor and the blasphemous child of the Emperor, allied to his cause, were slain. Molitor spoke up. No one has asked the important question of our heretic brother Eisenhorn, he said, stressing the word heroic in a way that did not flatter. What happened to the Necroduke? I turned to face him. I did what any of us would have done, brother. I burned it. The uproar was instant. Shongard and Conrad rose to decry me, as Endor and Voke spoke in my defense. The mock trial ended with the words of Rorken, commending me for my actions. Shongard and Conrad skulked away in defeat, as Amos entered the chamber with the news of the surviving Heretics movement. I felt a tension released from me, as if finally I had validation for my actions. Though I kept my wavering to myself, I prepared for my interrogation. I made my way onto the prison hold, where I heard screaming. I rushed forward. Conrad Molitor stood with 3 acolytes in robes behind him. Malahite lay whimpering on a horizontal metal cage, strung on chains from the ceiling. He was bare, and almost every centimeter of his skin had been peeled from his flesh. I pressed my gun to Molitor's head, until one of the hooded acolytes bade me to lower my weapon. I felt of submission to the authority of his words. This radical had tried to take the secrets for himself. My anger at missing his opportunity was palpable. Commodus Voke and I stood over the dead flayed corpse of Malahite. Conrad Molitor and his staff had wounded my investigation. Standing at the sides of the altar were 2 Marines of the Death Watch. We had no choice. What we were about to attempt was by far the most dangerous thing I had ever done. Vogue and I combined our wills. Mine still inferior to the veteran Inquisitor. The tides of the warp rushed around us, seeking to tear apart our souls first. We peered into the soul of Malahite and began our interrogation. Malahite's soul squirmed as Vogue and I peeled out the information. Details of the Saruthi, their corruption to chaos, and abilities to interact with higher dimensions. The ancient artifacts from the mines that House Glor was trading for the Necroduke. But most chilling of all was the revelation that the Saruthi had another version of the Necroduke. One House Glor would now have to deliver to their masters that they feared upsetting, the Emperor's children. The warp house came to a crescendo as I dove to carry Vogue out of its vortex. Branch-like tendrils of bone and tissue whipped out from the swirling, semi-fluid behemoth and tore Malahite apart. It was the most complete, most devastating fate I had ever seen a man suffer. But he was still smiling, triumphantly. Malahite's corpse had gone, and in its place on the plinth crouched a thrashing, screeching horror of smoke and rotting bone. A spawn of chaos. Kind Wolf and his brother Deathwatch Marines roared forward as the mutated monster began to rip and tear through the adepts and aides, even sending Vogue smashing into the walls. I was sure he was dead. My mind was reeling. I felt broken until Lord Rorken strode forward, a glittering silver sword in his grip. Holy fire spurted from the Lord Inquisitor's weapon and washed across the warp-spawned thing. Lord Rorken was chanting the rite to banishment at the top of his lungs as I rose. I and Titus Endor joined our will to Rorken's. Only fire and ash remained of the creature within our sanctum as I slumped to the floor. I spent a month in recovery due to the torment my mind had experienced. In my service to the God Emperor of mankind, no such challenge had wounded me so greatly, not even the torture at Locke's hands. Amos brought me books. Midas came to play regicide, even the recovering Vishik, with his new arm and grafted side of his face. Even the still living but on death's door Commodus Voke entered my chambers. There was never friendship between us, but a unity of common goals that had bred a mutual respect. Haldane, from our battle on Gudrun, still lived, though badly scarred. I gave my word to Voke to see Haldane raised to the rank of Inquisitor, but most surprisingly, I enjoyed most of my time with Elizabeth Beckwin. I taught her to play regicide. She read me stories aloud. Her impressions of voices almost made my lungs burst with laughter. Amos, Midas, Fishig, and Beckwin, we all relaxed in my chambers, and I had never known a peace like this. I looked lastly upon Elizabeth Beckwin, and my heart raced. Thorn was his aegis. Rapturous beast below. 56 Ezar. Months of travel, recovery, training and strategy had built to this moment. The battle in the skies above this ancient Saruthi world began almost instantly. The remnants of House Glor's heretical fleet fought desperately to buy time for the ground forces, led by the man who had stolen my smile in those Gudrunite torture chambers, Gorgon Locke. We split into multiple kill teams, filled with the survivors of the 50th Gudrunite Rifles, Inquisitorial Staff and Deathwatch Marines. We touched the surface of 56 Ezar. I gripped an Astartes bolt pistol in my hand, a gift from the Deathwatch Librarian and one I treasured. As we pressed forward, we came to the Saruthi's edifice. Its great, luminous form was the size of an imperial hive, and its foundations ran deep beneath the white mud. I tried to get a sense of the structure, but it was no good, and I quickly gave up rather than risk disorientation. It was like an ammonite, with its polished segments and perfect curves, but my human eyes could not read its true shape. The overlaps and edges did not meet as one would expect, and conjured distracting optical illusions when any attempt was made to follow them from one point to another. I struggled to recall the exact shape of the corridors and pathways, for the angles defied logic. I, Endor, Lord Rorken, Shongard, and Molitor led our kill teams in further, finally meeting House Glor resistance, now aided by their masters, the Emperor's children, in a vault of smooth, polished bays that seemed to us to have no ceiling. We found our first Saruthi. They were dead, a dozen of them, their grey skulls split and mauled, still the stilts torn off. They were surrounded by the corpses of House Glor, Emperor's children, Gudrunite Guard and Deathwatch. I found Haldane standing bloodied over the body of the Ecclesiarch Datso, the heretic priest on the edge of death. Haldane informed me that the heretic priests had come to the site to find a language primer, a translation tool. Without it, the Saruthi version of the Necrotuk was unreadable. My friend Titus Endor had given chase to Locke, who now possessed it. Another wave of enemy troops came at us. Despite how many bolts I put through the skulls, it was a distraction. I, Midas and Beckwin left our kill team to hold off the enemy as we gave chase to Locke. We ran, entering into a similar chamber as before, spotting inside a foul mantle coffin I knew could only house one thing: the Saruthi Necrotuk. I glimpsed at Locke, and 8 or 9 heretic troopers. I looked to either side of me at Beckwin and Midas. "Choose your targets," I told them, who began to fire in support of Endor, dropping at least one of the heretics. As they reeled from the salvo, Endor leapt up and ran forward. A las shot clipped him and blew him back against a stone upright. I ran forward myself, firing my bolt pistol which I had braced in both hands. I blew chunks from the block ahead of me and hit at least one of the enemy gunners. I reached Endor. He was wounded in the chest. It would be fatal if we couldn't get him clear quickly. I pulled him into cover and waited whilst Beckwin ran up through the rows to my side. Thorn ushers Aegis, a Tempest Sinister. I voxed to Midas, who was already lancing with his needle pistols and tossing grenades. Aegis attending, Tempest in 3, he responded. I darted forward, drawing my power sword and lunging at Locke. Our swings clashed viciously, until on my backswing a pillar began to topple. 2 tons of Xenos stone fell upon him. He was crushed, but Gorgon Locke was still alive. His belly and pelvis were smashed under the fallen pillar, and his arms were pinned. He gazed up at me through blinking, bewildered eyes. "Gorgon Locke, in the eyes of the Holy Inquisition, you are thrice damned by action, association, and belief," I said, beginning the cataclysm of absolution. "No," he whispered, as I completed the exclamation in the name of the God Emperor of mankind. I cut the mark of heresy into the flesh of his brow with the tip of my sword. By the time I had finished, he was dead from his injuries. I felt relief flood me. It was over. I froze in place. I felt a psychic might so powerful that I knew I could never break its hold. Conrad Molitor entered the chamber. Flanked by 3 robed figures, he began to speak of how he could not allow me to destroy this copy of the Necroduke, to think of the knowledge that could be gleaned from it. He told me he would speak of my bravery, and the tragedy of my passing in the battle for 56 Izar. A floating robed figure came forward, picking up the Necroduke as Molitor made to reach the primer now in my pocket. A last bolt from Bequin pierced his hand, and he reeled back. I felt the psychic squeeze almost crush me, until the blank aura of Bequin released its grip. The other 2 figures discarded their robes. Arco-flagellants. Heretics reprogrammed and rebuilt with augmetics and bionics to serve as murderous slaves. Molitor spoke his trigger word, and it woke them from their calming states of bliss and plunged them into a maniacal rage. I, Bequin and Midas combined our fire. As we dived wildly, we took one down with concentrated blasts as Midas attached a grenade to the other. We split apart as the wounded Molitor wailed after me, screaming my name, Eisenhorn at the top of his lungs. Bequin and I ran to a precipice. We saw lakes of fire and smoke as the victorious Imperial fleet began its exterminatus of 56 Izar. Molitor and the robed figure approached from behind, screaming for me to hand over the primer. I answered. I raised my bolt pistol to him and fired. Conrad Molitor bucked and twitched as the rounds tore through him and then fell. His mauled body slid down the curve of the roof and disappeared, leaving a smear of blood behind it. His henchmen advanced, heedless of the shots, throwing off his hooded robe. He was naked beneath it, tall, well-muscled, with a golden cast to his skin. His face was handsome, and tiny residual horns sprouted from his skull. His eyes were blank. My prophetic dreams were made flesh. Terror seized me, turning my heart inside out. The blank-eyed man, though in truth he was not a man, but a demon in human form, strode up to the shining curve towards me. The glowing octahedron of the Ceruthi's unholy text was clasped in one nimble hand.
I would like that primer now, please, Gregor.
What are you?
This is no place for introductions.
He gestured about himself. Lances of annihilation blasted down in the mudflats nearby.
Humor me,
I managed.
Very well. My name is Cherubial. Now, that primer. Time is ticking away.
Time will always tick away. Who made you?
Made me?
The blank-eyed man smiled at me duplicitously.
You're a demon host, a conjured thing. Tell me who made you and who commanded you and Molitor to come after this prize, and I might give you the primer.
He laughed and licked his thin lips with a glossy forked tongue.
Let us both be abundantly clear about this, Gregor. You will give me the primer. Either you will hand me the primer now, or I will come over to you and take it, and break every bone in your body, and defile that girl at your side, and break every bone in her body too, and then drag your jiggling carcasses down into the chamber below, and string you both up on the hooks, and burn out your agony centers, as I wait for the bombardment to flatten this place. Your choice.
You've been in my dreams for a long while now. Why is that?
I pressed.
You are gifted, Gregor. And time is not the arrow that humans like to think it is. A second in the warp would show you that. Why, a second in the four-dimensional habitats of the Ceruthi should have proved it too. Your dreams were just nightmares of something yet to happen.
Who made you?
My voice was insistent. His answer was the one I least expected, and it left me all but stunned.
The Holy Inquisition made me, Gregor. A brother of yours made me. Now, for the last time, Give me that!
The demon host swung suddenly around, as voices called out from the lower down the roof. Brother Captain Kindwolf was clambering up, out at the blast hole, flanked by Midas and another Death Watcher carrying the limp form of Titus Endor. Kindwolf raised his storm bolter and fired at the blank-eyed man. Cherubael reached out and caught the glowing shells, plucking them out of the air.
Go home, Astartes bastard!
He yelled down the sloping roof at Kindwolf.
This has nothing to do with you!
The fiend came up from the ridge until he was facing me. I could see the tiny arcs of power darting across his glowing skin. I could smell the stink of corruption. Eye to eye now, he held out his hand, palm up, fingernails long and polished like claws.
Clever of you to find an untouchable to cancel me out.
He nodded.
How did you manage that?
Fate, like time, is not linear, Cherubael. Surely you know that. But I found Bequin in the same way that the dreams of you found me.
I like you, Gregor Eisenhorn. So very challenging and stimulating for a human. I wish we had leisure to discourse and break bread, but we haven't.
He snapped suddenly.
Give me the primer!
I took out the polyhedron. His smile broadened. I dropped the artifact onto the silky roof, and, before it could slide away, crushed it under the heel of my boot. The demon host took a step backwards, gazing down at the crunched dust. He looked up again at me with his blank eyes.
You are a man of singular dedication, Gregor. I would have enjoyed killing you when the day and hour came, but you're dead already. This edifice is 240 seconds away from destruction. Cherish this.
He tossed me the Xenos Necrotuk, and I caught it in one gloved hand.
You've won. Take that consolation to the afterlife.
He started to run, towards the lip of the roof, and threw himself out in a perfect dive, arms raised. For a moment, he hung in space. Then he fought his body in, executed a precise roll and disappeared into the lake of fire below. I pulled Bequin to me as Kindwolf, Midas, and the other Deathwatch Marine approached. Endor, crumpled in the Astartes' arms, looked dead. I prayed he was, for in a moment this place would dissolve in fire. My gun cutter swung over the edifice roof, ramp jaws open. I could see Fishik at the helm through the cockpit screens, yelling at me. Amos was at his side. I watched 56 Izar die from the bridge of the Saint Cynthius as we left orbit. Petals of flame the size of continents spread out under its milky skin. Sanction Extremis Exterminatus. After the deluge of fire, the virus bombs. The seething storms of tailored plagues. The nuclear atrocity. It was a cinder by the time we left. No contact with the Saruthi race was ever made again, and the tainted, glowing light of the Necrotuk was extinguished forever. Thorn requires Aegis. The Shades of Eternity. Razor Delphus Pathway. Pattern Ivory. 3112 M41. It had been a near century following the Necrotuk affair, even the events upon Samita, when my investigation into corrupted guard elements that had costed me my hand. I had waited 2 years for a vat-grown graft, and was placed under the specialist care of surgeon and researcher Kretzia Bashilde, a brilliant woman whose wit perfectly matched mine. She was a secret I kept from my staff. As the decades passed, I suppose I am seen as a cold and callous man, but to those who know me I hope that this is far from the truth. My secret visits to Kretzia had bloomed into a bond I highly valued. I think that perhaps I had said the words, "I love you," at least once. Fonder times came to us all in my staff, as later that year, I stood by the side of Midas Betancourt. I, Bequin, Fishik and Amos were dressed impeccably. Midas had always had impeccable taste, and his bride Tirana joined us at the altar. Despite what my features failed to show, I was happy. We were all smiling, even later when Midas whooped for joy at the news he was to be a father. My pain, my guilt was immense, as only 8 months later, Midas Betancourt, pilot, gunslinger, rogue, inquisitorial agent, fell at the hands of Fade Thuring, a minor heretic, whose murder of Midas gave him far more credit than the weakling was due. I had never quite forgiven myself for not pursuing Fade Thuring in the decades that have followed, but I am an inquisitor, and the need for revenge could never interrupt my duties to the God Emperor of mankind. 18 years later I returned to Glavia, to the Betancourt family. Medea had never known her father. She had been born a month after his death, raised only by her mother, and she had come into my service by chance. I was her godfather, a promise to Midas. Duty-bound, I had visited Glavia for her ascension to adulthood, and watched her drive a Glavia long prow through the vortex rapids of the Stilt Hills during the rites of majority. One glimpse at her skills had convinced me. I gifted her with her father's iconic red coat and took her into my service. A Betancourt once again sat at the prow of my ship. Amos was still at my side, even as I sent Fishig, previously a member of the Arbites of Hubris, now one of my closest aides across the Imperium. Elizabeth Beckwin, who I too had acquired on Hubris, had left the field to form the Distaff, a collection of other incredibly rare psychic blanks who undertook missions for me and the Inquisition in general. 338M41. The accursed xenophile Beldame Sadia was within my grip as we descended down into the warrens of Leth 11. A time limit had been put upon our mission due to one inconvenience. Beldame Sadia had killed me. Leth 11 was a densely populated world, at the leading edge of the Helican subsector, its chief industries being metalwork and shield technologies. At the end of every Umbris, Leth's largest moon, Matches, by some cosmological coincidence, made the world plunge into an eclipse for a 2-week period known as Dark Night. I was dressed in all black, with a floor-length coat of heavy black leather. To the catacombs of a derelict church, I and my staff raced. Me, Mershakuse, an ex-Imperial Guardsman from Vladislav, Arianhod Eswa Swadira, the swordswoman from Carthay, and Baronsi, and Zhu Zeng, 2 females from Beckwin's distaff. Even Beckwin accompanied me, both of us believing I would not survive long enough to gain the antidote. Though Beckwin and I had undergone inquisitorial rejuvenate treatments, we looked barely older than the day we had met. It was in our eyes that gave away our true age. Talon wishes Thorn, rapturous beast within, Ravener said over the Vox link. Gideon Ravener. My interrogator was already at our location. I have trained a number of interrogators over my decades, but none had been as exceptional as Gideon. I was sure that one day he would be an even better inquisitor than I. Thorn impinging, multifarious, the blaze of disguise. I responded. My throat was getting dry and hoarse. I felt my body failing as we arrived. The Beldames had been conspiring with foul Drukhari Xenos, establishing her own cult with their dark patronage. We clung to the shadows, bearing witness to a fell ritual, as finally Beldame entered. She walked on 8 spider legs, a huge augmetic chassis of hooked arachnid limbs that skittered on the stones. We launched our attack. My body lurched, but I still kicked bolt shells into Beldame's cursed form. I could hear Ravener crying out Ariod's name as the sword mistress, his lover, fell. A Drukhari homunculus moving at a speed too great for the swordswoman of Carthay. Ravener's echoes of rage fell behind me as I chased Beldame out of the catacombs. I screamed her name, the dying of my light, a rage I could not quench. I was careless. I was stabbed hard from behind, in between my shoulder blades. I turned as I fell, and saw the maniacal face of Beldame's arch-poisoner, Pai. He cackled and giggled, prancing, a spent injector tube clutched in each hand. How does it feel, Inquisitor? Pai chuckled, capering towards me. Emperor, damn you, I gasped and shot him through the face. Beltane grabbed my half-corpse, lifting me by the throat into the air. I was sure this was the end, until she exploded into shards. I spluttered and looked up to see Witchfinder Tantalid standing over me, holstering the bolt gun he had used to kill Beltane. He was encased in gold-encrusted battle armor, the pennants of the Ministorum suspended over his back plate. He was literally the last person I wanted to see through my failing vision. You are an accursed heretic, Eisenhorn, and I claim your life. I am an Inquisitor of Ordo Xenos. I have prepared for my death for a long time, but I never thought it would come at the hands of an Imperial. My world went dark. I awoke days later aboard our cutter's infirmary. Medea, Betancourt, and Bequin had chased the Witchfinder Tantalid. That ecclesiarchal agent had wanted me dead for a personal grudge decades before. His hounding me across the galaxy I knew would come again. Amos had taken the antidote from Pai's corpse. As Ravenor had slain the homunculus, I had lost 3 of my staff in those catacombs. A costly battle. Amos brought me the saber Barbarous Satyr to me, the masterwork sword of Arianid. She had taught me personally the ways of the Carthay martial art. I knew I was duty-bound to return it to the tribal elders of the Eswes Suedir, on Carthay before long. That would mean a round trip of at least a year. I placed Barbarous Satyr away. I would honor the oath, but more pressing matters had arisen. Thracian Primaris, the seat of government for the Helican subsector, Scarus sector, and Segmentum Obscurus. You can read that description in any one of 100,000 guidebooks, geographies, imperial histories, pilgrimage primers, industrial ledgers, trade directories, and star maps. It was as impressive as it sounded. The world was authoritarian and powerful, and yet also a hellscape of human making. A hive world completely swarmed with cramped human life, surrounded by air traffic so dense it could have blotted out the sun, if that light even reached the surface. I had taken over a month to recover, and though I had wished to travel to my estate upon Gudrun, I had been formally requested by Lord Inquisitor Rorken, a man who since the encounter with the Necroduke affair had been following my career with interest. Medea Betancourt flew the gun cutter down through the traffic-thick atmosphere, towards an ocean residence I and my staff called home upon this world. Medea was young, and didn't yet possess the skill of her father, though I had no doubt one day she would. The estate was rather more of a small palace, though upgraded with inquisitorial-level security. The resources of the Inquisition were almost limitless, just like my authority. Over my century of work, my staff's numbers had grown dramatically, enough that I now housed hundreds who brought a unique skill to my arsenal. I had received messages by Lord Rorken himself, who was eager to meet with me, and even surprisingly Titus Endor, my old friend and colleague, though clearly he wished to only speak in person, and another message from halfway across the galaxy. Scalpel cuts quickly, eager tongues revealed. Atcadia, Biterus, Hound wishes Thorn. Thorn should be sharp. Around the stately dinner table with me were Amos, Bequin, Ravenor, Jubal Kircher, the head of household security, a trusted field agent called Harlan Nail, and Thula Sokova, who was Bequin's chief aide with the distaff. Medea Betancourt had chosen not to join us, but I knew this was due to the intensity of piloting through Thracian airspace. I was pleased to see that Ravenor was present. His injuries were healing, the physical ones at least. I felt he was beginning to come through the shock of Ariod's death. Politics would play on Thracian Primaris. A victory parade in the name of War Master Honorius had brought thousands of branches of the Imperium to one place, a parade I and Ravenor would be attending. I couldn't sleep well that night. My ground staff had informed me of suspected break-ins in the previous weeks. Planted monitoring devices had been found, and sent a pang of nervousness through my system. Sophisticated and untraceable. I dared to think that perhaps these devices were manufactured by the Inquisition. I raised my sidearm within the kitchen, only to startle a hungry Medea Betancourt. I thought I was being paranoid, until from the shadows Harlan Nail crept, lasgun raised. There was an intruder. From the shadows, an individual in sleek black knocked Harlan to the ground. I launched myself upon the invader, until a familiar voice came out. "Gregor?" He lisped through a bloody mouth. "You did say you were home." It was Titus Endor. "You could have called," I began. "I did," Titus answered. We were sitting down now, my friend wiping away the blood from his nose. I shrugged. "You could have joined us for dinner tonight." "I know. But then..." He paused and rattled the ice around his drink thoughtfully. "But then, it might have become known that Inquisitor Ender had visited Inquisitor Eisenhorn," he said. "It is well known that we two are old friends. Why would that have been a problem?" I inquired. Endor set down his drink. He had come to warn me. He had been questioned by Audios Malleus operatives about me. Questions about a supposed rumor that I had erred, become a radical, and gone beyond into heresy. I was grateful for Titus's warnings, for the next day the very uncomfortable subject was uttered from Lord Rorken's lips. I was grateful at that time for the paralysis of my facial muscles, because the news Rorken told me made my blood run cold. The accusation had come from an inquisitorial encounter with a demon host, one by the name of Cherubael. It had been a near century since our encounter on 56 Izar, though I still dreamed of those terrible blank eyes. The day of the parade had come. 33 heretic ciphers of alpha level or above had been captured by the War Master at Dulcine during the final major engagement of the Athenian suppression, assisted by Inquisitors Haldane, Lyco, and Volk. Two of those names I recognized from the long-ago Necrotuch affair. In containments by warders of the Navigators Guild, the War Master's victory parade of the heretics was a victory cry that would ring out throughout the subsector. For all my condemnations of the overzealous pageantry of the Novia, I will admit that the great triumph of the first day filled me with a sense of pride and exhilaration. Across Hive Primaris, the largest and most powerful hive on Thracian, dawn brought a chorus of klaxons and bells. Ministorum services, relayed live from the monument of the Ecclesiarch, were broadcast on every crackling pick channel and public vox service. The phlegmy intonations of Cardinal Palatine rolled across the streets of the great hive city, overlapping like some gigantic coral round due to the echoes of the Doppler distortion. Civilians and pilgrims flooded into the streets of Hive Primaris in their millions, clogging its arterial routes and feeder tunnels, and blackening the sky with their craft. Many were turned back to the surrounding hives to watch the proceedings on vast hololithic screens, raised in stadiums and amphitheaters for the event. I knew that the RBT struggled to control the flow of people and keep the route of the triumph clear. I stood next to Gideon Ravener, both of us dressed in our full regalia. It was in that moment I noticed how truly young he was. Despite all his exceptional skill and promise, his lover's death may have shaken him, but Gideon was going to be the best Inquisitor I had ever trained. The victory train marched. Millions of Thracian Guard, Aurora Chapter Space Marines, Titans and tanks, the Inquisitorial delegation, filled with many faces new to me. For my love of fieldwork had kept me mostly out of our orders politics. Finally, the War Master himself, raised high on a dais, dragging his prized heretic prisoners. The noise from the crowds was deafening. It even shook my bones. The triumph passed under the Spatian Gate, a monolithic structure of glossy white aethysite. The memorial gate was so cyclopean, even Titans passed under it without difficulty. For some reason, I stopped, leaving Gideon's side to pay respects at the memorial of Spatian, the gate's namesake. Ol Madathen joined me, a man who I first encountered with Naval Command during a certain ambush upon Maxilla's ship nearly a century before. Now a long-time contact. It felt good to see him again in the flesh. Petals and praise danced in the air until a buzzing grew from the distance. My stomach began to lurch. I looked up, seeing 12 lightning fighters approaching the parade, and they weren't slowing down. I felt the hairs on the back of my neck raise as I saw the fighters dive down. They began bursting into flames as they swept straight into the parade ground itself. I felt the panic and frenzy of the billion-strong civilians wash into the parade ground for safety as the fighters led attack run after attack run. Thousands split apart in reaps of volley fire. People flowed like liquid, a mass of bodies that fell into the panicked fire of the parade ground forces, just desperately trying to hold a defensive line. I saw a fighter ram into a god titan and decapitate it. A fighter plunged directly into the crowds and smear families into a paste of human entrails and gore. I was lost. I was stupefied. I was speechless. I felt as if I should fall on my knees amid the tumult and beg the God Emperor of mankind for salvation. Smoke and embers filled my lungs as I tried to move away. Space Marine bodies flew over my head as I felt a presence behind me. The Alpha-level heretic Psyker prisoners had escaped. I was not an Alpha-level Psyker. I wasn't even close. I drew my bolt gun and rammed a shell into one's heart. I turned to see another popping civilian's brains into sludge. I stabbed at him with my mind just to get his attention, and then exploded his face with a pinpoint bolt. Empress save me, he kept coming. I had blown off the front of his skull, but he kept coming. Blind, his features a gory mess, he stumbled across the ground towards me, his still active mind boring into mine. I fired again, almost panicking myself. My nose and ears poured blood, and my brain was about to explode out of my skull. A Space Marine in the colours of the Aurora chapter came at him from behind, and shredded him into pulp with his bolt gun. Another rushed forward. Psychic power again surged into my mind. It gripped my own hand and made me aim. It made me pull the trigger. The Space Marine's head exploded. Blood caked my face from the effort of attempting to not do the same to myself. The Alpha-level Psyker left me to die by my own hand, until Commodus Vogue used his own abilities to stop me. Other Inquisitorial staff arrayed around me, barely visible in the gloom. All of us survivors were staring out to the burning wreckage everywhere we looked. The parade ground was on fire, awash with the blood and corpses of thousands, perhaps millions. Most who had died in the stampede. A day of Imperial victory had been turned into a nightmare. For 5 days, Thracian Primaris burned, an entire planet in riot. A chaos taken advantage of by gangs that sieged Arbiter's strongholds. Communication planet-wide was dead, and I knew nothing of the fate and health of my staff. Slowly we managed to carve out order through the tides of bodies that lay everywhere, and made to target the architect of this disaster, Escharadon, a leader from the Alpha-level Psykers. Vogue had warned me. He was a being of dreadful intellect, and was not to be underestimated. When we saw the monster's choice of bolt hole, I understood what Vogue meant. The monster had taken a Thracian noble palace as his stronghold, enslaving the local populace around him to act as meat shields. I, Inquisitor Vogue, Inquisitor Heldane, Inquisitor Lyko, Inquisitor Roban, Interrogator In Shabel, Brother Sergeant Curville of the White Consul chapter, and a gathering of personal guard and Arbites made our way towards Escharadon's hold. Waves of controlled civilians mindlessly threw themselves at us, and regretfully we sent them to the God Emperor's side. I and my fellow Inquisitors formed a psychic shield. Together our might was just strong enough to hold back the lashing mind of the psychotic Escharadon. We hit a snag, but beneath the palace gates we set explosives to trigger a small electric magnetic pulse, aiming to disable the locks, and Escharadon's mind lashings proved he knew what we were going to attempt. The intensity grew in our minds, as the Alpha-level heretic Psyker pushed us to our limits. We would be dead in mere moments, the weaker members of our group, and we had no time. We triggered the explosives. The blast took out the defenses. It filled the sewer tunnel we hunkered in with flickering destruction. It would have killed us but for the fact that Brother Sergeant Kerville shielded us with his massive armored body. It cost him his life, and I made a point to have his name and memory celebrated by the white consuls. The void shield collapsed in on itself, blacking out the palace's systems with a thunderclap of electromagnetic rage, blacking out Ishardon's seething mind too. We rushed in. Bodies lay everywhere. Robin and his interrogator Injabel battled corrupted ground servitors. I saw Robin was cut down as I drew my power sword. My swordsmanship had always been good, but Arianhod had instructed me and the Carthaean, Ul Wila Scree, before her death. Ul Wila Scree, literally, the genius of sharpness. The Carthaean way of the sword. I made a head-height horizontal parry, called the Uwe-Sar, and then left and right block strokes, the Ulsar and Uin Ulsar, finishing with the Ul Kea, the death stroke. I and Injabel stormed out into the ground gardens, the thunder and rain roaring around us, until I saw Inquisitor Lyko, gun barrel aimed at a robed figure. He ignited the Psyker until nothing but charred sludge remained. The desolation of Thracian Primaris had cut the Imperium deep. Millions dead, from the civilians to even Astartes and inquisitorial agents in their thousands. But what came next hurt the most. My pupil. Gideon Ravener was barely recognizable. A blood-wet bundle of charred flesh, 100% burns. Blind, deaf, mute. His face so melted, as an incision had to be made in the fused meat where his mouth should have been, so he could breathe. I had left him to continue, and I was shielded under the Spatian gate. The loss touched me acutely, the waste even more. Gideon Ravener had been my greatest and most promising pupil I'd ever taught. I stood by his plastic-sheeted cot, listening to the suck and droolers, ventilator and fluid drains. I did something then I knew I wasn't supposed to do. Something in my century of life I should have been beyond. Something I hadn't done since Viburn's death and retribution on Iclone. I swore vengeance. I, Amos my savant, my knowledge and brilliant mind. Bequin, my aide, ally and psychic blank. Medea, my companion and pilot. And Nail, ex-guard veteran and bounty hunter. These alone I would take for 2 missions I set myself. The first became muddied, as news came from the now-dead Inquisitor Robin's interrogator, Injabel. The young blonde-haired man was now without a master. He came with his final reports of our encounter with Isharadon. I had to review the death notice of Isharadon to establish causal motive, he had said to me. That is procedure, I admitted. Statement was very brief, he continued. Isharadon's corpse was burnt from the calves upwards and utterly immolated. As in the incidents of spontaneous human combustion, the relics left by the plasma weapons were little more than the flesh and bones of the feet and ankles. Just bare vestiges. And I interjected. Injabel continued. There was no Malleus brand on the ankle flesh. I don't know who Inquisitor Lyko burned on the lawns of the lounge house, but it wasn't the heretic, Isharadon. Echan, Helican subsector. Isharadon. Our alpha-level psycho-heretics trail had brought us to the mining colony, situated at the heart of this polluted world. News of trade for an alpha-level psycho in a black market exchange had brought me and Harlan Nail to the ground. Former guard and then bounty hunter, Harlan Nail was my best field agent. Strong of build, and equipped with an instinctive understanding of crime-ridden hellscapes. It alluded to a past I didn't care to pry into. Twists, or Mutants were the disguise we equipped as we stumbled around the mud-slick streets of this underhive. Undercover missions were commonplace amongst Inquisitional work, but never before had I donned such a face, nor operated in a slum so far from true Imperial rule. I and Nail played out our parts well, throwing around just enough currency to get the right amount of attention, securing our place as a serious contender for some rare stock. The only trouble we found was the others that had noticed our wealth too. We had seemingly also drawn the wrong kind of attention. I rammed the word evade hard into Nayland's mind with a pathetic surge and dropped. A massive, spiked weapon sailed through the space our heads had just been occupying, and connected with nothing but air. The runt who had waylaid us uttered quite the most obscene series of curses I have ever heard, and dived on me. Nail was going toe-to-toe with two others, a snouted female in black leather, whose mouth and nose were hideously combined into one drooling, snarling organ, and a tall, thin male with a face perpetually distorted by bone and gristle. The female had a reaping sickle in each hand, and the tall male was armed with a mace, made out of a reinforced strut-toothed, with rusting blades of two saws. Nail had drawn his serrated short sword and dueling knife, and was fending off thrusts and strikes from both of them. I rammed my will into one flailing at me. He stopped, confused, until I rammed my weapon through where a nose should have been. I turned to see Nail gut the other two, as our BT sirens grew louder. We ran. "I thought you were dead," Beckwin cursed, as Nail and I burst into our room. "We had some fun on the way home," Nail had said. "Don't worry, Lizzie. I brought the boss back safe." I smiled and fixed myself a small amasec from the bureau. Beckwin hated to be called Lizzie, and only Nail had the balls to do it. The footsteps grew louder, and we dove to make ourselves scarce. When the RBTs burst in, they were met with a truly hideous and compromising I and Beckwin in twist form. They quickly left, continuing to search for their true culprits. We cleaned up and removed our disguises. I lingered too long on Beckwin. In my heart of hearts, I knew I cared deeply for her. I think she did too for me. But I was a psyker. She a blank. To be in her presence, to touch her caused me great pain. It could never be possible. Nail, Beckwin and I donned our twist disguises. Inshabel, former interrogator of Roban, had fit in well. He and Hussman, an associate of Nail I recruited 8 years before, flanked the outside of the designated auction location. Uber Amos, my savant, and longest companion, held back. At times over our century together, I'd often likened him to a tech priest, and I was surprised at how damn excited he seemed to be in field work again. Our trio took our place in the market makeshift stand in this slum, looking to our sides at our competitors. I had to hold in my laughter to what seemed to be a scantily clad cult of nobles, who looked way in over their head. Other mutants, crime lords such as an elderly figure going by Murdoch, and robed figures that flanked us as the auction began. An alpha-level psyker was on sale. I placed my own prices to far exceed the others, until I saw him. Inquisitor Lyko himself strode out into the middle, a red dust trail trailing behind him. I ran cold. Something felt wrong. One of the row figures stopped still, then strode towards us aggressively. He reached up and pulled his hood back. The flesh of his face disintegrated as he pulled it away, revealing his blank, piercing eyes. "Oh, Gregor, you do so like to make an entrance, don't you?" said Cherubael. His was the last face I had expected to see here, though it had been in my mind and my nightmares for nearly 100 years.
It's been a while, hasn't it, Gregor? I've thought of you often, fondly. You bested me on 56 Isa. I held a grudge. For a while, I must admit. But when I learned you had survived after all, I was quite delighted. It meant there would be a chance for us to meet again.
The orange collar suit began to burn and collapse off him in molten hanks until he was naked. He rose gently, arms by his side, like a dancer, and hovered on the wind a few meters above the churned soil. He was still tall and powerfully made, but the aura that shone from him was more sickly green than the gold I remembered. Unhealthy, bulging veins corded his body, and the nub horns in his brow had grown into short, twisted hooks.
And so we meet again. Aren't you going to say anything?
I could feel Beckwin shaking in terror beside me.
Stay calm. Stay still,
I told her. The demon host glanced at her, and his smile widened.
The untouchable! How wonderful! An almost exact repeat of our first encounter. How are you, my dear?
What do you want?
Want?
You always want something. On 56 Isa, it was the Necrotouche. Oh, I forgot. You never want anything, do you? You're just a slave, doing another's bidding.
Trubael frowned slightly.
Don't be uncivil, Gregor. You should treasure the fact that I've taken a personal interest in you. Most things that cross me get destroyed very quickly. I could have hunted you out years ago, but I knew there was a bond.
More of your riddles, more nothings. Tell me something real. Tell me about Vogel Passionata.
He laughed, an ugly sound.
Oh, you heard about that, did you?
Reports of the incident have made me suspect in the eyes of many.
I know, bless you. That wasn't my intention. It was just a tiny error on my part. I'm sorry if it inconvenienced you.
I have no wish to be seen as a man who would form a compact with demons.
I'm sure you haven't. But that is what's happening, whether you like it or not. Destiny, Gregor. Our destinies are entwined in ways you cannot even begin to see. Why else would you dream about me?
Because it has become a central goal of my life to hunt you down and banish you.
Oh, this is a lot more than simple professional obsession. Think, why do you really dream of me? Why do you search for me so diligently? Even hiding the extent of that search from your masters.
My mind was racing.
And why did I spare you? If it had been you on Vogel Passionata, I would have let you live. I let you live on Thracian.
What?
You stopped to pay homage at Spacian's tomb, and the gate shielded you from the disaster. Why did you stop? You don't know. You can't explain it, can you? It was me, watching over you, planting the suggestion in your mind, making you pause for no reason. We've been working together all along.
No!
You know it, Gregor. You just don't know you know it.
Trubael floated away a short distance and looked around. The auction site was frozen, all eyes on him. No one dared move, not even the most weak-willed twist guard. Even those present who didn't know what he was, recognized the extraordinary evil and power he represented. Several armed men stepped out of their cover, and the chew after tangles approached. It was Lyco, with 6 grisly examples of hired muscle.
Look who I found, Lyco. I sprung this trap just like you suggested, to discover if anyone was on your tail. And look who it turned out to be.
Eisenhorn, Lyco murmured, fear crossing his face for a second. He looked over at Trubael. I said, what are you waiting for? Kill them and we can be gone. It was suddenly clear to me Lyco wasn't the demon host's master. Like Conrad Molotov all those years before, Lyco was another pawn, a corrupted agent of someone, something else.
Must I?
Asked the hovering figure. Do it! No witnesses! Lyco whipped around and incinerated the old man with his plasma gun. That broke the impasse. Fawn's people and the other buyers broke in panic, drawing weapons, shouting. Indiscriminate shooting began. Lyco's gunmen, all ex-military types with autocannons, hosed the staging area and cut down the fleeing twists. I saw Fant Malsek hit by a burst of fire and collapse in rough sections backwards off the platform. His horn-headed minder ran at Cherubael, firing a grubby old las pistol. Cherubael hadn't moved. He was simply watching the murder around him. The lad's shot sizzled off his skin, and he glanced down at the twist, as if his reverie had been broken. The demon host didn't even move a hand, a finger. There was just a slight nod in the direction of the horned minder, and the miserable twist was somehow filleted where he stood, waves of force stripping off his flesh and popping out his skeleton. Parts of it still articulated. I felt the warp churning around that dismal place as Cherubael went to work. Once he had started, his fury was unstinting. Murdoch's war runners disappeared in a sudden vortex and died, fused together. The mud beneath Vasik's feet boiled, and she and her bodyguard sank, screaming and thrashing. I was frozen, rigid. I felt Bequin pulling at me, shot seared past my face. I snapped around and saw two of Lyco's men charging us. One dropped suddenly, headshot by what could only have been a sniping round from Hussman, out in the torn undergrowth. Nail flew past me and gunned down the other. He yelled at me. There was blood and filth swirling plant fiber in the air. A warp storm was crackling around us, so dense and dark we could barely see, barely standing against its churning force. But I could make out the glowing shape of Cherubael through it all. I drew my power sword and ran towards him. Bequin screamed. I had no choice. I had waited the best part of 100 years. I would not let him go again. He floated around to face me, smiling down.
Put that away, Gregor. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Lyco has no power over me. I'll deal with his complaints later, and...
Who does have power over you? Who is your master? Tell me! You caused the atrocity on Thracian, didn't you? Why? On whose orders?
Just go away, Gregor. This is not your concern now. Go away.
I think he was honestly surprised when I hacked the power sword into his chest. I don't really know if I'd imagined I could do him any harm. The blessed blade almost disemboweled him before it exploded and hurled me backwards. He looked down in dismay at the wound across his torso. Warp energies bright and toxic were spilling out of it. In a second, the wound had closed as if it had never been.
You little fool,
said Cherubael. I found myself flying backwards through the air, blood in my mouth. The impact of my landing shook my bones and smashed the breath out of me. My head swam. The demon host power had thrown me a good 30 meters across the site, into the underbush. Furious psychic detonations went off all around. Screaming, semi-sentient winds from the deepest warp snaked around the field, destroying the last of the twists and the fleeing buyers. I tried to rise, but consciousness left me. Thorn wishes multifarious changelings. Pattern thimble. Cherubael hovered above us, high in the roof space of the factory chamber, casting a glow of filthy warp light, choking, twitching. His limbs went limp. Lyco was raising up towards him. Smoke was coming out of his mouth and nostrils. Now, Gregor, Cherubael said. Nice try, but there are some secrets that must remain. With a nod of his head, he tossed Lyco aside. The traitor Inquisitor flew down to the front of the factory space, bounced hard off the inner hull, and then fell down into the churning reaper blades of the factory's harvester maw. His body was utterly disintegrated. Cherubael hovered lower, grabbed the comatose, bound form of the Sharadon like a child picking up a doll. I won't forget what you did, said the demon host, looking back at me one last time. You'll have to make it up to me. Then he was gone, and the Sharadon was gone with him. The being that had haunted my dreams, the one I had now chased for over a century, spared me. He could have easily killed me right there and then. The rumors of another Inquisitor being spared because of this being were true. Cherubael had thought it had been me then. This had drawn the rumors of heresy, even monitoring by my own organization. And what would they think now? I had chased Lyco as I'd awoken to consciousness. It had been pure chaos around me, as all the groups had opened fire on each other within the auction ground. Just as I had caught up to Lyco, racing through the hive of Echan, I witnessed the Sharadon, prone and bound. I had lashed out at Lyco with my will. I was stronger, and I had almost broke through to the secret he kept hidden in his mind, until Cherubael had snuffed him out. There was no bond between us. The very thought that this creature felt something other than hate towards me unnerved me to my core. 314, M41. Scalpel cuts quickly, eager tongues revealed. At Cadia, by Terrace, Hound wishes Thorn. Thorn should be sharp. After months, I and my staff travelled as we made our way towards our second mission. The gatehouse of the Imperium and bastion to the Eye of Terror. The world of Cadia. A bitter autumn wind was coming down off the moors, the turning ribboned leaves of the axle trees beginning to fall. They fluttered past me like dry strands of black kelp, and collected in slowly decomposing drifts on the windward side of the graves. Above, the overcast sky was full of racing brown clouds. I walked past endless fields of graves, ready to be replanted with glorious dead, the moment the etchings became illegible. Such was the sacrifice of this world's people. Cadia was a harsh and miserable world. A people dominated at every level by Imperial military. They say a Cadian could take apart a rifle at the age of 7, and had already been trained for field work in their early teenage years. Its cities were impenetrable fortifications that had suffered the wrath of 12 black crusades of chaos. Even civilian fashion was a mix of camouflage gear. My mind had begun to draw lines that made me uncomfortable for what had brought me to Cadia, now inexplicably tied back to the massacre at Thracian Primaris. Cherubael. Godwin Fishik strode up to join me, as in my winter gear we crossed the ancient pylons of Cadia. Other than Amos, Fishik had been my longest companion, joining my side since the Necrotic affair and the sabotage of Iclone upon his world of hubris. Grey speckled his thick blonde hair now, but Godwin Fishik stood tall and as built as ever. The news of Gideon Ravner brought sorrow to him. He had admired Gideon. Frankly, it had been difficult not to admire Gideon, and I sometimes felt that Gideon was the man Fishik wished he would have liked to have been. Fishik's great strength was his self-knowledge. He understood his own limitations. His strengths were loyalty, physical power, fine combat skills, observation and a nose for detail. He was not quick-witted, and his abhorrence of book learning meant that even the rank of interrogator was beyond him. Though he would have loved to rise formally through the ranks of the Inquisition, he had never tried, contenting himself with becoming one of the fundamental components of my staff. To try, he knew, would have meant failure, and Godwin Fishik hated to fail. He was my compass, a true Puritan that assured me if I ever fell off the path, he would kill me, and I valued him for that. Fishik escorted me to Inquisitor General Neve. He told me I wouldn't like her, and within 5 minutes I completely understood why. She was a short, sturdy woman in her late 110s, if my eye was any judgment, with salt and pepper hair pulled back tightly into a bouse. She had the typical pale, tight flesh and violet eyes of a Cadian, and our mere presence seemed to be offensive. I could almost believe she was the pure definition of grouchy. The Sons of Baal, one of the many cults that seemed to spring up, and then fall so close to the Eye of Terror. These Sons of Baal, or Sons of Cherubael, had been caught decades before measuring the ancient pylons of Cadia. Inquisitor Neve limped off to grab the archive reports. She clearly believed that I was a fool to put so much weight on a bunch of measuring idiots. She turned and dropped the file case onto the reading table. They might have been idiots, I said, but they're the only solid link I have to a demon host that could destroy us all. A demon host, she said. That's right, and the beast that controls it. A beast that, if I am right, is one of ours. She lurched back down the Archivium. Convince me, she said. I don't know if I did convince the Inquisitor General. I didn't know if I could, but she heard me out and stayed around for another 2 hours, helping me locate the files of connected cases and other materials. Past 9, she was called away to a disturbance in an island community. Before she left, she offered accommodation for me and my staff in the Minster, which I politely declined, and made it clear that I had permission to continue my investigation, provided I kept her informed. I've heard stories about your adventures, Eisenhorn, she said. I don't want anything like that happening on my turf. Do we understand each other? We do, I replied. Good night then, and good hunting. Fishig and I were left alone in the Archivium. You were wrong, I told him. How's that? Fishig replied. I did like her. I was pleasantly surprised to once again step aboard the SN in orbit. Tobias Maxilla, a rogue trader I had first encountered to Gudrun over a century before. Our relationship had deepened over the decades, making him an unofficial member of my staff. A genuine voyage, an odyssey. That was what Tobias Maxilla lived for, and my work seemed to provide him this entertainment, even escorting Fishig to Cadia in my absence. I, Fishig, Beckwin, Nail, Amos, Husman, Medea, and Inshabel. We all sat down to an extravagant dinner. I watched on in peace. Fishig, Medea, and Nail trading their war stories, Amos diving into theoretical topics. I'm sure Inshabel and Husman being held hostage to my savant's ramblings was not how they planned this evening. Beckwin and Maxilla lost in conversation, probably trading makeup tips. We didn't speak of the mission, only enjoyed each other's company, something we needed. Months passed in the freezing cold of Cadian winter, delving through the archive records every day, desperate to find a trace of how this cult of Baal, or even Cherubael, had gotten planet-side. Inquisitor General Neve had made it clear to me that this was Cadia, the most fortified planet in the Imperium. Not to her, her predecessor Inquisitor Gorfal, nor his predecessor. None would have missed an incursion of this threat level. After months, I, Fishik, and Inshabel were called to a location on the far side of Cadia, only to find Tobias Maxilla. I had no time for Maxilla's eccentricities, and simply asked what he wanted to speak of. It was simple, Maxilla told me. It was possible to sneak onto Cadia, and he had just demonstrated it by using my authority and clearance codes. Cherubael had come to Cadia, and one of our own had done it. Neve and I alone rushed back to our sanctum, uncovering encrypted inquisitorial records. It took us the entire night to decrypt. It brought us to one name, a hero long thought dead, Inquisitor Quixos. It's most perturbatory, Amos muttered. Quixos, Quixos the Great, Quixos the Bright, one of the most revered inquisitors to ever roam the Imperium. His early texts have been required reading for us all. He was a legend. At the age of just 21, he had burned the demons out of Artem. Then he had purged the Endorian subsector of its false goat gods. He had transcribed the Book of Edion. He had broken the wretched subcult of Nurgle that had tainted one of the palaces of terror itself. He had tracked down and killed the Chaos Marine Bangilos. He had silenced the whisperers of Domakanti. He had crucified the Witch King of Sarpeth on the battlements above his incinerated hive. But there had always been an odor about Quixos, a hint that he was too close to the evil he prosecuted. He was a radical, certainly. Some amongst the Ordo said he was a rogue. Others said, in low, private voices, much worse. But to me, he was a great man, who had perhaps gone too far. I had simply honored his memory and his achievements, because as far as I and the Imperium had been concerned, he was long dead. Conrad Molitor upon 56 Esar with a Saruthi, Lyco with Thracian Primaris and a Charadon. I inadvertently had been set on this path, even since hubris. It was rare, but some in my Order's history had fallen, often crossing the line between fighting chaos and using chaos to fight itself, as my mentor Habshant had warned of. Kargesh, 314 M41. My band was all aboard, preparing weapons. So was Inquisitor General Neve, and a 6-man squad of Cadian Kazakin. Impressive troopers in white camoed armor, prepping matte white las rifles and stubbers in the crew bay. Kargesh was a way station, used under the encryption of Inquisitor Quixos's orders, and we were certain to find the last remnants of the Sons of Baal, or whatever militant group was working under Quixos. I stood next to Neve. She was dressed in Cadian mesh armor and adjusting her winter hood. She had exchanged her silver crutch for a lift-assisted cane, fitted with a compact cylindrical grenade launcher. We touched ground on station, my feet crunching on the snow. Nail was to my left, fielding a combat cannon. Hussman to my right, with his trustworthy long las. Inshabel was to his right, armed with a brace of antique las pistols that had belonged to Inquisitor Roban. Fishig, hefting an old, trusted Arbites-issued riot gun, had gone wide to the far left. Bequin, a long-barreled auto pistol in her gloved hand, was right beside me. Behind us, Neve and her Kazakin lurked, waiting for my signal. We moved on to the armed rabble, catching them by surprise. None went for their weapons, only their robed leader stepping forward, unveiling a face and shape so twisted I knew what it was. A demon host. Trubael? I said, foolishly, stupidly. Your witness ally is not here, Eisenhorn, said the being, baring his teeth and gleaming with light. My name is Profanity. I raised my bolt gun and fired. The demon host kept moving as violence ensued. Only with Fishig's handcrafted blessed silver bullets did the spawn wound. I kept the creature's attention on me as the Kazakin mercilessly and efficiently cut down the cultists. Profanity was behind me, hanging in the air, incandescent with power. It was naked, and wore the terrible wound we had inflicted like medals. The right leg frayed at the knee, dripping with glowing white ichor. Entry wounds and burns bubbled and smoked across its chest. Its head hung slack on a neck broken by Hussman's hot shot. It spread its arms, and a hand that was just a thumb and a mangled palm sprayed lightning into the midnight grass. Nice try, the slacked head gargled. With its robe gone, I could see its body was strung with chains, padlocks, and bindings. Stitching needles and other iron ores were pierced into its luminous flesh. Run, I said to Neve and Bequin. Run, I screamed. Neve raised her silver cane and triggered her launcher. The grenade hit Profanity in the lower torso and blew it back a few meters with a flash of Faisaline. It rushed back towards us, moaning and chattering in warp curse language. Bequin grabbed both me and Neve. Her untouchable quality was our only defense now, and she knew it. Profanity stopped short of us, just a meter or so away, hovering in the air. I could smell the rank stench of eternal murder about it. Its broken neck made a sound like snapping twigs, as it slowly turned its lolling head to look at us. It couldn't attack us psychically, so it turned physical. Claws reached Neve aside in a trail of blood. I drew my rune-etched Cadian blade, a gift from General Neve, and pierced it in the gut. The blade hissed, and the creature snarled. Bequin and I were knocked down. We were scrambling, desperately trying to keep our link. Next I saw the greatest bravery I had ever seen. 3 of the Kazakin leaped upon the demon host, fearlessly. The Cadian elite had given me an opening by sacrificing their lives. They had fallen in the service of the God Emperor of mankind, which every Cadian was born to do. Aegis, by Scarlet Inferno, Thorn Redux, I screamed into my box. Medea appeared in the gun cutter, and shredded the form of profanity until the demon host winked out the material verse. Fishik ran to Bequin, as I ran to the prone form of General Neve. I felt my blood cool, until from Husman, the voice of profanity boomed. His eyes glowed, and the demon host burst from his body. Reborn, we were utterly outmatched, until the demon host floated into the sky. The sound of boots grew, until to my utter shock, more Cadians arrived. The bloodied nails shouted in confusion. "Inquisitor Eisenhorn," boomed a vox-amped voice from the lead Cadian. "For crimes against the Imperium, for the atrocity at Thracian, for consorting with demon hosts, you are hereby arrested and condemned to death." I recognized the voice. It was Inquisitor Ozma. Ozma was a well-built, broad-shouldered man in his 150s. He wore brass power armor that glowed almost orange in the ruddy dawn. Ornate Malleus crest decorated his armor. His face was blunt and pugnacious. His eyes were glinting dots set into puffy lids, fringed by heavy grey eyebrows. "Gregor Eisenhorn," he said in precisely enunciated high formal Gothic. "In fealty to the God Emperor, our undying Lord, and by the grace of the Golden Throne, in the name of Ordos Malleus and the Inquisition, I call thee Diabolus. And in the testimony of thy crimes I submit this charter. May imperial justice account in all balance. The Emperor protects." I was changed to a wooden chair, 3 months deep inside a Cadian prison. Endless days of interrogations by Inquisitor Ozma and his interrogators. It left me a shell of a man. My story never changed. I, Inquisitor Gregor Eisenhorn, utterly reject the accusation of orchestrating the attack on Thracian Primaris and consorting with demon hosts. There were questions I dreaded, such as why I had stopped at the tomb of the Spatian Gate, saving my life. Why this Cherubael had spared me. Where was the alpha-level Psyker? I was glad at times like this that Gorgon Lock had permanently paralyzed my face. My explanation of Quixos's continued survival and extreme heresy fell on deaf ears, for in the eyes of Ordos Malleus, innocence is no defense. My calls to Lord Rorken had got me a trial on Thracian Primaris, but it would be too late, for Ozma had planned to break my mind and body before I could leave. Fishik was my appointed advocate. 3 days before my final interrogation, he asked me the question I could sense building in him for months. Am I true? Is the accusation correct? He had a right to ask. I looked him in the eyes and told him they are false. I am a true servant of the Emperor of mankind. The cramps began just after what I guessed was midnight. They woke me from a bad sleep. Pain surged through my body and my mind was numb. I hadn't felt this bad since Pai's handiwork on Leth 11, during the Dark Night, almost 2 years before. I tried to rise and fell off the bunk. Spasms racked me and I cried out. I vomited up the dregs of the dire supper. Bouts of fever heat and death chill twitched through me. I was going to die. My consciousness faded. I woke aboard the SN, Tobias Maxilla's ship. Fishik had poisoned me. Used a dose of the reactive that the mad scientist Pai's toxin that had almost killed me when confronting Beldame Sardine, the Xenos conspirator. It had been convincing because I really was dying, and the reluctant inquisitorial security rushed me to a Medicaid facility. Then my staff pounced, likely covered in secret by Inquisitor General Neve, though she was careful to leave no traces of her linked to us. For the first time in my life, we were on our own, operating outside the authority of the Emperor of Mankind's Holy Inquisition. Quixos, the legend. The man who had shaped me through his work and teachings was my enemy, Extremis Diabolus, and we were utterly outmatched. The encounters with his demon host had proved that. We needed to be better equipped. I needed weaponry strong enough. I needed information. I needed Magos Pure. I had never prayed so much before. I begged the God Emperor to complete this task in his name, before death hit my own brothers and sisters' hands. For months the Ascend traveled to the fringes of the Helican subsector. Dozens of times my staff escaped roaming arbiters and bounty hunter squads. Finally the Ascend entered the Chinchair system. Chinchair itself, or more properly Chinchair Rogue System Planet 4X181b, was a blue nugget of rock, swaggering along an almost figure-of-8 far orbit around the system's unique clashing stars, following the vagaries of their impacting gravity wells. Rare and ultra-rich metals, including anciliatum and foridium. It had been a miner's plunder haven for as long as it had been identified. Medea, Amos and I descended the rampart onto the mining facility. Medea had removed her father's jacket in favor of a much more anonymous set of grubby flight overalls. Amos had adjusted the hydraulic settings of his augmetic exoskeleton to hold him in the stiffest, most upright stance possible, with a long tunic cloak of black bagia, a white skull cap and an engraved data cane. He looked every centimetre a distinguished Scholem academic. I lacked any trace of my usual inquisitorial garb. I wore leather breeches and high, buckled boots, an old flak armor jerkin with dirty ceramite overplates, and a full-face filter mask with tinted eye slits that resembled nothing as much as a snarling skull. Nail had lent me a motion tracker unit from his personal kit, which I had strapped over my right shoulder, and a heavy, snub-nosed las pistol that hung in an armpit rig under my jerkin. A combat shotgun rested in a scabbard between my shoulder blades, and I had a belt of shells for it around my waist. I looked and felt like hired thug muscle, which was precisely the point. To our surprise, the facility was almost empty. The automatic vox speakers sounded with orders, and yet no soul arrived. I witnessed Mechanicus equipment discarded, something unheard of from the servants of the machine god. I pushed in further, coming to surprise a long-limbed man in filthy overalls, crouching with his back to me, rummaging through a footlocker. He almost seemed stunned to see me. I noticed a distinct birthmark upon his neck as he brought me to his supposed superior, Enforcer Khalil. He was a big man with dark skin and a white stubble of hair and beard. His eyes seemed to possess a murderous glare, as Amos played his part brilliantly, of a scholar expeditionary leader, here on Mechanicus research. My sense of unease grew as Enforcer Khalil led us to some temporary quarters. Amos spoke to me. He thought his words would upset me, about how we were here on a singular mission. Magos Pure, tech priest of Mars, and a close associate of my former mentor Inquisitor Habshant. A distant but trusted ally even Amos had known well in their time together. Amos told me he could see my desire to root out the mystery here, but I am no longer an Inquisitor. I had no authority to pursue any goals other than the ones I had set myself. He was right. Surprisingly, I felt no anger at the surmising of my lost purpose. A century in the God Emperor's service. By all means now, I am just Gregor Eisenhorn. Aegis wishes Thorn, by half-light disabused. In administratum by heart, scales fall from eyes. Multifarious, the grasp of changelings, pattern thimble advised. The shadows of men obscured the light from under the doorway. Medea, Amos and I were up, Amos pretending to snore still. We ambushed them as they opened the door, Medea and I cutting down two as Amos broke one's neck with a single punch. At times I forgot my savant scholar's augmetic strength. I turned one of the bodies over, finding again that birthmark upon the neck. We lugged our equipment and began to move. The discarded Mechanicus equipment, the skeleton crew, the clearly missing Magos Bure, and now this assassination attempt. Enforcer Khalil was clearly covering something deep within this facility. I wrestled with the connectors as Amos and Medea sat down in the cabin of one of the mining scavenger pods. Las shots whistled past us as I locked the hatch. Medea launched our transport right into the heart of the mining operations tunnels. The upper workings of the Imperial Allied mines were huge excavations, reinforced with rockcrete and filled with abandoned mining machines. Medea kicked the pod's lamp array and illuminated our path with hard spot beams of clear white light. At the far end of one reinforced spur, the lamps picked out a sudden, wide gradient where the horizontal incuts of the surface mines began their descent. The steep access board descended for about 1.5 kilometers, occasionally flattening into work shells with entries into side seams. The view from the front screen seemed to be black and white, the fierce white light piercing the blackness and revealing only pale grey dust and rock, and the occasional sparkle of Druce. Medea slowed us as we passed one more fragmented, an extensive pile of breakdown, and then, under Amos's instruction, maneuvered us down into the throat of an almost vertical chimney. Amos sat on navigation, his eidetic memory our eyes as for hours we descended down further. The temperature was rising, even within our protected transport. Whatever Khalil and his corrupted crew were hiding, we would now have to find it at the heart of this rock. In fact, the deeper we descended, our box signal grew. Another 3 hours, another 2 kilometers down. It was damn hot. The air outside was thick, with venting steams and gases. Several caverns and dome pits were home to luminous acid lakes, where the geothermal steadily simmered the water. Gorges and the occasional pitch-showered flares of red light from lava rivers and cauldrons of molten rock. Upon a cavern wall, an enormous, perfectly cut plasma hole bored through. Medea flew us through it, until we came across a leviathan of a machine. Medea slammed the brakes. Vade, Elquam, Alatoratha, Semptus, I yelled into the mic. Time seemed to stretch in those daunting seconds. Vade, Elquam, Alatoratha, Semptus. The thrumming guns of the beast halted. An inner lock clanked and opened. A hooded figure in long orange robes seemed to hover out onto the platform. It grasped the handrail with both hands and looked down at us. The figure pulled back its hood, revealing a mechanical skull finished in oil-smudged chrome. Its lens-like eyes glowed bright green. Fat black cables under its jaw pulsed, and the Voxcaster screwed into its throat spoke. Gregor, Uber, it has been a long time, said Magos Bure. Magos Bure. His knowledge and discoveries almost worshipped by his brethren in the tech priesthood. He had been a fabricator architect of the Titan forges of Trilix Fal. To my certain knowledge, he was almost 700 years old. Hapshant had occasionally hinted that Bure was far older than that. He had no lower limbs and floated on anti-gravity suspensors. He turned to face me. Welcome to the Translithopede, Eisenhorn, spat his Vox emitter grill. You too, Amos, my old friend. I must admit I can't conceive of what brought you here. Is it the Lith? Has the Inquisition sent you to deal with the Lith? News of my disgrace clearly hadn't reached him, and for that I was thankful. The Lith, a hyperdense geode of approximately 700 tons, a perfect ecahedron 4 meters in diameter. Its mineral composition was exotic and inexplicable, and it was alive. Bure relayed the information to us. A previous expedition had returned tainted, leading to a corruption that had spread and ruined the mining facility. The Lith was clearly an ancient creation, whose origins I imagined would forever be a mystery, but Bure had been searching for its true location for weeks, until we gave it to him. Amos presented over the coordinates. He wasn't sure what it was when he read it in the office where we met the Enforcer. It was unguarded information because they didn't expect outsiders. Bure threw back his chrome skull and laughed, a screeching, mocking cackle. Amos, Medea and I strapped ourselves in next to 2 of Bure's Mechanicus staff. The tech priest's minds melded with the Leviathan machine. and set out to the coordinates. I felt my ears ping. My body sweat profusely as we broke into the lith chamber. Transport cutters came for us immediately. The cult was already here by some other means. Shots pounded onto the hull as to my shock. Some of them were unshielded and open, squirming with men as magma dripped around them. My blood ran cold as I caught sight of the lift's defender, a behemoth of writhing flesh equal to our Leviathan, a mass of what had once been the population of this colony. It slammed against us as Bure, locked within his machine link, fought desperately back. I had to think fast. Medea and I darted to our transportation pod. We leaped out of the back of the Leviathan and headed straight for the lith. It was within reach, the foul black decahedron, emanating the taint of chaos, enough to make Medea fall unconscious in her chair. I lunged for the controls and flew over a lava lake until shots rang from another transport. It was close enough that I met the eyes of Enforcer Khalil. We banked and darted. I felt like my body was on fire from the heat. Though practiced and honed through decades of discipline, my mind struggled to fight the growing influence of the lith. It came to me then. I rammed my will into Khalil's mind with all my strength. His pod dipped and spluttered into the lava lake. I opened my Vox speaker and began to scream, recording my words into a loop. I chanted the Emperor's prayer of aberration against the warp, a song I had learned as a child, one I had used with Lord Rawkin and Titus Endor in the Necrotuk affair. I played the loop until it boomed back towards the lith. Words, I murmured. Your corrupt whispers against my words of power. How do you like that? I pushed the sonar gain to maximum. In terms of sonics alone, the pulses alone would have stunned a man to unconsciousness and snapped his bones. For a good minute or more, I feared it was having no effect. Then the whispering ceased. It became a subsonic moaning of rage and anguish. And finally, agony. The lith's surface became discolored, as if mottled by mold. It shuddered, cracking the obsidian around it. Then its inner luminance spluttered and went out, and it became indistinguishable from the black volcanic glass that surrounded it. The writhing mass attacking Bure and Amos collapsed. Amos embraced me as I strode back to the Leviathan, and to my surprise, Bure too embraced me, though awkward. It took 30 hours to return to the surface, enough for all of us to recover from our ordeal. Bure spoke to me again, asking what had brought me here. I trusted him. I told him I had a lot to explain about my life in the recent months, that I had come to him because I needed to revisit something I gave to him nearly a century before, something I should have given to the Inquisition. I stepped through an iris valve, down 3 grilled steps into a cell, feeling the nauseating static prickle of the psychic dampening fields. Every surface was dusted with ice crystals, and there was a crackle of cybernetic energy. "Hello, Eisenhorn," said a hollow, Vox-projected voice. It came from a casket that squatted on a basalt block in the center of the room. Both casket and stone were caked in ice. Tiny lights darted and blinked inside the casket's open lid. I prepared myself, and then replied, "Pontius Glor, we meet again."
Let me make sure I understand you, Eisenhorn,
said the disembodied voice of Pontius Glor, slowly and contemptuously.
You think I'm going to help you?
I cleared my throat.
Yes.
So you finally reached that place. How wonderful.
What place?
I felt uncomfortable. I'd been planning this interview for months, and now control was slipping entirely to Glor.
The place where you cross the line.
I have...
All Inquisitors cross the line eventually.
I tell you...
All of them. It's an occupational hazard.
Listen to me, you worthless...
Methinks Inquisitor Eisenhorn protests too much. The line, Gregor. The line. The line between order and chaos, between right and wrong, between mankind and man-unkind. I know it because I've crossed it. Willingly, of course. Gladly. Skipping and dancing and delighting. For the likes of you, it is a more painful process.
I rose.
I don't think this conversation is going anywhere, Glor. I'm leaving.
So soon.
Perhaps I'll be back in another century or two.
It was on Quenthus 8, in the spring of 019.M41. Ah wore a golden torque around his neck, the mark of his tribe. It was the most valuable thing he possessed. Actually, it was the only thing he possessed, but no matter. He offered it to me in return for me becoming his master. I took it, and, as I said, I bought him.
I sat back, unimpressed.
Wait. Later that same day, I examined the torque. It was inlaid with astonishing technology. Borea might have been a beast world by then, but millennia back it had clearly been an advanced outpost of mankind. It had fallen into a feral dark age because chaos had touched it. And that torque was a relic of the decline. Its forbidden, forgotten technology focused the stuff of the darkness into the wearer's mind. No wonder Borea, where every adult male wore one, was a savage waste. I was intrigued. I put the torque on.
You put it on?
I was young and reckless. What can I say? I put it on. Within a few hours, the tendrils of the warp had suffused my receptive mind. And do you know what?
What?
It was wonderful. Liberating. I was alive to the real universe at last. I had crossed the line, and it was bliss. Suddenly I saw everything as it actually was, not as the Ministorum and the rot-hearted Emperor wanted to see it. Engulfing eternity, the fragility of the human race, the glories of the warp, the fleeting treasure of flesh, the incomparable sweetness of death. All of it.
And you ceased to be Pontius Glor, the seventh son of a respectable imperial house, and became Pontius Glor, the sadistic idolater and abomination?
A boy's got to have a hobby.
Thank you for sharing this with me, Pontius. It has been revealing.
I'm just getting started.
Goodbye.
Eisenhorn! Wait! Please!
The cell hatches clanged shut after me. I waited 2 days before I returned to see him. He was sullen and moody this time. I entered the cell and set down the tray I was carrying.
Don't expect me to talk to you.
Why?
I opened my soul to you the other day, and you walked out.
I'm back now.
Yes, you are. Closer to that line yet?
You tell me.
I leaned over and poured myself a large glass of Amasec from a decanter on the tray. I rocked the glass a few times and then took a deep sip.
Amasec.
Yes.
Vintage.
50-year-old Gethalamore vintage, aged in Burwood barrels.
Is it good?
No.
No.
It is perfect.
The casket sighed.
You were saying about that line?
I was saying I was most annoyed with you.
Pontius returned, stubbornly.
Oh.
I casually slid a low stick from the plastic board tub I had carried backhanded from Teresia Ungra's stateroom. I lit it and took a deep drag, exhaling the smoke towards the infernal casket. Nail had injected me with powerful anti-intoxicants and counter-opioid drugs just half an hour earlier, but I sat back and openly seemed to relish the smoke.
Is that a low stick?
Yes, Pontius. You were saying.
Is it good?
You were saying.
I've told you of my slip, my crossing of the line. What else do you want of me?
The rest. You think I've crossed the line too, don't you?
Yes, it's in your bearing. You seem like a man who has understood the wider significance of the warp.
Why is that?
I told you it happens to all Inquisitors sooner or later. I can imagine you as a young man, stiff and puritanical, in the Skolam. It must have seemed so simple to you back then. The light and the dark.
Not so obvious these days.
Of course not. Because the warp is in everything. It is there even in the most ordered things you do. Life would be brittle and flavorless without it.
Like your life is now.
I suggested, and took another sip.
Damn you.
According to you, I'm already damned.
Everyone is damned. Mankind is damned. The whole human species. Chaos and death are the only real truths of reality. To believe otherwise is ignorance, and the Inquisition, so proud and dutiful and full of its own importance, so certain that it is fighting against chaos, is the most ignorant thing of all. Your daily work brings you closer and closer to the warp, increases your understanding of orderless powers. Gradually, without noticing it, even the most puritanical and rod-stiff Inquisitor becomes seduced.
I don't agree.
Pontius's mood seemed to have brightened now. We're engaged in debate again.
The first step is the knowledge. An Inquisitor must understand the basic traits of chaos in order to fight it. In a few years, he knows more about the warp than most untutored cultists. Then the second step, the moment he breaks the rules and allows some aspect of chaos to survive or remain so that he can study it and learn from it. I wouldn't even bother trying to deny that one, Eisenhorn. I'm right here, aren't I?
You are, but understanding is essential. Even a Puritan will tell you that. Without it, the Inquisition's struggle is hopeless.
Don't get me started on that.
He chuckled, then paused.
Describe the taste of that amasek in your mouth. The quality, the scent.
Why?
It is 300 years since I have tasted anything, smell anything, touched anything.
I had feared my gambit with the amasek and opiate was too obvious, but it had drawn him in.
It feels like oil on my tongue. Soft, body heat. The aroma precedes the taste, like peat and pepper, spiced. The taste is a burn in the throat that lights a fire behind my heart.
The casket made a long, mournful sound of tantalized regret.
The third step.
The third step. The third step is the line itself. When the Inquisitor becomes a radical. When he chooses to use chaos against chaos. When he employs the agencies of the warp. When he asks the heretical for help.
I see.
I'm sure you do. So, are you going to ask me to help you?
Yes. Will you give me that help?
It depends. What's in it for me?
I stubbed out the low stick.
Given what you just said, I assume your reward would be the satisfaction of seeing me cross that line and damn myself.
Very clever. I'm enjoying that part already. What else?
I turned the glass in my hand, swirling the amber spirit around.
Magos Bure is a talented man, a master of machinery. Though I would never release you from imprisonment, I could perhaps ask him for a favor.
A favor?
Pontius echoed with trembling anticipation.
A body for you. A servitor chassis. The ability to walk, reach, hold, see. Perhaps even the finessing extras of sense actuators. Rudimentary touch, smell, taste. That would be child's play for him.
Gods of the warp. Ask. Ask me. Ask me, Eisenhorn.
Let us talk for a while on the subject of demon hosts.
The past is a mirror to the future, or so a friend once said to me. I did not believe it then. I do now. The past walks with us. Its face is the face of all those we have hated, all we have loved, all we have failed. They say that to be an agent of the God Emperor's Inquisition is to see the true horror of the universe and still have the will to prevail. As with all things, there is another face to the truth. I have looked on the terrors of the universe and cast them down. I have judged billions and forgiven some. I have known victory and touched defeat. And the lesson that all my years as an Inquisitor has taught me is that it is not enough to prevail. We have to endure the poison of history. We have to survive our own sins. My name is Gregor Eisenhorn. I am 148 years old, still in my prime by Imperial standards, and those of the Inquisition. All my life, I've had a reputation for being cold, unfeeling. Some have called me heartless, ruthless, even cruel. I am not, and I am. I am not beyond emotional response or compassion, but I possess, and my masters count this as perhaps my paramount virtue, a singular force of will. Throughout my career it has served me well to draw on this facility and steel myself, unflinching at all that this wretched galaxy can throw at me. To feel pain or fear or grief is to allow myself a luxury I cannot afford. As a member of His High Majesty the God Emperor's Inquisition, I find my philosophy questioning at this time. To the outside galaxy, members of our order appear much alike. An Inquisitor is an Inquisitor, a being of fear and persecution. It surprises many that internally, we are riven with clashing ideologies. To express it in simple terms, some Inquisitors are Puritans, and some are Radicals. Puritans believe and enforce the traditional station of the Inquisition, working to purge our galactic community of any criminal or malevolent element. The triumvirate of evil, alien, mutant, and demon. Anything that clashes with the pure rule of mankind. The preachings of the Ministorum and the letter of imperial law is subject to a Puritan Inquisitor's attention. Hardline, traditional, merciless. That is the Puritan way. Radicals believe that any methods are allowable if they accomplish the inquisitorial task. I hunt Quixos, a fallen member of my order, one who uses forbidden resources, such as the warp itself, as weapons against the enemies of mankind, and even the Imperium itself. I was once a Puritan by calling, and an Amalathian by choice. The ferociously strict ways of the monodominant philosophy no longer entices me. There is precious little subtlety in their ways, and thus it is not for me. Amalathians take our name from the conclave at Mount Amalath. Our endeavor is to maintain the status quo of the Imperium, and we work to identify and destroy any persons or agencies that might destabilize the power of the Imperium from without or within. They believe in strength through unity. Change is the greatest enemy. They believe the God Emperor has a divine plan, and work to sustain the Imperium in stability until that plan is made known. We have deplored factions and infighting, and yet I have found myself declared Diabolus Extremis. In the eyes of the God Emperor's Holy Inquisition, I am a heretic. The massacre at Thracian Primaris, the mutilation of my greatest pupil, Gideon Ravener, and the death of millions has been laid at my feet. I am cut off from the resources that I desperately need to battle Quixos and his demon hosts, hiding away aboard the rogue trader Tobias Maxilla's ship. So you have me then, pictured. Gregor Eisenhorn, rogue, on the run, over a century old, I am not the Puritan I once was. I am not sure how to define myself, but I am resolute. I have already told you of my force of will, and you will have noticed my prowess with a blade. What else is there? I killed the heretic Iclone. I have triumphed over a corrupted House Galore. I burned the Saruthi and 56 Izar of its chaos taint. Come, and let me show you how I will fight Quixos. Thorn wishes multifarious changelings, rapturous beasts below. The 20th day of 10th month, 340 M41. I will record this thought now, because I feel I must. For all that Pontius Glor was, for all that came later, I cannot shake my bond to him, though I try. There, in the cell on Sin Chair, and essentially before the dim hold of the Ascend, we had spoken together for hundreds of hours. I had no doubt that he was an unforgivably evil thing, and that he would have killed me in a second during those times, had he been allowed the chance. But he was a being of extraordinary intellect, wit and learning, admirable in so many ways, strange ways. But for that talk, back on that spring day, on Quenthis, his life may have been different. And if it had been different, and had we met, we would have been the greatest of friends. Bequin told me not to worry about Fishik. The conversations between me and Pontius Glor had upset him. He had broken me out of prison, saved my life from execution because he knew I would never turn. But the fact that I skirted the line here made him worry. I had to. I needed this power and knowledge in order to combat Quixox and his demon hosts. Glor was right. Many of my ilk had crossed a line, some unknowingly, and if I was honest, the thought gave me fear. I am an Amalathian, perhaps not the Puritan I was in my youth, but I had others to keep me from crossing the line. Harlan Nail strode to stand beside me. You fight dirty sometimes, don't you, Harlan? He looked at me quizzically and scratched his shaved scalp. Not sure I know what you mean, boss, he said. All those years, bounty hunting, and I've seen you fight, remember? Sometimes you have to break the rules to win, I said. I suppose so, he replied. When all is said and done, you use whatever works. I'm not proud of some of my more ruthless moments, but they're necessary. I've always been of the opinion that fair play is overrated. That bastard trying to skin you won't be playing fair, that's for sure. You do what you have to do. The end justifies the means, I said slowly. He raised his eyebrows and laughed. Now that's different. That kind of thinking gets a man in trouble. There are some means that no end will ever justify, but fighting dirty, occasionally, is no such bad thing. Neither is breaking the rules, provided you remember one thing, which is, I said, you have to understand the rules in the first place if you're going to break them. I drew Barbarous Satyr. With information gathered over the weeks of interrogation, I combined my knowledge with Glor's, melding it with Bure's expertise to reforge the weapon into a master-crafted artifact. Priceless materials, even a fragment of the dormant cleansed lith, and runes now etched into its surface. I would owe Clan Eswe-Swendir for this weapon, as I already owed them for Ariod's life. I should have returned it to their care, for it was part of their clan legacy and Ursuril, or living story. It was mine to safeguard, not to take, and certainly not to deface this way, but face to face with profanity. At Casar Gesh, I had learned that pentagrammatic words worked against demon hosts. All that was left was the need of a saint's blessing. 341 M41 we departed. I wished Bure well, instructing him to honor my word and to give Glor a servitor body. I couldn't express my gratitude that Bure deserved, especially for listening to my story and choosing to believe me. I didn't know how much I needed that validation until I had it. I, Amos, Bequin, Medea, Nail, Fishig, Injabel and Maxilla dined as we celebrated the passing of a new year. It would be months or even years, before we could all sit in a room together again, for each possessed a formal writ we would spread to those we could trust, a formal disavowal of Quixos and the request for aid, all the while hiding from Inquisitor Ozma and most of the Inquisition. I was somber for days as each split off. Orbal Infanta, Ecclesiarchal World, Saint Ezra, who had been martyred in 670 M40, was the patron saint of undertaking and setting forth, for which I took to be appropriate. His city was a shimmering growth of steel, glass and stone rising from the sun-cut plains of the Midwest. According to the guide slates, all water was pumped in from the western coast, along vast pipelines 2,000 kilometers long. I was dressed in black leather head to toe, a yellow sash as per tradition covering my chest. I knelt inside the cathedral grounds before a priest, the blessings of Saint Ezra gifted to Barbarisator. I made to leave through the swarming mass of pilgrims until a bolt shell flew beside me. I dashed to cover as blood sprayed across the tiles, Barbarisator dropping from my grip. I looked up to see a figure I recognized, donned in bronze gleaming powered armor, a figure I had last seen almost claim my life in the warrens of Leth 11 when poison coursed through my blood. Witchfinder Tantalid. He disengaged his mirror shield and gazed down at me. You are an accursed heretic, Eisenhorn, and that fact is now proven beyond doubt by the Carter issued for you. In the name of the Ministorum of Mankind, I claim your life. Tantalid holstered his bolt pistol and drew his ancient chainsword, Theophantus, intent on delivering formal execution with the holy weapon. I fired my las pistol, powering shot after shot at him, driving him backwards. I got in close, only to be sent flying into scaffolding on a lower level, the air stolen from my lungs. 2 acolytes of Tantalid drew in to finish me as I rose. I didn't need the will. I was already angry. The revelations of Glor's knowledge had robbed me of solid sleep for 4 months. I viciously cut them both down, after disarming and running them through with their own weapons. It had only come to me later. The blood I was spilling was fanatical, but loyal Imperial blood. Another crime to be laid at Quixos's feet. Tantalid rounded on me. Each swing almost bisected me, and eventually he would. From above an object flew into view, tossed by Medea, the Carthaean blade. Barbarisator purred in my grip as I came up. The runes blazed with vengeful light. Tantalid realized that the nature of the battle had suddenly changed. I saw it in his eyes. My first swing severed his wrist, cutting clean through the powered armored cuff, dropping his hand to the floor. Still clutching the smoking bolt gun, my second met Theophantus and destroyed it, spraying disintegrating chain teeth and machine parts into the air. My third cut Witchfinder Tantalid in 2, from the left shoulder to the groin. Neither half of him made a sound as they fell apart onto the cathedral floor. I had despised the man. His personal vendetta against me over decades was truly his downfall. But it was his words, his sanctioned killing of heretic Gregor Eisenhorn, that wounded my soul. 343 M41, Thessalon, near Hesperus in the Helican subsector. Despite all the precautions, I was taking my life in my hands. I was presenting myself, voluntarily, to 4 members of the Inquisition. I was trusting that my previous friendships and allegiances with them would count for more than the accusations Ozma had laid at my feet. These 4 were the only 4 who had responded, out of the original 20 communiques. Nail had vetted each one, but there was still a very real chance that any or all of them had attended simply to execute the declared heretic Gregor Eisenhorn. I greeted Amos, Nail, Inchabel, Bequin, and Fishig. I nodded to my oldest friend, Titus Endor, as I entered the room. To the side sat the ancient Commodus Vogue, never a friend, but an ally to me since the Necrotuk affair. I wasn't sure if it was his faith in my character, or a chance to right the wrong of Thracian Primaris' massacre, that had brought him here. He unjustly blamed himself as the capturer of the alpha-level Psychers. To his left stood a tall, confident man I didn't recognize. His domed head was shaved, but there was a violet glint in his eyes that told me he was Cadian, Inquisitor Raum Grumman, a close ally of General Inquisitor Neve. She had helped me break out from that Cadian prison, and likely suffers the ire of Ozma as we spoke. The identity of the fourth and final guest took me aback. He was clad in polished battleware plating that looked custom-made and exorbitantly expensive. With gauntleted hands, he lifted the scowling hound skull helmet off his head. Inquisitor Massissimo Ricci of Helican Ordo Xenos. He was hardly an old friend, but I knew him well, and I knew his presence meant that I had Lord Inquisitor Rorken's support. All Ordos of the God Emperor's Inquisition were present, as Beckwin stepped forward to speak. Over hours we outlined every piece of intel, from Conrad Molitor and 56 Izar, to Lyco and the massacre at Thracian Primaris, the demon hosts on Cadia. Beckwin was the last standing. As you can see from the files of data marked Alpha, Quixos certainly visited the planet Manganor almost 200 years ago, and became involved with a cartel of trade interests and noble families known as the Mythic Path. The Path was a network which already utilized prohibited and forbidden law and technologies. Quixos could have closed them down and burned them. It is clear he did not. Instead, he fed and supported them. He nurtured them until they became a power base for his individual empire of dark belief. No longer a cartel, but a cult. A cult of Quixos. See below that I have traced massive stone-cutting orders to the limit world of Cerberus, which lies galactically south of Terra. The Masonic guilds of Cerberus are famously secretive about their contacts. They provide an inert, obsidian-like black glass stone called cerbite, a beautiful substance that is in high demand right across the Imperium. Cerbite is, as far as reckoning goes, as close to the material used on Cadia for the pylons as it is possible to get. As I have said, the Masonic guilds are close about their contacts, but there is little hiding transportation of a massive copy of one of those pylons by shipping guild bulk lifter, 3/4 of a kilometer long and 1/4 square. Quixos has ordered the manufacture of a perfect copy of the Cadian pylons, and has had it shipped to Farnus Beta. If you have ever trusted my advice, trust this now. Quixos is on Farnus, and if you're going to stop him, it must be now. Your devoted friend and pupil, Gideon Ravener. Crippled as he was, he had found this insight, which totally altered our plan of attack, along with 20 scrolls of demonic protection. I was speechless. I felt almost tearful. I was overjoyed that he lived, and even more so that his mind was still intact. Titus Endor, Commodus Vogue, Raum Grumman, and Massimo Ricci stood, all declaring their unwavering support and belief in my cause. Inquisitor Quixos was a heretic, and the Inquisition demanded vengeance. Even now I cannot express the weight I felt lift from my shoulders. A burden I had carried since Cadia, the self-doubt and the words of Pontius. My allies' validation meant more than words could express. Farnus Beta, 343, M41. Thorn desires illumination. Rapturous beasts below. A false dawn rose as the bombardments fell upon the mountain facility. We had all anticipated Quixos would have fast psychic defenses. He had, after all, been collecting psychics like a Charadon, and it seemed likely that active psychic assault would be a key element of his resistance, perhaps even more significant than his demon hosts. In 2 groups, my entire distaff of untouchables, some 50 individuals all told, had moved in alongside the first ground troop advances. Beckwin, guarded by Nail and 12 of my warrior staff, led one group. Fishig and a dozen more fighters led the other. The distaff had never been used on such a scale before, but it proved to be the weapon I had always suspected it to be. We had a small army, filled with each Inquisitor's staff, ranging from ex-Cadian Kazakin to Thracian spec ops that flooded these facilities. Maxilla's SN had never been so full. We were met by Quixos' own army of cultists, loyal only to him. I could see it in Endor's expression. Despite all the strength we were mustering, we still faced hard resistance. We plunged deeper, traveling for hours as we cut down pockets of resistance. We raced into a massive chamber, half filled with veiling smoke. Green, unnatural flames were licking up the walls, surrounded by over 50 bodies, most of them Imperial Guard. Commodus Volk was standing his ground against profanity. The ancient Inquisitor wielded his psychic might, but was on the verge of breaking. As I and Endor rushed forward, I tried to join my will to Volk's, until Cherubael hovered before me. "Gregor," it said, "you've come so far. I knew you had it in you." I held up my new rune staff in front of me. The green marble scroll of demonic protection that Ravenor had sent had already been reduced to a shattered remnant by the force of Cherubael's opening attack. "I've waited for this moment for such a long time," said the demon host. "Remember on Echan, I said you'd have to make things up to me. Well, this is the time. Now. This is the moment that everything has been about. The one I have seen coming since our paths first crossed. Destinies, our destinies, intertwined. Remember that." "How could I forget?" I spat. "You claim to have been using me all along, guiding me, even protecting me. I watched you kill Lyko and Echan, so that I would live. For this moment? Why?" Cherubael smiled. "And the warp is in you, as it is in me. You see time from all angles. You see what will be and what will come. What someone here will do in a century or two. What someone there has done 1,000 years in the past. You see the possibilities. Riddles. That's all you ever speak," I shouted back, parrying his fury of attacks. "No more riddles, Eisenhorn. From the first moment I met you, I saw you were the only one. The only one with the tenacity, the skill and the opportunity to give me what I want. What I want most of all. I saw that if I kept you safe, you would come and give me that most precious thing here on this world at this hour. I would never help a demon like you." Cherubael grinned, blank-eyed and utterly serious. "Then destroy me, if you can." I raised my rune staff, one crafted from the knowledge taken from Pontius Glor. The runes glowed hot, and I thrust a blast of psychic potential far beyond my own strength. But Cherubael didn't move. Smiling, he allowed himself to burst and unravel. I saw into its mind. I saw the years of enslavement it had endured at Quixos's hands, the torments of its binding, the great, forbidden text of the Malleus Codicium, whose arcane knowledge Quixos had used to create his demon hosts. This was our relationship, mine and Cherubael. Why he could have killed me 12 times over. He saw a path only I could walk, a path to give him his freedom. I felt nothing but disgust then. I rallied back to the other fight. I ran past the wounded forms of Inshabel and Endor, stepping up to the hovering form of profanity, the corpse of Commodus Volk underneath it. Never my friend, but Volk had been an ally where others had turned their back. The ancient Inquisitor had finally earned his rest, and I would avenge him. The smiling demon host charged at me. "At Khazar Geth, you told me to make my weapons sounder next time, monster," I howled, and impaled his charging form on the steel pole of my rune staff. "Is this sound enough?" Profanity screamed and exploded, blowing me off my feet. I didn't think I'd banished it. I think I obliterated its essence forever. I got to my feet, making my way to Titus Endor. I made to lift his wounded form when I saw it, a rosette of Ordos Malleus. He had changed Ordos. Since when? I saw the look of shame in his eyes. He spluttered, speaking of how he was forced by Ozma, forced into spying on me, even since Thracian Primaris. No doubt his presence here was no alliance, but an impending execution on me. I ordered the stunned Inshabel to take my oldest friend away. His screams of how he was protecting me. He was blackmailed, how he had given nothing of value, but it fell on deaf ears, for my rage was too great. I plunged in deeper, far too aware of how little men and firepower we had left. I pushed for 3 hours, until reuniting with the other Inquisitorial assassination force. Ricci was weak from a blade wound, and all of his bodyguards were dead. Grumman had just 2 Kazakin left with him, both of them armed with las rifles. I peered into the inner sanctum chamber. Rogue psychers hung like ornaments around the walls. One of them, I had no doubt, was a Charadon. The place was a hellscape. the designs of a mad and broken mind. I was too slow to see what happened next. Instantly, Ricci was split open down the length of his spine, as he was still in the process of falling on his face, choking on his own blood. One of the Kazakin was severed at the waist and toppled in halves, his gun firing spasmodically. The other Kazakin folded up around the impaling thrust of a long, dark blade, spontaneously combusting from the belly out. Grumman pushed me out of the way as a devastating blur turned again. He fired his las pistol at it 3 times. The blur moved, snapping round faster than my eyes could follow. The long, dark blade the blur was wielding deflected each crackling shot. Grumman's head left his shoulders. Quixos, the arch-heretic, the renegade, the unforgivable radical, whirled on me before Grumman's butchered body had even started to slump. I had one fleeting glimpse of the long demon sword. Carnagar. It was gnarled and knotted and thick with abominable runes and irregular claw serrations. That is all I saw as it came whistling towards my face. I drew Barbarasata and began to trade blows. Quixos was far from the monster in my mind, yet his image was one of disgust. His ancient face was misshapen, a pustular horror. Rudimentary antlers bulged from his brow. His skin was dark like granite. Wheezing augmetic cables and implants bulged at his throat. And under the dirty head cloth he wore, his eyes were shining balls of blood. Heretic, slave of chaos. He battered into my mind. He was insane. He was exactly what Pontius Glor had described, the crossing of the line to the state of insanity. The pylons of Kadir pacify the warp, he spat. By amplifying them using extreme psychers, they could be made into a weapon to destroy the warp, a weapon to collapse the eye of terror in upon itself, and kill half a segment of my thought. And that was a price he was willing to pay. This was where radicalism led. You have to understand the rules in the first place, if you're going to break them. And there was no rule Quixos wouldn't break, even swimming in the corruption of chaos itself. I couldn't let myself become this. We parted. Barbarasata's rune edge glowed with heat as I dived in for a Sar Ahat Ud, a slice to the heart. Carnagar slammed down and broke my blade, but I stepped in with an all care and rammed my broken half into his chest. Heretic, he wheezed out as he fell into a heap on the floor. Unknowingly, for over a century I had chased Quixos's work. Since Hubris, House Glor, 56 Izar, Cherubael, Thracian Primaris, Kadir, and now here. And yet I felt no relief flood me. That came later, with a full inquisitional pardon. Only I and Titus Endor of the Inquisition survived. The others were given full honours burials. Commodus Vogue, most of all, I would miss. Injabel left my service. There would always be a place for him in my staff. But I would be there when he would attain the full rank of Inquisitor. Amos, Bequin, Nail, Medea, Fishik and my distaff returned with me to our Gudrun estate in the latter half of 343 M41. I retreated down into my deepest chambers, to a warded vault only I knew existed. Why? My prisoner spat, squirming against its chains. Because I have power over you, where once you had power over me. You used me. You orchestrated my life. You moved me like a regicide piece to the place where I best serve your desires. Now that is reversed. It thrashed against its chains and shackles, but it was still too weak from the ordeals of the snaring entrapment. Damn you, it whispered, falling limp. Understand me, I said. I would never help a thing like you, but you tricked me into doing so and almost got away with it. That is why I have done this. That is why I have expended the considerable time and effort involved in raising you, snaring you and binding you. This is a lesson. I will never, ever allow my actions or my life to benefit the arch-enemy. You said that from the outset. You knew I was the one who would free you from Quixos' service. It is a shame you failed to see what I might do to you instead. Damn you, The voice was louder. There will be a time, Cherubael, demon thing, when you will wish with all your putrid soul to be Quixos's plaything again. I left the demon host in there, locked away in the deepest hole I possessed. I strode up to my open vault within my study and placed the Malleus Codicium inside. You have to understand the rules in the first place if you're going to break them. Quixos had taught me the line. I wondered then if faced with the same dilemma I was given a century before, the choice of whether to keep or destroy the Ceruthi Necrotuke, would Gregor Eisenhorn of today make the same choice? Am I still the Puritan I once was? Midas Betancourt had once, during a late night of drinking, and Galavian rules regicide said, why do they do it? The radicals, I mean. Don't they understand that even getting close to the warp is suicide? I thought differently now. Sometimes you have to break the rules to win. Rosethorn by Flamelight Crescent, Dura, 386M41. She was killed. I lay on the ground, weeping and gasping. The rune staff, steaming, had landed on the stone with a clang. My plan had failed dismally and completely. Elizabeth? I asked softly, looking to where she lay. Fishig and Nail were huddled over her. Nail looked back at me and shook his head. No, I said, as I stepped forward. Not Elizabeth. Not her. After all this time, she's hurt bad, boss, Nail had said. I'll try to make her comfortable. But the tread of Cruel Vault echoed outside. I staggered towards Bequin. She looked so still, so broken. I had no ideas. I was only partially conscious. I had Barbarisator in my fist and was running for the door. I think I meant to go out and face the Titan with my sword. That's how far gone I was. One man with a sword, intent on facing down a battle Titan. Before I could reach the door, I heard the scream of down jets and the chatter of cannon fire. I didn't have to look out to know it was my gun cutter. Damn Medea Betancourt. Fade Thuring had been left to fester in power too long. Nearly a century before, he had been a low-level acolyte of a greater cult, one who had killed my closest friend, Midas Betancourt, Medea's father. I am an inquisitor. Petty vengeance was far below the priorities the role demanded of me. But when the opportunity presented itself upon Dura, I and my staff seized upon it. Medea had never met her father. Her dark skin and features were all wrapped up under her father's coat, and made her a spitting image of him. Kill the bastard, she had said to me, and I agreed. I departed an inquisitorial trial being held in the vicinity. My staff, who had expanded in the decades since the Quixos conspiracy, were bolstered by Inquisitor Rassi, a good friend. We stormed the island facility, housing an abandoned Mechanicus plant, only for a behemoth of legend to emerge, with a sound that gripped me in a primal fear. Its name was Cruel Vault. It weighed 2,500 tons and stood 60 meters tall. Like all the great warlord-class battle titans, it was a biped, almost humanoid in proportions, hooved with immense three-toed feet of articulated metal. Its massive legs supported a colossal pelvic mount and the great, riveted torso that housed its throbbing atomic furnaces. Broad shoulders provided ample space for turbo laser batteries. Beneath the shoulder armor, the Titan's arms elevated the machine's primary weapons, a Gatling blaster as the right fist, and a plasma cannon as the left. The head was comparatively small, though I knew it was large enough to contain the entire command deck. It was set down low between the shoulders, making the monster ogreous and hunched, and within I knew sat Fade Thuring. The firefight around us was winnable, but to battle this machine was not. There was only one possible path to victory. Rassi and I combined our wills on my rune staff, slamming it into the machine spirit's own mind, as Bequin prepared to deliver the killing blow after our assault. I felt darkness wash over me. We were in the warp. Blood and ghosts swam around us as we trenched towards the floating mass That was the representation of cruel Volt. Cherubael. The name grew in my mind. Rassi wailed. The pain of my own memories inflicted upon us both. My fellow Inquisitor made it clear that he had no desire to peer into the abyss of my mind. We broke into the Titan's memory sphere, and may the God Emperor spare me. I saw such things then. I stood on the brink and peered into the abyss of the Titan's memories. I saw cities die in flames. I saw legions of Imperial Guard incinerated. I saw Space Marines die in their hundreds, scurrying around my feet like ants. I saw planets catching fire and burn to ashes. I saw Imperial Titans, proud warlords, burst apart and die under the onslaught of my hands. I saw the gates of the Imperial Palace on terror, through a blizzard of fire. I saw down through many thousands of years. I saw Horus, vile and screaming out his wrath. I saw the whole heresy played out in front of my eyes. I saw the age of strife, and witnessed firsthand the dark age of technology that preceded it. I fell, plummeting through history, through the stored memory of cruel Volt. I saw too much, and I started to scream. Rassi slapped me hard around the face. Gregor, come on now, we are almost there. We're at the heart of it all now, frail as whispers. We were in the bridge of the Titan, seeing the multiple, overlapping spectres of the men who had commanded it. All sat in the Princeps throne, all dead. I saw horror, absolute horror. Elizabeth, I yelled. Bequin leapt forward and grabbed the rune star from the hands of us two Inquisitors, who were quivering with power, stress and terror. Our eyes rolled up blankly, so that only the white showed. She gripped the rune staff and focused her untouchable force. The staff exploded. It sent Elizabeth flying back, slamming her body into the wall with a sickening crunch. I was screaming from grief. Medea refused to heed my hails. Driven by a grief and vengeance of her own, she brought the cutter in for another attack, aiming for Fade Thuring within the Titan's head. It was no match. The cutter fell from the sky in trails of smoke. Medea, Amos, and many others within, plunging out of sight. I was knocked to the ground as the Titan turned back upon us. We ducked into the streets and wreckage of the facility as munitions reaped through our position. More of my staff fell. Fishik and Nail shielded the mangled body of Bequin. Risi tried to rally us, but the looks in all our eyes validated the thought we all were thinking. We were going to die here. My mind drifted. I had something more powerful than a Titan. I caught myself. Until that very moment, I had never even considered undertaking an action like this. No matter the preparations, a servant of the Inquisition who makes chaos his tool against chaos is a greater enemy of mankind than chaos itself. Chaos knows the bounds of its evil and accepts it. A servant of the Inquisition who uses chaos is fooling himself, denies the truth, and damns us all by his delusion. My mentor Hapshant's words echoed in my mind, but my mentor was wrong. There was a line between him and Quixos, and my desperation now only clarified it. I grabbed my rune staff and rushed alone towards the Titan. Under its feet I began to recite words from the Malleus Codicium, words that gave me nightmares. In a vault locked on Gudrun, a seal unlocked. A demon trapped in scarred flesh burst into existence before me. Cherubael opened its eyes. I pointed at the Crua vault. A white flare of heat illuminated in the distance, and Crua vault died. Fade Thuring died. I've kept my staff and Barbarossator in my hand, for I knew what the demon would target next. I liked you, Gregor, said a voice that scraped inside my skull. Of all men, you had the spirit I admired. I worked for you. I spared you more than once. Consider that. All I asked in return was that you honor our compact and release me. And what did you do? You tricked me. You trapped me. You used me. A star came out over the lake, a hazy ring of white around a brilliant, gleaming center, almost fluttering, like a leaf on the wind. It eddied down towards me, and Cherubael went in for the kill. I parried the creature's initial attacks. It was not at its full strength, but its hatred of me was more than enough fuel. I ran. I weaved through fire and wreckage, all while Cherubael laughed. It was hunting me. I hit the water's edge, near the ruins of the downed cutter, only to find Bastian Vervoek, an acolyte sent by Lord Rorken himself to become my next interrogator. The man was young, full of zeal and hope. I felt guilty at being so annoyed by his childlike wonder at me. I felt even worse for the thought that followed. I knelt beside him. His yearning face looked up at me. Damn, that yearning, puppy look. Master? Bastian, I interrupted. Are you a true servant of the Emperor? I am, he replied. And you will so serve him in any way you can? I will, Master. And you are pure? Foolish question. Vervoek's damned purity had led to all his mistakes. His puritanical piety had made him a liability in the first place. But he was pure. As pure as any man could be. I placed my hand on his chest. I made my fingers wet with his blood. Then I daubed certain runes and markings on his forehead and face, on his neck and his heart, muttering seldom heard incantations from the Malleus Codicium. What are you doing? He wavered. Damned questions. Even now. What must be done? I said. You are doing the Emperor's work, Bastian. Forgive me, Vervoek, I said. Of course, Master, he mumbled. For what? He added suddenly, bellowing the incantations of binding, the litany of servitus, the wars of entrapment. I met Cherubael head on, the runestaff glittering with power. I bound the demon host into Vervoek's body, as he screamed the scream of a soul tearing. It was Godwin Fishig who found us, Cherubael floating beside me. I saw the look in his eyes. He asked, how? How did I know how to bind a demon? Vervoek, he was dead when I did it. Surely. I couldn't answer him. I had never prayed so sincerely in my life. The night we boarded transport back to Gudrun, I prayed in thanks that Amos and Medea had survived. I prayed for Fishig's forgiveness. I prayed for Beckwin's survival. I prayed for Bastian Vervoek's soul. The weeks that followed were very silent, until we entered my Gudrun estate. I brought Cherubael back into a warded vault. The truth of it, Gregor, it said to me, is that I've missed you. Our times together have always been exhilarating. Quixos was a cruel master, but you understand me. On that island, you called on me for help. Oh, we've had our differences, and you're a tricky so-and-so, but I like that. I think my existence could be an awful lot worse than being in your thrall. So, tell me, what do you have planned? What glorious work will you and I do together? You'll find me willing, ready, in time. You'll be able to trust me, like a friend. I've always wanted one of those. You and me, Gregor, friends, working together. How would that be? That would be impossible, I stated. Oh, Gregor, it chided. Silence, I said. I couldn't stomach its silky tones. I am an Imperial Inquisitor serving the light of the Golden Throne of Terror. You are a thing of filth and darkness, serving only yourself. You are everything I stand against. It licked his lips. Vervoek's canines were becoming ice-white fangs. So why did you ever decide to bind me, Eisenhorn? I regularly ask myself the same question, I said. It tried to beg in Vervoek's voice, but I knew his soul was gone. I struck the bound creature. Understand this, demon. Binding you, using you, that has cost me dearly. I hate myself for doing it, but there was no choice. Now I have enslaved you again. I am going to take no chances. The correct containment of you will now become my life's primary devotion. The history text will not remember me as a man so driven to accomplish things. He got lazy and slack. There is no escape from me now. I will not allow it. You are mine, and you will stay mine. The days that followed, I feared the reaction of my staff. Only a few really had the knowledge to understand what I had done, and what raged inside my vault. Uber Amos, my savant, my living encyclopedia, was first to give me understanding. Medea kept a distance. Fizhig, who I had sent on other duties, was no doubt torn. Nail knew nothing, as he guarded what remained of the mortally wounded Elizabeth Beckwin. I dare not let myself linger on her too long. I could not face that grief, not yet. The Gudrun estate, home to my staff, was one of my holdings throughout the Helicon subsector, each housing at a time members of the Distaff, an elite unit created by Beckwin and filled with psychic blanks, now an operation that functioned without me. Yet at this time the estate felt rather empty. I headed to the training grounds, eager to focus my mind, to regain a sense of control. Jubal was my weapons master. He was getting a little old, and on peak form I had no trouble besting him. Where he truly excelled was in combat law and the techniques of military science, for which he had studied his entire life. He used those that morning, preying on my softness and slowness, overwhelming my superior strength and speed with patient expertise. 3/4 of an hour, 5 rounds, 5 touches to him. His old lined face was glowing with perspiration, but he was 5 times the winner I was. Medea Betancourt entered the chambers. Medea took off her father's cerise jacket and hung it on a window knob. "What'll it be?" I asked, taking a sip of water from a beaker. She walked over to the armory terminal and keyed on the screen, jump cutting rapidly through the graphic templates on the monitor display. She was dressed in a tight, semi-armored body glove, and her feet were clad in training slippers. She had prepared for this, I realized. "Blades and power bucklers," she announced, stopping the menu and keying the authority stud. There was something else she wanted to tell me, and something only a blade could convey. We broke and circled. She came in again, leading with her sword. I feinted away with my buckler, then again, and then for a third time as we continued to go to ground. She was canny. Sword and buckler work was as old as all of the worlds, and the trick to staying alive was to use the shield more than the sword. The trick to winning, however, was to use the sword more than the shield. I kept my buckler to the front, but, by seeming to be unguarded with her own force shield, lagging back as if casually forgotten, she was inviting me to overstep or to make a badly judged lunge. I left my blade well alone, keeping it where she could see it, and using my shield as hard a nail had schooled me. The buckler was a weapon. Not only could it block, it could lock even or break a blade. I had heard of some duels, where the small shield solid energy edge had actually delivered the killing stroke to an unprotected windpipe. Medea rotated suddenly, driving my buckler aside with a swipe of her own, and lashed in with her blade. Dancing across the mat, I was forced to parry with my sword, and then rally hard as she kept up the pressure. Her blade sliced within a hand's breadth of my face, and I cross-guarded desperately with both blade and buckler. She drove her own shield in under my guard, and her own locked sword and doubled me in a punch strike to my midriff. I fell onto the mat.
"Enough?"
she asked. I got up.
We'll go again.
She came at me again, leading with blade as I had expected. I ducked, swung around and feinted in time for her buckler to swing in to parry my blade. The spitting electrical dish tore the sword from my hand, stinging my fingers, just as I had intended. Her eyes were on my sword, distracted as it flew aside. Now with my free hand, I grabbed her buckler arm above the elbow and pulled it down so that her own power shield locked with her sword as she brought it up. She stumbled. I smashed her across the extended shoulder with the flat of my buckler and knocked her down. I could have used the edge. I could have aimed for her exposed face, but we were sparring.
Enough?
I asked. She said nothing.
Medea,
She extinguished her buckler and pulled the strapping off.
what's on your mind?
Medea looked up at me.
"I never wanted revenge."
You told me you did.
"I know. And I suppose I did. Part of me. Revenge. It doesn't feel..."
Satisfying?
Like anything at all. Just empty. Stupid and empty.
Well, I could have told you that. In fact, I think I did.
I helped her up. We didn't speak for a minute or two, as we put the weapons back in the rack and returned them to the underfloor store bay. Then we took beakers of water from the stand, opened up the side doors and went onto the sunlit terrace. It was going to be a hot day. The sky was cloudless and the light was white. The shade of the wood seemed gloriously dark and inviting. The distant inlet was hazy with glare, and the sea glinted like diamonds.
Ever since I was old enough to understand what Fade Thuring did, I've wanted something. I've always presumed it was revenge.
Revenge is a disguise for other, more valid emotional responses,
I said. She looked at me sourly.
Stop trying to be my father, Eisenhorn.
She might as well have slapped me across the face. I had never thought of it that way.
I only meant...
You're a very wise man. Very clever, learned. You give people the most profound advice.
I try.
But you don't feel.
Feel, my dear.
You know things, but you don't feel them.
Birds twittered in the edge of the woods and the orchards. Two of the junior ground staff were pressing the lower lawns with a heavy roller. I wasn't quite sure I knew what she meant.
I feel...
No, you do not feel the content of your advice. Most of the time, they're just wisdoms, without heart.
I'm sorry you think that way.
It isn't a criticism. Well, not really. You're just so driven to do what is right that you forget to wonder why it is right.
What?
She sipped her water.
I don't know. You fight the way Kircher tells you to fight, because he says that's the best way to do it.
It usually is.
Of course. He's an expert. That's why you defeated me. But why is it the best way to fight? Using those weapons, for example.
Because
he told you. He's right. But why is he right? You never wonder about that sort of thing. You never wonder what mistakes or decisions were made to arrive at that right way.
I'm still not sure I follow you.
She smiled and shook her head.
Of course you don't. That's my point. You spent your whole life learning the best way to do everything. Learning the best way to fight. The best way to investigate. The best way to learn even. Did you ever wonder why those are the best ways?
I put my glass down. On the low wall at the edge of the terrace. I said nothing.
My father died, and I wanted something, and you told me that it wasn't revenge, and you were right. Revenge is trash, worthless, but why? What was it I needed instead?
I shook my head.
I was only trying to spare you the effort. Revenge is a waste of time and...
No, she said, looking at me directly.
It is a displacement activity. It's something you can lock onto to do, because you can't do the thing you really want to do.
I had grown impatient.
And what might that be, Medea? Do you know?
I do now. Thuring killed my father. I needed something, and it wasn't payback. It was what he took from me. I needed to know my father. If I'd ever had that, then I had never given Thuring another thought.
She was right. It was so obvious. It chilled me. I wondered how many other, similar, obvious mistakes I had made in my life, with my head so full of certain knowledge and my heart so numb. I looked back at the estate. I looked back into the room, and saw Midas' Sarai's jacket hanging where she had left it, draped against the inside of one of the windows like a trapped butterfly.
I can give you what you want. In part, at least. If you really want it.
Thorn desiring Aegis. Pattern oath. I summoned my astropath Vance and requested that he made preparations. A seance was perhaps the best definition of what we were attempting. Medea brought her father's jacket and needle pistols, hoping to witness a faint after-image of warp memory. We saw it. I was standing at the side of Midas Betancourt. I, Bequin, Fishig, and Amos were dressed impeccably. Midas had always had impeccable taste. As his bride Jorana joined us at the altar, despite what my features failed to show, I was happy. We were all smiling. Another scene. Midas whooping for joy at the news he was to be a father. This is what I should have given Medea a long time ago, but I had offered her her father's post. I had never wondered if it was the right thing to do. I just knew it. Just as Habshant had told me what was the right way. That it was meant to be a Puritan. To never wonder. Only dogmatic obedience. I knew how to fight chaos in the God Emperor's name. One way, at least. But was that the best way? I knew wisdom. But did I understand wisdom? Did I understand where the line was? We cut off. I left Medea in the library. As distant lasfire began to grow louder, I snatched up Midas's needle pistol and ran for the library door. The smell of smoke grew as 3 men rushed from the hallway door. I took down the first and dived for cover. Cease! I willed into them, but the fire kept coming. They were psi-shielded, armored, and equipped with specialist gear. These were no simple raiders. They knew exactly who they were targeting. I took a round to the shoulder and slammed to the ground, only for the last 2 assailants' heads to burst. Amos emerged, wielding my personal bolt gun. I got up. Amos was standing in the nearby doorway. Give it to me, I said, snatching the bolt pistol and freeing the slide. Thank you, Amos, I added. He shrugged. It's most perturbatory, guns and me, he said. We don't always seem to get on, and I always... Amos, hush, I said. What the hell is going on? We are under attack, he said. I need a little more than that, old friend. We went upstairs. Skeins of smoke drifted through the air. I had the needle pistol in one hand and the bolt gun in the other. At the top of the stairs we found 2 members of my house staff. They had been shot against a wall. Oh, that's terrible, Amos muttered. It was. Someone would pay. Amos and I headed to the vault room, putting down 3 more assailants who donned caricature masks. Much of my precious contents and lore was ransacked. I keyed the vault and drew my runestaff and barbarisator. I paused, then went back for the Malleus codicium, tucking it into my jacket pocket. My loyal friend Jubal Kircher wasn't going without a fight, as I heard the distant sound of battle. My estate was burning, miles of it alight and exploding. My auto-defenses were disabled, and suspiciously, no Arbites forces had even arrived to investigate. They were mercenaries, I was sure of that. Highly trained, highly motivated, utterly ruthless. But who was bankrolling them? And why? Amos and I jumped through a window. 2 figures came into view. One was Alina Coy, the untouchable assigned to the house. She was supporting Zell Seister, my hired gun. He had been wounded in the arm and shoulder. My thoughts turned to Medea. The Vox was dead, so I used my will. Vance, another of my men, responded. Tell Medea, the Storm Oak. She'll know what it means. If we get there first, I'll wait as long as I can. We ran, darting into the grounds orchards, trying not to look at the brilliant blaze of the buildings, so I could adjust to the gloom under the trees. They were low, graceful apple, tumen and poloin, planted in orderly rows. The white bark of the tumen trees shone like snow in the dimness. We ran for what felt like an eternity. I slashed Barbarisator against the deactivated fence, and shoved Amos and Alina Coy through. She was young. I could still see the panic in her eyes. Zell Seister was bleeding out. He was down, and began to fire, telling us to go. I gave him my bolt gun and clips, and sprinted deep into the forest grounds. The bolt gun continued to fire for some time. Then it fell silent. May the God Emperor rest Zell Seister and show him peace. Hours, it felt like, trudging through the thick evergreen forest, now smothered in a thick gloom. The storm oak was an enormous tree, once struck by lightning, now housing underneath a supply stash, and emergency gun cutters, one I never believed I would have to use. I, Amos and Alina waited. I reached out with my mind, only to feel the pain of Vance's death. I should have left. I am an Inquisitor. Vengeance was low on my role's priorities, but I had made that mistake before. I powered the cutter and headed back to the estate. I pushed my will out in a radius, telling Medea I was coming. I saw them. a group surrounding a pinned-down individual. Medea ran to the cutter as I loosed bolt shells, felling 2. Then she was hurled face-first into the grass by a las shot. Medea! I accelerated hard, pushing us back into our seats. Amos, get ready with the side hatch! I yelled. I got as close into the patch of weeds where she had fallen as I dared. The down thrust of the plane could cause serious injuries. We jolted hard as I set down. I sprinted out and grabbed Medea as las bolts rained around us. Amos and Alina fired back as I threw us both into the cutter. I felt the pressure slam against me as I rammed to full speed. These mercenaries had cutters of their own and were gaining fast. I stayed within the trees, pushing as fast as I dare go. My concentration was absolute, my adrenaline pumping me to the side of exhaustion. One mistake meant death, and I was sure Amos and Alina thought death was imminent. I needed something drastic. I slammed the controls and lifted us above the tree line. Cutters behind us exploded as others from above were sent spiraling and dodging us. We reached an eclipse and descended, crashing back into the woods. I was alive, I hoped, before my senses adjusted to the shock. Amos and Alina groaned. Medea was unconscious. I took Alina's pistol as I dragged Medea into cover. I waited, climbing an oak, waiting for the last cutter. It hovered in, examining the wreckage. If I knew mercenaries, then they needed a confirmed kill for payment. I leapt, kicking one man from the height and pointing my pistol at the pilot's head. I was lucky this one was not a fanatic. I removed his side blocker and willed him unconscious. I didn't know the extent of the damage. The estate was destroyed, hundreds of my staff dead, a possibility that not only my staff on Gudrun, but all of them within the Helican subsector. I couldn't contact anyone. The betrayal may have come from within the Inquisition itself, for I had made enemies over my century of service. We were on our own. Ravello, a hill town in the flanks of the western Antites, situated at the foot of the Insa Pass, on the shores of a long freshwater lake that forms the headquarters of the Great Drunner. It had a small but distinguished university, specializing in medicine and philosophy, a brewery that exports its lake water ale all over Gudrun. I swallowed my pride, walking up to the door I hadn't seen in decades. Regia Occulta answered. Gregor Eisenhorn? Dr. Occulta of Ravello took a step towards me, registering sleepy astonishment. She was still a very fine figure of a woman. I think she was about to hug me, or plant a kiss on my cheek, but she halted, and her face darkened. 145 years earlier, in 241 M41 to be exact, I had lost my left hand during a firefight. I was fitted with a prosthetic, but I hated it, and never used it. After 2 years, during a stay on Messena, I had surgeons equip me with a fully functioning graft. Regia had been the chief surgeon during that procedure. She was incredibly witty and learned. We had stayed in touch, a secret I kept from everyone to protect her from my work. I hadn't seen her in 25 years, because I couldn't say 3 simple words, because in my heart I only loved one woman, a woman who lay on the edge of death, or worse, probably already dead, Elizabeth Beckwin. Regia worked into the night, saving Medea's life, only stepping out in the morning, dried blood on her apron. Thank you, Regia. I'm in your debt, I said. Yes, you damn well are. You're unbelievable, Eisenhorn. 25 years. 25 years. I don't see you. I don't hear from you, and then you turn up, unannounced, uninvited, armed, and on the run. So it would appear. And you expect me to just take this in my stride? Not really, I responded. I know it's a terrible imposition, but the Regia Burchard I knew could cope with an emergency now and then, and she always had time for a friend in need. A friend, she huffed. Yes, you're the only person I can turn to, Regia. She snorted, scornfully, and tugged off her apron. All those years, I was happy to be the one you could turn to, Gregor.
And you never did. You kept me at arm's length. You never wanted me involved in your business. And now, she let the words trail off and shrugged unhappily. I'm sorry, I said. You bring guns into my house, she hissed. I probably shouldn't tell you about the mercenary tied up in my speeder then, I said. Amos and Alina cleaned up. I made sure the Malleus Codicium was still in my jacket. As the sun rose on the next day, I prepared for my task. My prisoner. The pilot was a Vesserine Janissary, a feral world that bred dangerous mercenaries for the highest bidder. They knew no loyalty or fear, clearly willing to even target a member of the God Emperor's Inquisition. His mind, to my irritation, had been planted with a false identity, another countermeasure to my abilities. Much to Crezia's disgust, I had to interrogate this man. She only agreed so long as she could supervise. The doctor within her likely appalled. I slammed my will into his dehydrated, tired mind again and again. Intel spilled like pulling teeth. 800 of them. The entire clan. All hired to kill me. Crezia touched my sleeve. You must stop, she whispered. He's beginning to hyperventilate. But I kept going. Marla Teray, an intermediary, a woman who had hired them all. I pushed my prisoner to the point of breaking until one last name spilled. Kanyar the Sharp. Amos and I couldn't sleep. It's most perturbatory, he had said. Not a word, not even on the Arbites band. It was like a conspiracy of silence, for surely news of the estate's destruction should have been spread. Someone managed to hire 800 Vesserine killers, Uber. They have clout. The news has been withheld or censored, I said. The others will know, Amos replied. Fishik, Nail. The moment they don't get a response from Spatian House, they'll know something is up. I hope so, I said somberly. I had been using the kindness of Crezia. Even now I could still see she had feelings for me, a man who didn't deserve them. But I relied on that comfort when Amos and Alina came to me with the news, taken from planetary Vox fragments. I sat down, trembling. Crezia crouched beside me, hugging me. Gudrun, Thracian Primaris, Messina Prime, every facility, all residents of the Distaff, Bequin and Nail, all had been hit. No survivors. I had lost everything I had built in my centuries of life. I realized why Kanyar the Sharp had hired so many Vesserine Janissaries. Multiple strikes, multiple worlds. What else had this Kanyar hit? What other pain had he already caused me? I was grateful that my paralyzed face couldn't show the grief I was failing to process. Even Inquisitor Nathan Inchabel, who had joined my hunt for Quixos, had been slain. Every thread that Gregor Eisenhorn had touched was gone. All except Fishik. I had spent days trying to plan, until danger came for us. My prisoner had escaped, his bonds loosened by the sympathetic Crezia, an advantage the Janissary seized. We had to move. I had no doubt that within hours, this Marla Teray and the rest of this mercenary clan would be upon us. Crezia was furious. Once again, I had come into her life, only to bring pain. She refused to leave, but I wouldn't have her death upon my conscience. Not after I had nearly lost everyone. I hated myself for this, manipulating her through the sympathy of Medea's care. For as a medical professional, she cared little for her own life. I was last at the door until I froze. The Malleus Codicium was still in the drawer of the nightstand. I wrapped it in a pillowcase. How could I have nearly forgotten it? The answer that occurred to me was strange and unnerving. Perhaps it wanted to be forgotten. We darted from town to town, drawing credits from secret accounts only I knew of. Through a private astropath, I sent communiques out. One to Fishik, and to my surprise, receiving one from Harlan Nail. Of all my staff, I was least surprised he had survived. I kept Nail's status to myself, organizing his return to Gudrun in 2 weeks. I sent out the Glossier, but made some changes. If what I suspected was true, then that too was compromised. Over days we headed deeper into the mountains.
Just as the mighty Atenane Range creases the center of Gudrun's largest continent, so the Trans-Antitane Express runs like an artery along it. The railway itself was famously romantic. Most who ride it do so because of the ride. Vacationers would rather travel than arrive. The young flocked to the center of Bruges and Ontir to use them as a base for skiing and ice surfing. But it was the wealthy who chose the Trans-Antitane, where they could sit in coddled luxury and watch Gudrun's most spectacular scenery slip by outside the window. The great, chrome, Promethean-fueled locomotive pulled in at 5. Porters helped us maneuver Medea on board. I looked to her, Elena, Amos, and Kretzia. I wouldn't lose another. We settled in, placing ourselves within our rooms, when I caught Kretzia. We are fleeing for our lives, Gregor, on the most exclusive and opulent mode of travel Gudrun has to offer. I suggest we flee for our lives in style. I went to the bathroom and changed into the most presentable clothes I had with me. Then I linked arms with her, and we strolled back along the companionway to the dining van 3 cars back. Did you bring those clothes with you? I asked quietly. We left in haste, and you packed a gown like that. I thought I should be ready for anything. She smiled back. We talked. We had decades to fill in. She told me about her work and her life, her interest in Xenos anatomy she had developed, the monographs she had composed, a new procedure for muscle grafting she had pioneered. Whatever Kretzia was to me, she was at least a friend, one whose company I thoroughly enjoyed. Slowly, I slid out of bed, doing my best not to disturb Kretzia. She was still deeply asleep, though she rolled over and reached, murmuring, in the cooling space I had just vacated. I tried to find some clothes. They were strewn on the floor. I wanted to occupy my mind. For the healthy paranoia I felt, I still pondered on this Marla Tere's employer, Kanjar the Sharp. I sifted through records Amos had scribed to me, all the hits taken against my organization and associates. Quenthus 8, a world that stuck out to me. I had only heard that world mentioned by one individual. Amos had already cross-referenced the lists of words using Kanjar, with worlds owning the surname Tere, and had come up with several hundred possibilities. But there it was. Kanjar. Kanjar was the word of a war knife on Quenthus 8, and Tere was a clan name from that world. Nearly 350 years before, I recalled the story of a man with an amulet, a corruption that began on this world. Marla Tere's reports claimed to have been born on Gudrun, but had been discounted by Amos, who had checked the census and found no sign of the name. But he hadn't gone back 3,500 years. I did, and found that Tere had been a peasant name on Gudrun until that time. The family tree ended there, but I knew who it was. I knew who my enemy was. Guilt, hate, and strangely betrayal washed over me. My enemy is Pontius Glor. Magos Bure was dead. He had to be. Pontius Glor's existence was a secret because I never informed the Ordos that he was still sentient. Because I never delivered his engram sphere into the custody of the Ordo Hereticus, as I should have. And he was only free now because I had built a body for him. And now everything I had built was in ashes. And what could I do? Ask the very organization I hid him from to help fight against the heretic I hid from them? It was Amos that comforted me. You may now regret your actions with Pontius Glor, he said. But without those, Quixos would not have been brought down. We cannot play the if-only game all day. The simple truth is that victory comes at a price, and we are paying that price now. The true measure of your character is what you do with it. I vowed to bring Glor down. The train's emergency brake activated. I woke the others and ushered them into Medea's room, who mercifully was now conscious. I put on Amos's overcoat and moved down the carriages. I found the train staff, pressing my will into them to get answers. Cabin 34 had been opened to the blistering frozen winds of the mountain outside, and it had been opened from within. One of the staff's trackers had gone down. I touched a worker's forehead. My psi imprint would stay with him for a good 30 minutes now, even once he was out of my vicinity. I sent him to the employee's room for confirmation of what I suspected. they found a corpse. I ran back down the train towards Car 3, using the lower deck hallways. I slid Barbaricata from its scabbard. It seemed so incongruous to be hurrying down a train's companionway, brandishing a sword, but the cabins around me were full of innocent Imperial citizens, and I didn't dare use my pistol. The lights went out, and I was smothered in dark, periodically lit by seeming alarms. I realized there were 3 dark shapes, halfway down the hall ahead of me, skulking low. They hadn't heard me arrive over the howl of the blizzard and the shrill of the alarms. Vesserine Janissaries. I charged. I made a Gahan Vassal. The figure of 8 struck and smashed the first 3 shots away. Impact sparks, sheeting from the energized sword blade. Then I struck an Uwe Sa, and an Ulsa, and a Ura Willin Be'ai in rapid series, deflecting squashed rounds in the paneling around me. Wood splintered. People were screaming in the cabins all around. I rolled and came up to my feet as the first Vesserine rounded the car-ended corner and fired half a dozen times. Barbaricata removed his head. The second one was charging and firing too. He let out a mask-muffled bellow as he saw his comrade collapse in pieces. I threw an Ura gaze sequence that diverted the white blurs of his bullets, then followed in with an Uin Tahan Wilar that chopped the barrel of his weapon off. A reverse Tahan stroke that severed his forearms, and then an Uin Ka, the death stroke. It took grazing wounds until the third was poised to finish me. Cressia's cyber skulls launched from our cabin and began stabbing repeatedly with their surgical lasers. Lena Coy met my gaze with pistol drawn. I screamed for her to move the others into a different position. I picked myself up and made for the door. The bitter wind hit me like a sheet of needles as I climbed to an outer ladder. My body grew numb as I struggled to stand in the blizzard winds. I moved up, seeing the next squad of Janissaries preparing to enter through a side window. I cut 2 of the lines. The bodies were swallowed by the dark of the mountain storm. The third reacted faster, goring his own blade into my shoulder. I switched to a 2-handed grip. Our blades clashed in a shower of sparks. Any blade methods had to be semi-improvised. Neither of us were on steady feet, our boots sliding on the iced metal, and the gale dragged at us hard. Pontius Galore had hired the best. The skill of the Janissaries matched my own. I pushed him back, forcing him to jump backwards onto the next cart. I tried to press my advantage, only for my leg to slip out from beneath me. I dropped Barbaricata, I and the sword tumbling over the edge, until one-handed I gripped the side with my numbing fingers. The Janissary walked slowly towards me, smiling. I had no time for honor. I stabilized. I drew my pistol in my coat and fired. The body tumbled off the edge. I wielded my authority as an Inquisitor as I climbed back into the cart. I requisitioned it in the name of the God Emperor's Holy Inquisition, more to prevent questions from the staff. We picked up again, making our way towards New Give, the hive city at the end of our track. Medea was up and well again when I received a transmission from Harlan Nail, who would meet us in a bar within the hive city. I read the glossia again and sighed deeply. I read the error and prepared myself for what was waiting for us. I was shrouded in Amos's overrobe, the hood pulled up, wearing a rebreather mask I had borrowed from the Express. I wanted to look like some tech adept on his lunch break. The place was largely empty. A bored-looking steward polished glasses behind the narrow sweep of the bar. A hooded figure got up and wandered over to me. Rosethorn. I looked up. That's me. She dropped the hooded cloak away from her shoulders. She had sharp features and long, straight black hair. Her coal-edge eyes glinted like jade. Not Harlan Nail at all. Marla Teray. Other drinkers in the bar had gotten up and formed a circle around us. Marla Teray clicked her fingers and they all drew back coats, or cloaks, to reveal the handguns they carried. She clicked again and the weapons disappeared. The person responsible for the assault on my estate sat before me. They had broken Glossia. She smiled. I could feel her powerful mind trying to delve into mine. You're using shielding techniques, she said, her face darkening. Of course I am. I replied. You would be too if the situation was reversed. I have to say though, I'm disappointed. I was hoping that Pontius might be here himself. This is a trap after all. Eisenhorn's last stand. He might have been civil enough to come and watch me die. Pontius is busy elsewhere, she snapped, and then realized what she'd said. Thank you for the confirmation, I said. I let go of the warp vortex that had been spinning in my mind ever since I had summoned it. From the animated body of a janissary, Marla Teray was atomized. In the last milliseconds of her life, her mental shields collapsed in terror, and I got a precious snapshot into a powerful psycho mind. Not everything, but enough. Enough to know that I had just eliminated Pontius Glor's daughter. My staff had to break down the door of the premise we were in. I had fallen unconscious and was ill for 2 days. I had read the Malleus Codicium again, peeling from it the art of puppeteering and vortex manipulation. The replies from Miss Harlan Nail in Glossia had made a mistake only I would notice, so I turned the trap into my own. I killed the architect of my staff's murder, and wounded Pontius Glor's own operation in turn. Though to Medea, Amos, Elena and Cretzia, I saw how they disapproved of my methods, particularly Amos. My old friend Tobias Maxilla, eccentric master of the Sprint Trader Ascen, had come in response to the Glossia code word, Sanctum, without hesitation. Maxilla was, as ever, the perfect host, and the general spirit did pick up a little once we were in his company. He was dressed in a checkered, cedral gown coat, a blue silk cravat pinned with a golden star pin, and a purple suede calotte with a silver tassel. His skin dye was gloss white with black hearts over his eyes, and a fine platinum chain ran between the diamond earrings in his left lobe to the sapphire stud in his nose. Behind him, gold-plated servitors waited with salvers of refreshments. He greeted us all, flirting with Medea and making a particular fuss of Cretzia and Elena, 2 females he had not met with before. We spent many nights dining, as I finally told Maxilla of what we had been through. His dyed face became tragic, like a clown's, as I told him about Elizabeth. He had always had a soft spot for her. I found a renewal in speaking to Maxilla, not a justification, but acceptance. That the deaths of my staff was not my fault. It is chaos. It is the enemies of the Emperor of Mankind that are responsible. Across his realm stands over 1 million worlds. Billions die in the defense of his domain. That was what they died for. I showed Maxilla the Malleus Codicium. A man who enjoyed collecting from all over the galaxy told me, rather nonchalantly, to destroy it. I stared at the book that had brought me all this trouble. In truth, it may not be that Glor wished to destroy me. That was an afterthought. He wanted this damn book. I agreed with Maxilla. One day, I would destroy it. After weeks, the Ascen docked at Hubris, a world I hadn't seen in over a century. A world where I had killed Cultivus Iclone and recruited Elizabeth Beckwin and Godwin Fishig. You should have destroyed that monster years ago, Eisenhorn, said Godwin Fishig. That, or handed him over to the Ordos. What the hell were you thinking? Same as I am thinking now. I did what was best, I said. A creep of anger grew in my voice. Nail, Inchabel, Bure, the whole damn distaff was at best. Fishig's tone was venomous, a resentment that had likely grown since seeing Cherubael again, amongst the wreckage of the crew of Old Titan. Yes, Fishig, and I never heard you contradict my decisions. Like you'd have listened, he muttered. Do you really think I'm that underhanded? You, of all my council, I respect the most, I pleaded. Who told Bure to build Chlora body without telling any of us? Who suddenly knows how to conjure demons like an expert? You cover your secrets with such an almighty righteousness air. We all thank the stars and the Emperor himself you chose us to help you in your work. But you're a liar, a conspirator, and maybe worse. He looked hurt. And you're too much a Puritan idealist for your own good and mine, I hissed. I dearly wanted your help, Godwin. You are one of the few men I fully trust. I'm one of the few humans in space with a stalwart spirit to keep me on that level. I need you now, in my fight to destroy Glor. I can't believe you're turning against me like this. He stared down at the contents of his glass. I always did warn you. I would if you crossed the line. I've crossed no line, I retorted. But if you feel that way, get out of this ship and leave me to my work. You'll always have my gratitude for the service you put in, but I won't have this bitterness. He hesitated. I gave my life to you, Gregor. I admired you. I always believed you were right. I still am. I serve the Emperor, just like you. Get rid of your rancor and we can work together again, I retorted. We both stared at each other. Let me think about it, he whispered. It had only been a few days since our reunion, and one of my longest-serving allies prepared to leave our ship. He stormed off, when in that very night Medea and Amos came to him, telling him everything. Cherubael, the Malleus Codicium, the possession, everything, in an attempt to reason with him. I found him in a dive bar later that evening. Whatever Medea has told you, whatever Amos has told you, it's true, but it's not what you think, I said. I'm no heretic, Godwin. Fishik turned to me. He'd had nearly a day to think. He looked at me with a look I couldn't place. I should have tried harder, he said. You're not gone, not all the way. You're just slipping. Slipping, I said. Into the pit. The radical pit. The pit no one comes back from, but I can pull you out. I stared at Fishik. I stared at the grey that tinged the sides of his hair. I realized then that he, in over a century of service, was the same man, but I was not. I think this is where I say goodbye. I admire your efforts, but I can't be saved, Godwin. You can, he pleaded. No, I shook my head. You know why. I don't need saving. Then this is where I say goodbye too, he said, pouring another drink. Remember what we did, I said. I strolled aboard the Ascend, relaying to the others that Fishik wasn't coming. Kretzia had informed a positive opinion of the man, but the others looked wounded. Kanjar must be stopped. Promedy, a jungle world. My old pupil Gideon Ravener, sustained by his fourth chair, rolled across the mossy ground to greet me. I had received his communications on Hubris days after my arrival. The mention of my adversary was enough for us to make all haste to his position. I looked upon my pupil, the best inquisitor I had ever trained. Figures stood beside him that I long thought dead. To his left, he was flanked by Kara Swall, one of my enforcers. To his right, Harlan Nail, ex-bounty hunter turned inquisitorial muscle. I felt a sense of hope flood me, for the responsibility of Beckwin's care had been trusted to them, and my heart swelled for the chance of her survival. I and Gideon left. I walked beside him as his support throne floated. I was very interested to hear more about Kanjar the Sharp.
My work in the last few years has required me to develop an understanding of divination and prophecy.
Gideon said slowly.
Things have been revealed to me. Things of great significance.
I could tell he was being very careful about what he said. It was as if he wished to tell me more, but didn't dare. I decided I should respect his caution, and allow him to tell me only what he felt he could tell me.
One of those revelations, a vision, if you like, forecasts that a violent fate would befall the distaff on Messina. The event was predicted to the precise hour, but I couldn't get there in time to prevent it.
The destruction of the distaff was predicted?
With distressing accuracy.
I suddenly realized I was hearing his voice, by which I mean the voice Ravener had used before his terrible injuries. A voice produced by a man whose mouth and larynx had not been melted by burning promethium. I had become so used to the monotone synthetic speech of his chair's psi-activated vox sponder.
My work has also allowed me to perfect stronger psionic abilities,
he said, and one of them was clearly reading my service thoughts.
I ditched the vox sponder about a year ago. I've developed enough psionic control to broadcast my speech naturally.
I'm hearing you in my head.
Yes, Gregor. Hearing the voice you're used to. It doesn't work with untouchables, or psychically shielded individuals, of course.
He uttered the last part of his sentence mechanically, via the toneless voice box built into his chair at the grating. Emotion-free electronic words made us all laugh with surprise.
Though I was too late to save the distaff, I got Kara, Harlan, and Elizabeth to safety off-world.
For that, you have my gratitude. But why summon me so far off the beaten track to meet with you?
Promedy has secrets that we need.
What manner of secrets?
I've been allowed to see the future, Gregor, and it isn't pretty. Imperial culture has never set much store by divination.
Gideon told me.
I've come to suspect that is a great weakness.
It was much later. Night had fallen over the swampy bayou, and the air was dancing with bioluminescent flies. Ravener and I had taken a stroll along the grav walks behind his camp.
A weakness? Surely it is a greater weakness to take it seriously. If we believe the rantings of every dribbling marketplace seer, of every demented ecclesiarchy prophet who claimed to have been granted divine revelations,
we would be mad. True. Most of it is rubbish, lies, mischief, the delusions of broken minds. Sometimes prophetic insights are genuine, but they are usually made by psychers who have done it by accident, or who are insane. In either case, the visions are untrustworthy, or too confused to be interpreted in any practical, useful way. But just because mankind isn't very good at it, doesn't mean that it can't be done.
It is my understanding that other races are reputed to excel at it.
That has certainly been my experience. Serving the Ordo Xenos has been enlightening. The more I have studied alien races in order to discern their weaknesses, the more I have learned their strengths.
We are talking about the Eldar, aren't we?
I risked the question. He didn't reply immediately. His last words had been close to heresy. The force sphere around him flickered slightly with anxiety.
They are a strange breed. They are able to read the invisible geography of space-time and unravel probability with great precision. But they are mercurial. Sometimes they use their insight as a lever to change the outcome of events. Sometimes they stand idle and watch as prophecies play out. I believe there is no human alive who could explain why they make the choices they do. We just don't see things the way they do.
Their greater lifespan gives them greater perspective.
It's partly that. Although orthodox thinking would say that greater perspective is their curse. The Ministorum believes the Eldar are too resigned to destiny, that they are indolent and almost cruel, or else brutally manipulative.
You don't think so?
I'll admit only a selfish fascination, Gregor. They interact with the fundamental structure of the universe. As you might well appreciate, any talent for living or perceiving beyond one's physical body is attractive to me. My work has...
He broke off.
Gideon.
I wanted to learn something. Of the way their minds witness reality, independent of their bodies. Their farseers, for example, have a kinesthetic sensibility that operates regardless of the restraints of time and space.
We paused at the edge of a walkway and looked out across the misty nocturnal swamp. Glowing insects and airborne spores drifted in the air, their paths occasionally punctuated by the sudden swoops of aerial night hunters. Sinuous things moved the glistening water, below the floating walkways, barely disturbing the oily surface.
You do not need to be guarded with me, Gideon. I will not judge you for seeking knowledge. I'm not the Puritan you once knew.
I know. I would tell you, if I could. But in order to learn certain things, I've been forced to make promises.
To the Eldar?
I cannot even confirm that. I'm not proud of the promises, but I will honor them.
Then what can you tell me? You said that things have been revealed to you.
One of their kind has foreseen a great darkness ahead of us all. It is so abrupt and acute that it has twisted and altered the skeins of probability that the Eldar read. It was revealed to him in a sequence of connected visions. One of those was the destruction of the distaff. When that came true, I was shaken. It proved the visions were not fanciful.
What else has he seen?
A living blade. A man-machine, bestriding a long-dead world and preparing to strike a blow that will spill human and Eldar blood alike. After that, nothing.
I looked down at him.
Nothing.
Nothing. That vision is the most distant thing he is now able to see. It's no more than 6 months from now. Beyond that, he has been unable to glimpse anything at all.
Why?
Because there is no future left to see.
Gideon's message to me proved that he already knew the name Kanjar the Sharp, but as we talked, I discovered he knew very little besides the name.
Nail and I tracked the Janissaries after they fled Messina, in an effort to discover who had hired them. It was well hidden. The Vesserine take great pains to protect the identity of their clients. There were false trails, payments from bogus accounts and via holding companies. But we wormed it out eventually. Kanjar the Sharp.
Which meant what to you?
Nothing, except that he was the individual who had ordered the systematic destruction of your operation, and that his name featured prominently in a number of the Farseer's visions. We believe Kanjar and the man-machine from the climactic revelation are one and the same.
Kanjar the Sharp is Pontius Glor,
I said. He was astonished and excited. The revelation had said nothing of Glor. The Kanjar guide had masked his true identity from the Eldar.
Why target you?
Self-preservation. I am one of the few people who knows he still exists. In fact, I'm sorry to say, he exists because of me. He was also searching for something that he believes I possess.
Like what?
I had no choice but to tell him everything. My dealings with Glor, Mala Teray, the Malleus Codicium.
You weren't joking when you said you weren't the Puritan I once knew.
Are you shocked?
No, Gregor, I'm not. I believe radicalism is inevitable. We all become radicals eventually, as we appreciate that we must know our enemy in order to defeat him. The real dangers come from extreme Puritans. Puritanism is fueled by ignorance, and ignorance is the greatest peril of all. That's not to suggest the path of the radical is easy. Eventually, even the most careful and responsible radical will be overwhelmed by the warp. The real judge of character is what good a man can do for the Imperium before he is drawn too far.
Thorn requires talent, shades of eternity, rapturous beasts below. This is Eisenhorn, the figure said. It wasn't a question. The words flowed melodically, with a strange cadence that no human could ever approximate. Who am I addressing? I said. The hooded Eldar before me radiated disgust. Staring at the pocket that held the Malleus Codicium, I let down my psychic defenses, tempting it to look into my mind to see if I am true. It almost took the bait. Ravana may have worried by the thought of an Ordo Xenos Inquisitor fraternizing with ancient Eldari, but I more than most understood. The Lord Seer began to talk reluctantly. In the first days, a race came from the Maelstrom and raised settlements in this space. 7 worlds they made, and the greatest of these was Ghoul. Then they were overturned and left no trace behind. They fled a war. Their king was dead and they carried his body for burial. On his tomb they raised the first city, and then made 6 worlds around it to honor his rest forever. Ghoul is the tomb of a demon king? I interjected. There was no response. Coming through our intelligence, Gideon and I arrived at the word of Ghoul. We were lost until the knowledge from our Xenos stranger enlightened us. Promedy. This jungle world had been visited by this Kanjar the Sharp, Pontius Glor, and could hold the truth to the location of this ancient demon tomb of Ghoul. It was only one part. Pontius Glor had killed my staff as an act of revenge, but perhaps he also needed the Malleus Codicium to unlock some kind of treasure hidden within Ghoul. The Eldar withdrew, and I was glad to be out of its presence. I found it hard to know how Ravana tolerated him. I joined Gideon as a cabal of sanctioned psychers gathered. A seance, some called it, a memory echo that I had last used for Medea. to witness her father Midas. An image resolved. 3 figures, wading through knee-deep water. I saw him. It was tall, broad, and moved with a strange stiffness. Its body partially draped with what looked at first like a cape of feathers. They weren't feathers. They were blades, tongues of polished, sharpened metal interlaced into an armored garment. Beneath it, I could glimpse a body of burnished chrome, dullery and steel. A mechanical humanoid body of marvelous design. The work of the late geared Beer. This was Pontius Galore. I could see his face. It was the face of a beautiful young man with a mane of curled hair, but the hair didn't move, and the expression didn't alter from a curling smirk. It was a mask worked from gold, like the head of a noble gilded statue. The Eldar figure joined us again, combined its own formidable mental strength to our psyches. It expanded the memory, enough for us to see Pontius enacting his own seance. We saw it, the surface of Promedy as it had been eons before the age of man, a cyclopean city of glassy black rock that had long since vanished so completely, only its psychic phantom remained. It was fascinating and terrifying. So few things in the galaxy made me feel so insignificant. I felt dizzy. Galore was capering and dancing like a lunatic, his machine body lurching and awkward. We had him, but Galore was at least weeks ahead of us, with Marla Teray dead. That had thrown a wrench in his plans, but I had no doubt he would find another way to acquire his prize. I was immediately grateful to Gideon. He and the Eldar Seer dissected through the scripts to find the location of this ghoul, and we made preparations to launch our own attack against my adversary. Before we departed, Kretzia and I boarded Gideon's ship. Within the medic bay lay the broken, comatose form of Elizabeth Beckwin. She would never wake. She lay in an endless dreaming state. It was the first time Kretzia laid eyes upon the woman who would forever hold a place in my heart. I did not deserve the friendship of Kretzia, for it was her who kept me from emotionally running away. She knew me too well. She can probably hear you, she said suddenly. Do you think so? I said. Kretzia shrugged and smiled. I don't know. There's every chance she can. And if she can't, does it matter? Tell her, Gregor. Now, before you go. Tell her for goodness sake. Do the right thing by one of us at least. She left me alone, and I sat beside Elizabeth's cot. For a moment, just a moment, I let the walls down. I let go of Inquisitor Eisenhorn and embraced me, the man beneath it all, Gregor. I looked down at Elizabeth Beckwin and I told her I loved her, that I had for over a century and should have said it sooner, that I wished our natures were different and we could have been together. I unloaded my pain, my grief, my happiness, and my love. The Ascend slipped its moorings. I consulted with Maxilla and Amos, as Kara brought Medea and Alina back up to fitness. In the weeks of research, it was Amos who came to me, asking to use the Malleus Codicium for insight. I know the procedures, he had said grumpily. You've had me study prohibited texts before. Not like this one, I said, my reluctance evident in my voice. I kept an eye on Amos after that, visiting him regularly and making sure he came to meals. He became tired and short-tempered. I wanted to take the book away from him, but he said he was nearly done. We were a week from Gigandia Station when he finished his work. The Barque of the Demon King, an ancient ship, a weapon of inconceivable power that lie entombed in the mausoleum of Ghoul. That prize, Amos said, so I am told, is what Galore is after. Told? I said warily. I was certain he used that very phrasing. A clock in Amos's study chimed, at the wrong time. My savant began to look nervous. I asked for the codicium back, and reluctantly pried it from his hands. The powers we face are great. Too great, perhaps. We are woefully under strength. I think we should be stronger, Amos muttered. Summon the demon host. What? I said in disbelief. He took off his heavy augmetic eyeglasses and polished the lenses with the corner of his robe. His hands were shaking badly now. I didn't approve before, Hondura, he continued. But I think I grasp things a little better now. I understand the choices you've made, the rules you've bent, all for the good. And I apologize for ever doubting you. With the demon host, we might stand a chance. Summon it here, like you did on Miquel. I stared at him levelly. I won't kill a man just to provide a host, I retorted. You did on Miquel, he hissed softly. What did you just say? I snapped. You did on Miquel. Vavuk wasn't dead. You sacrificed him for the good of us all. Why would you flinch from doing it again? He tried to leave. I willed him to stop. Screaming at him to reveal what it told him, Amos collapsed into a weeping mess. I couldn't crack the code, he wailed. The language was beyond me, but there was so much more in that book. That beautiful book. I realized I could do more. You spoke to the demon host. You spoke to Cherubael, I screamed in rage. I locked Uber Amos into isolation. The words of my mentor Hamshant pounded in my head. A servant of the Inquisition who makes chaos his tool against chaos is a greater enemy of mankind than chaos itself. Chaos knows the bounds of its own evil and accepts it. A servant of the Inquisition who uses chaos is fooling himself, denies the truth, damns us all by his delusion. I hated myself. It was my fault. Amos wasn't prepared to face such a foe as the conniving Cherubael. For even a veteran Inquisitor myself, I too struggled against the demon host's words every time we interacted. I made a resolution. If I lived, if I vanquished Galore, I would destroy the Malleus Codicium, and then return to Gudrun and destroy Cherubael. I would take my runestaff and annihilate it, just as I had annihilated his kin profanity on Farnus Beta. There would be no more towing the line. I would never go near it again. The Ascend docked at a naval yard. Medea and I strode up to the port lounge, only to be greeted by Godwin Fishig. I faced him across the room. What are you doing here, Godwin? I said. My guard was up. Waiting for you, Gregor. Waiting for a chance to make things right. I had never seen him so calm. Godwin, you questioned my purity, branded some of my actions heretical and then offered to redeem me. I was drunk with that last part, he said, with a tiny flash of a smile. I didn't believe him for a second and began scanning the room. It was Medea who had given him our location, and I was furious with her. He's one of us, she had snapped at me. One of the band. He kept sending to the ship. Sending, and you wouldn't listen to him. So I replied, he is a man who's devoted his life to you. A man who got a bit angry with you and then thought about it and regretted it. Fishig wants to make amends. He wants to be with us again. Haven't you ever regretted anything? More than you could possibly imagine, Medea. But you should have told me first, I retorted. I asked her not to, Fishig said. I imagined how you'd react. I'm grateful Medea thought so highly of me. Could you not find it in you to trust me again? Trust me like she does. I felt as if I was looking at my younger self. The Eisenhorn of the Necrotuk affair. Fishig was so relaxed. But I knew that look in his eye. Why are you psi-shielded? I asked slowly. Just a precaution, he said, as he drew a pistol. Figures emerged from all around. Inquisitor Haldane, former pupil of Commodus Voke, stepped out. His face, that had been surgically deformed to inspire fear and loathing. Medea and I were restrained and taken back to the Ascend. I, Medea, Maxilla and Alina were on our knees. 4, said Maxilla. These 4. The rest are my crew, servitors all of them, slaved into my ship. He was playing the part of the innocent shipmaster, outraged at the invasion of his vessel, distancing himself from his troublesome passengers and protecting Kara and Amos. But I knew he was frightened. You're lying, I can tell, said Haldane, pacing around Maxilla. Your defenses are good. I'll grant you that, shipmaster. Don't lie to me. Maxilla was struck, and then cried out in pain. Don't lie to me, Haldane roared. Fishik pleaded to leave him alone, but Haldane screamed him into submission. I could tell my old friend had planned this to go very differently, and was now realizing it was completely out of his control. Maxilla was brave, as Haldane circled. I tried placating him, informing of my injured savant Amos in the infirmary. I bargained with some truth, in the effort of calming the Inquisitor. Haldane turned to a couple of his men, telling them to go to the infirmary, locate this man, kill him and incinerate his remains. God Emperor, no, I cried. I tried to get up, tried to reach out with my mind to wrest Barbarasata from Haldane's hands. I was too weak, and he was too strong. Another psychic assault smashed me to the floor. They dragged us to the SN's lavish dining hall. A new face entered that made my fear turn to dread. Lord Inquisitor Ozma. I had last seen his face inside Akkadian prison, eager for my death during the Quixos affair. My head escaping his clutches had now come full circle. I saw Fishik's face turn from sorrow to true pain, as Haldane and Ozma asked for the Malleus Codicium, for the location of Cherubael, and his command words. He looked around at Ozma and Haldane. You don't want the demon host, do you, masters? It must be contained and dealt with, said Ozma. Leave this business to your superiors. Please, you interrupt too much. But the demon host, said Fishik. You talk like you want it for yourselves. Ozma glanced at the long-snouted Inquisitor. He ushered Haldane to remove Fishik. He had served his purpose. Fishik descended down the stairs and sat down on one of the couches, gazing at Alina and Medea, who were trying to make Maxilla comfortable. The Ascend began to move, drifting from the docks as explosions began to rocket. The Inquisitorial guards came on alert as Haldane stormed towards Maxilla. Haldane hurled him across the chamber. The Inquisitor was strong by any standards, but he supplemented his physical strength with telekinesis. Maxilla hit the wall in a terrible splintering impact, and Haldane held him there with his powers for an awful moment, squashing him against the wall with his mind. There were several loud cracks of bone and metal. Then he let him go, and the limp, broken body of Tobias Maxilla fell to the marble deck, not moving. I felt my rage and grief mix in my soul as I glared at Haldane and Ozma. Fishik cried out too, but Haldane simply silenced him. Then the sound of ear-scraping laughter grew. Sickly green energies began to twist around the chamber, as a mutilated gold-inlaid servitor rose into the air. A being emerged from it, and Cherubael was here. Ozma was staring at the demon host in astonishment. It suddenly occurred to me that despite his rank and authority, he had probably very little first-hand experience with abominations like Cherubael. You wanted the demon host, Grand Master, I said. Looks like you've got him. My words snapped him into activity as he looked around, but Barbarasata was already hissing through the air directly into my extended hand. Medea and Alina rose. I launched at Ozma as Cherubael soared towards Haldane and his guards. I pleaded with Ozma to see reason and work with me. His hammer was his answer, smashing me aside. A blast of energy erupted through the chaos and blood, pushing through Ozma's skull. I turned back to see Maxilla's hand elevated, his weapon ring emitting smoke. Haldane slashed with his sword in terror. The blade melted. The Inquisitor's clothes caught on fire, ablaze from head to foot with green flames. He screamed. On fire, upright, fixed to the spot. He looked just like a heretic burning at the stake. His inquisitorial guards trying desperately to save him. Cherubael looked away from his prey, bored with it now it was dying. It surged forward and floated towards me. Alina let out a sobbing whimper as she held the retrieved Malleus Codicium from one place they hadn't thought to look. My own coat. You clever old stick, Gregor, laughed Cherubael. Always careful enough to have an untouchable at your side when we meet. This isn't the regular one though, is it? What happened to her? I wrenched the book open to the page of banishment. Just reading it wounded him and sent him smashing into the walls. I told Medea and Alina to flee as I went over to Maxilla. His eyes flickered as he looked up at me. I didn't mean it," he said in a tiny voice. "I told that brute none of you meant anything to me, but I didn't mean it." Maxilla, my friend, let out his last breath. I left the room in flames, Haldane's men too preoccupied with saving their burned master. In the corridor I saw Fishik follow me, pistol drawn. I was sure he wouldn't fire until a shot exploded my left knee. I cried out and fell, leaning on Barbarisator. There was blood everywhere. I couldn't believe he'd found the will to do it. With a yelp of pain I hauled myself up on the sword. He fired again, and now my right leg went out from under me, also mangled at the knee. "It's all lies," he screamed. "It's always been lies. You know you nearly fooled me back then. I was almost convinced I'd made a terrible mistake going to Ozma. But then you showed your true colors. Brought that demon back and proved everything I feared about you was true. Please, renounce it all. Repent your sins and accept the Emperor. For the good of your soul. It's not too late. Please, I can save you. You're my friend. And I can still save you from yourself." "I don't need saving," I managed to roar back through my pain. He aimed the gun at my head. Fishik had promised me a long time ago that he would be there to keep me in check. Fishik fell in a loud clank to the corridor floor. I struggled to pull myself up so I could lean my back against the wall. Medea crouched down next to me. Tears were streaming down her cheeks. She let go of her father's needle pistol, and I stared at my friend's lifeless body. Hate, relief, pain, regret, all of it at once. My legs were crippled, bloody and useless. Kara appeared behind us, a las carbine in her hands, with Aaliyah and Amos at her heels. They all looked in horror at the sight of me and Fishik. I looked at Amos. "You summoned Cherubael. It was you, wasn't it? You summoned him into one of the SN's poor bloody astropaths. They were going to burn us as heretics," he said softly. "And then we'd never be able to stop Glor." I couldn't be angry. The pain of my injuries made my head throb. From the end of the corridor a sickly green light grew. Cherubael was upon us again. My legs were eviscerated. I couldn't reach for the Malleus Codicium. We were going to die. Amos stepped forward, picking up my rune staff. There was a release of power, and a light so powerful that it was beyond sound. The host's body disintegrated, showering us all in a hail of burned flesh, charred bone and blackened augmetic debris. My savant had briefly dissipated it, but it would return. We had to bind it. We needed a body. Amos's now blank eyes looked forward. Holding the rune staff as Alina, Medea and Kara helped me draw the rune circles in my own blood. I spoke the foul words and bound Cherubael once again. Maxilla's personal cutter engines roared as we escaped the imploding SN. Kara helped me to the side of the now fragile and weak Uber Amos. "You hold on," I said. "There's a portable Medicae unit in the cargo section. Alina's trying to get it working." He grunted something and swallowed. He surprised me suddenly by taking my blood-stained hand and gripping it tightly. He turned his head slowly and squinted at the demon host we had made together. It sat, strapped into its seat, on the other side of the aisle, head bowed and dormant. "Most," he whispered, "most perturbatory." I should have said something, but his grip had slackened. His breathing had stopped. Uber Amos died in my arms. My consciousness faded. The last image, a face Cherubael purposely kept. The face of Godwin Fishik. Ghoul, or 5213X. 3 strike teams. 1 led by myself, Ravenor, and 1 formed from the Eldar. Tall, inhumanly slender, silent, keeping themselves to the part of the ship assigned to them. Aspect warriors Gideon had called them. Crude biometrics had been screwed into my skull and spine, allowing me to move my broken legs. Upon reuniting with Gideon, Kretzia had been heartbroken, begging me to undergo extensive medical help. but I couldn't afford to let Pontius Galore succeed. His death I would gladly trade for my quality of life. I clunked across the barren ashscape of Ghoul, flanked by Kara, Medea, and Nail. It was like the universe itself wished this place stay hidden. The planet emitted a scrambling frequency. Light seemed to die in the blanketing black haze. I knew that all of my companions had sensed it. The dark cloud that hung over me, my staff at the estates, Maxilla, Fishik, Amos, and Beckwin. I had lost too much. The surface of Ghoul had been engraved. That's what it looked like. A perfect black sphere, engraved across its entire surface with tight, deep, interlocking lines. In reality, each of those lines was a smooth-sided gorge, 200 meters wide and 900 meters deep. Along these we travelled towards the buried ruins of a city. Precise cuts and shapes jutted from the ash. In such tolerances it made me feel unnerved. The greater mystery of this world's past inhabitants was a question for someone else. I was here for Glor. The serene Janissaries had been encountered by our Xenos allies. As we pushed deeper, our converging teams engaged them. Cherubael, I commanded. The demon host had been drifting high above the gorge, trailing us like a kite. But now it descended, ripping a bloody toll through Glor's men. I had been more careful this time, binding even stronger walls to ensure Cherubael was fully under my control. It made the creature weaker, but still a formidable tool. I noticed something else about this new Cherubael. It didn't laugh anymore, ever. Its face wore a permanent frown. It showed no signs of taking any pleasure in its slaughter. I was pleased about that. Cherubael slaughtered the last of the Janissaries as he ran into an obsidian-rimmed door. Ghoul's secrets were hidden in the spaces between spaces as we plunged into another realm. I drew Barbarisator, holding it in my right hand, and grit my rune staff in my left. My pain medication was wearing off, and growing my hatred. We stepped forward and we saw it. The mausoleum under Ghoul. The scale of it etched at my sanity. Tiny, scattered specks of light, dozens of them, illuminated small parts of the face of some impossible structures. As dark and cyclopean as the eternal wall ancient philosophers used to believe surrounded creation. The edge of the universe. The side of the casket an ancient god had wrought to keep in reality. This is where a king of demons was buried. This was where Pontius Glor would find his universe-ending weapon. It unnerved me more that Cherubael seemed stunned. We began walking to the tomb's center. It felt like hours, despite the fact our chronometers had stopped still. By whatever catalogue of means, Glor had learned of this place, found it, and made his way inside to plunder its vile treasures. But his innermost secrets clearly still eluded him. That was why he had wanted the Malleus Codicium so badly. We moved closer, enough that I could sense his putrid mind. In silence across the dust-laden floor we moved, coming into range of more Janissaries. Using the smooth black stone as cover, we took them out systematically. We entered the tomb, a vault in which one might comfortably store a continent. The inner walls and the high, stone-beamed roof were lavishly decorated, with swirls of script and emblems that I swore I would never allow to be seen by other eyes. This was the crypt where Yisrael the Demon King lay in death, and the walls screamed his praise and worship. I could make out little of the dark gulf below, but there was something there, something the size of a great imperial hive city. I discerned a black, geometric shape that was fashioned from neither stone nor metal, nor even bone, but it seemed all of those things at once. It was repellent, dead but alive, dormant but filled with the slumbering power of 1,000,000 stars. The Barku of the Demon King, Yisrael's chariot of unholy battle, his instrument of apocalypse. I saw it with my own eyes, until Pontius Glor emerged. His tall, gleaming machine body was as I had remembered. The cloak of blades clinked as he moved. I stared at his ever-smirking golden mask. "Gregor Eisenhorn," he said softly. "Magos Bure did a fine job, didn't he? Such a craftsman. I can never thank you enough for arranging his services. This is the hand I killed him with, the being who had taken so much from me. My mistake manifest. I tried to throw him off, mentioning his dead daughter, but a being like that only loved himself. He was about to say something else, but I had waited long enough. I blasted my will through the rune staff and lunged forward, swinging my blade. Cherubael lunged at him. The two locked like savage beasts, one of metal, the other of flesh. I lashed Orsars and heavy Seiya hets, with Barbaricata as I desperately poked at the inferno of violence before me. My psychic assaults were fueled by my body's pain. An equally hateful creature, a demon host of Glor, came crashing into Cherubael, both tumbling out of sight as I stared down the metal Goliath before me. Glor began laughing. He knew he was going to kill me. I drew on my rage. I was not the same man. He had taken too much from me. My sudden burst landed a hit, and I imagined wiped some sort of grin off. He returned with his own rage, unleashing a psychic assault fueled by a century of imprisonment. I bled from my nose and ears. I was hunched over, my hands on my thighs, panting like a dog. My head was swimming. I could hear him crunching over the onyx towards me. You'd have won by now if you'd had that book, I said, coughing the blood up from my mouth. The book. The damned book. The Malleus Codicium. That's what you were really after when you sent your hired murderers against me. That's why you tore my operation apart and killed everyone you could reach. You wanted the book. Of course I did, he snarled. I looked up at him. It would have unlocked the prize already. Done away with this endless, fruitless study. You'd simply opened the tomb and taken the demon's chariot. Long before we'd even got here. I'd have been mad to bring it with me. He froze as I lifted the tome from my coat pocket. You foolish, foolish man, he said, smiling. I honored my vow and began to tear the pages and rip the book apart. Glor screamed, jumping like a child and scrambling for the flying pages. For all that might, he had never looked so pathetic. I rose. I lifted Barbaricata in the air and thrust the blade into the stunned machine gold face. Arcane energies exploded from the wound, and the blade's runes made it vibrate uncontrollably. In the name of the holy god emperor of terror, I said, I call thee Diabolus, and here deliver thy sentence. My own blood was dripping off of Barbaricata's hilt. Between my double-handed grip, I raised the blade and made the Ul-Ka. The blade split his head and shattered the crystal into flecks of glass. Pontius Glor, the man who in a different life could have been my friend, but in this one had been my greatest enemy, died. Cherubael came over to me, hovering. His kowtowed face looked sullen. His wounds began to heal from his vicious fight with the other demon host. You're not going to ask me to carry you, are you? Said Cherubael. I left the world of Ghoul, and I let the Imperium believe that Gregor Eisenhorn, Inquisitor of Ordo Xenos, never returned. Do you think me weak, flawed? Do you hate me for setting my inquisitorial role above the needs of others? If you hate me, I know this about you. You are no Inquisitor. You do not have the moral strength. I always think of the thousands, millions perhaps, who would die worse deaths but for my actions. Is that arrogance? Perhaps. And perhaps arrogance is therefore a virtue of the Inquisition. I would gladly ignore one life in agony if I could save 100, 1,000, more. Mankind must suffer so that mankind can survive. It is that simple. And my own suffering, and I would gladly suffer anything in the name of the God Emperor of mankind. My name is Gregor Eisenhorn. I am centuries old, long past my prime by Imperial standards, old by those of the Inquisition. All my life, I've had a reputation for being cold, unfeeling. Some have called me heartless, ruthless, even cruel. I am not. And I am. I am not beyond emotional response or compassion, but I possess and my masters count this as perhaps my paramount virtue, a singular force of will. Throughout my career it has served me well to draw on this facility and to steel myself, unflinching, at all that which this wretched galaxy can throw at me. To feel pain or fear or grief is to allow myself a luxury I cannot afford. As a devoted member of His High Majesty the God Emperor's Inquisition, I find my philosophy bends towards that of a radical. To the outside galaxy, members of our orders appear much alike. An Inquisitor is an Inquisitor, a being of fear and persecution. It surprises many that internally we are riven with clashing ideologies. To express in simple terms, some Inquisitors are Puritans and some are Radicals. Puritans believe in and enforce the traditional station of the Inquisition, working to purge our galactic community of any criminal or malevolent element, the triumvirate of evil, alien, mutant, and demon. Anything that clashes with the pure rule of mankind. The preachings of the Ministorum and the letter of imperial law is subject to a Puritan Inquisitor's attention. Hardline, traditional, merciless. That is the Puritan way. Radicals believe that any methods are allowable if they accomplish the inquisitorial task. I have embraced and used forbidden resources, such as the warp itself, as weapons against the enemies of mankind. As a great man Gideon Ravener had once said to me, I believe radicalism is inevitable. We all become radicals eventually, as we appreciate that we must know our enemy in order to defeat him. The real dangers come from extreme Puritans. Puritanism is fueled by ignorance, and ignorance is the greatest peril of all. That's not to suggest the path of the radical is easy. Eventually, even the most careful and most responsible radical will be overwhelmed by the warp. The real judge of character is what a good man can do for the Imperium before he is drawn too far. I have come to understand that time changes everything, and the line between light and dark is dimmer to old eyes. Are the people who lived in the past the same as those who live now? Am I the same? The past is a mirror to the future, or so a friend once said to me. I did not believe it then. I do now. The past walks with us. Its face is the face of all those we have hated, all we have loved, all we have failed. Thorn wishes changelings. Pattern Flamelight. Palik, 465M41. What do you think? Surgeon Carroll asked. I had crossed the deserts of Palik and entered the private auction of Madone the Eater. Of course, I was less interested in the prize itself, but rather who was in attendance. I had noticed several recidivists and cultists amongst the eager crowd already, but I was looking for Halinor Cortez, Ordo Hereticus. But I was reasonably sure that Halinor Cortez was in fact the arch-heretic Lillian Chase. The Cognite, the oldest, greatest and most pernicious cult of chaos in history, was present in the person of their legendary and elusive leader. I stood before the prize in question, another hopeful, this Surgeon Carroll, awaiting my answer. It is beyond value, I said. An image of Lupercal in life, before he fell. The beauty and strength of his visage speaks to the depths of the catastrophe that occurred. Some might say that none should look upon it ever, Carroll said. Who might say that? I voiced. The Inquisition, he replied, of which I hear you are a part of. I believe it should be seen, I said, as a warning, to show how even the greatest perfection can be blackened, to refresh our determination to guard against the dark. Carroll shrugged. The pict of the arch-traitor was in truth one of the most vile sights I had ever witnessed. To linger upon the Primarch, the War Master Horus, the monster of children's nightmares even 10,000 years after his death, would I believe create a wound upon my psyche. I suspected this Carroll had come for the other part of the collection, a set of notes written by the Remembrancer Euphrates Keeler, the first Imperial Saint. I was right. It was said that the notes were revelatory. Carol filled the silence. That they showed, in Keeler's own, authenticated script, that she considered Horus a man, not a transformed demonic being. Further, they related that it had been commonly known at the time that the Emperor denied his divinity, that he had formally declared that he was not a god, and sought to suppress the notion that he was. The Levicio Divinitatis was already growing back then. The note showed that the Emperor wanted it prescribed and forbidden. There's no way to know the truth, I said. The truth is in the writing, said Carol. The danger, I corrected him. Carol turned his hermetic eye across the crowd, pointing out to me Inquisitor Halanor Cortez. Cortez, Lillian Chase. She could use whatever disguise she wanted. It did not matter. For tonight I had her in my grasp, and the cognite with it. In the Gothic halls where incense stung the back of my throat, I parted to meet this Modone the Eater, the lumbering bloated man, whose servitors wiped and swiped in a losing battle of cleanliness, welcomed me into his chambers. My dear Inquisitor Eisenhorn, he said, using his own mouth. I wanted a word. I have a feeling that today will not end well. I want your assurance that you will not seek to prosecute me. You have staged a sale, Modone, I replied. I know of no laws you have broken. Your assurance, please, sir. He groaned. I sensed the fear bleeding off of him. I threw my broken body to the side. 3 men burst into the chamber. I recognized them as members of Halanor Cortet's entourage. They were heavyset, powerful, fast, and psi-shielded. I drew my pistol and downed 2. The third lunged at me and we tumbled. He had me pinned behind my back. I slammed back my iron frame that held together my crippled legs. He yelped, allowed me time to end his foolishness. More burst in through the chamber's door, all to be cut down by reaping fire. Harlan Nail strode in behind, his reaper smoking with heat. All right, he asked me. Fine, I replied. I was wondering where you were, keeping out of sight, like you told me, he said. Nail looked to the corpses around the room. Cognite, Harlan, I said, posing as Ordo Hereticus. He shrugged. We have to find Chase, I said, rising to my feet. Chase will want the Keeler Image. We broke through back into the auctions hall, bodies scattering in pandemonium. Ordo Hereticus were on their way, and many of these delightful guests would rather be anywhere else. I raised my pistol to the lone figure in the room. Surgeon Carroll was lifting the Keeler Image off its stand. His hands were gloved. I can't let you take that, I said. Halanor Cortez, have you seen her? He kept moving. Oh, Carroll said, laughing. I had thought so highly of you, but now I find you're a dolt like all the rest. Lillian Chase, you're so wrong it's hysterical. He raised the notes of Euphrates Keeler and began to read aloud. How the Emperor denied his divinity. How Keeler in her encounter with demons of the war had been scarred and sought sanity in the opposite. An angel for demons. A god emperor to combat the war. Levicio Divinitatis was based upon a lie. Imperial faith was based upon fear. Hand that to me, I said. It's a deeply heretical text. It's going nowhere. He smiled. He and I knew the danger of such texts. Such truths the enemy of the Imperium could turn against it. I spoke my realization aloud. You are cognite, I said. Yes, Gregor. Lillian sends her regards. Today, this sale, it was a sting operation. The Ordo Hereticus learned that Modone had the image. They knew it would be an irresistible lure to heretic groups. They coerced him into announcing an auction, rather than trying to sell it privately. They knew the cognite would send an agent to get it. He grinned. That's me, by the way. Keeler Image, I began, is an Inquisitor, he replied. Striking realization dawned upon me. This trap was for a far greater prize than recidivists and the Cognitae. It was for a target Ordo Hereticus deemed far more dangerous. Gregor Eisenhorn. My mind thought back to Quixos, and the irony I had found myself in. True inquisitorial agents lie dead in Madone's chambers. I have been outplayed by both sides, the Cognitae and my former masters. Carroll's confidence suddenly made sense, and he used his superior psychic abilities to floor Nail. I was thrown across the room, my body wounded. Carroll had me. Psyker against Psyker, I would lose, but he had underestimated me. I had not been idle in my chase of his organization, nor to what they sought. I yelled a single word of Enuncia. The force of it, like a flaming shockwave in the air, struck Sejan Carroll, and threw him not just into the chamber's back wall, but through it. Carroll's form had caught fire, and he desperately scrambled until he and the papers with heretical revelations were nothing but charcoal. Nail and I rose. "Get Medea on the Vox," I said to Nail. "Tell her to bring the gun cutter in. We need rapid extraction." I opened my mind. "Cherubael, can you hear me?" "Of course, Gregor. I need your assistance." My, Gregor. Do you need me to come and kill lots and lots of people for you?" I hesitated. Keeler Image and her team were already beginning their sweep. "Yes," I said, with great reluctance. "Thorn requires Talon. Pattern Aegis. 475M41. My name is Gregor Eisenhorn. I am 277 years old. My form is weathered and broken. Old, even by the standards of the God Emperor's Holy Inquisition. I stand in the sheeting rain of Gershom, Tycho City on the Bone Coast. My hunt for Lillian Chase and the Cognitae has brought me to this backwater in the Helicon subsector. All my life, I've had a reputation for being cold, unfeeling. Some have called me heartless, ruthless, even cruel. I am no longer sure. I am not beyond emotional response or compassion, but I possess, and my former masters had counted this as perhaps my paramount virtue, a singular force of will. Come, and let me show you how I will fight the King in Yellow.